Yes, what? Yeah. Big pot 1 mil, over a mil would be there if you go.
Oh, easy, yeah.
Morning everybody.
Good morning everyone.
Good morning. We'll give you time to collect, press connect and all stuff like that. We've got a couple of minutes before we start. We'll bring you the 14 chip counts from the remaining players. Yesterday 124 in the money. Steady flow of players departing, and we finished with 14. And there they are, a couple of interesting stories regarding the players that are still in, because Eddie Swales, who is on our feature, and Dave Doherty, who's on the outer tables, were all in for very short stays. But Dave Doherty got dragged from the number 68 bus stop. he was literally out the door saying to everybody, and they shouted, "Oh, you got some chips left." He had 6,000. He told me 6,000, and the blinds were 4,000, 8,000.
Yeah, less than a big blind. It's incredible tower.
Less than a big, and as you see there, 348,000 to start the day.
What a spin!
What a spin! What a story!
Yeah, it would be, especially if he managed to close it out as well. Spinning up from that.
He's done it before. I think he was 11th last year, and then went on to win Luton. So he has got a bit of form in him. But who are you picking? Who will be the one to look out for? Our Ricky Kebabs is in a lot of Discord groups, isn't he? Yeah. Mark Roberts, second in chips. In fact, his chips actually wrong. He's got 1.1 million. He's actually chip leader.
Yeah.
He's actually chip leader. He's got 1.1 million, and he said, "I don't know what I did, but I just put 8
what happened was he counted. He had a stack of 25s in 20, and he counted them as 250k, whereas a stack of 25s in 20 is 500.
Yeah,
that's why it's 250 short.
Right. Brothers is off to watch a bit of football. Watching Southend United. So it'll be quiet in here today. Who's Southend got? I thought the season had finished for everybody. Apart from the Premier League, but obviously not. Have a nice day out with the lads. We are down to 14. We'll be crowning a champion at some time today. Whatever time that will be, you will watch it live on the stream. Have a good day with us. We have one token to give away, and then we also have the live stream free roll. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to change the time, because I wanted to change the time for the free roll to 6 o'clock. So I could play myself, but obviously at 8 it's going to be a little bit too close down to crowning a champion for myself. So if we future events, hopefully we'll get it back to 6 o'clock. But it's 8 o'clock tonight for the free roll, and we have a closer ticket for that, and then we also have a closer ticket to give away sometime during the day. Mind doing it in the first couple of hands of the final when everybody's watching. That's what we'll do. So we have a couple of chances to win closer tickets today. Here comes Dave. Went running back.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Tuning in. Ashley on YouTube, Mick the Mod Apocalypse, Gary McGaffney,
Mum's in the building,
and Jalou as well on Twitch. And Mum
had a day off yesterday.
Yeah,
must have been out on the drink.
I don't think she would have been.
She'd have been out on the drink, walking around the pub Saturday afternoon, watching the football and racing.
You got the racing part right, Tal, I'll tell you that. Oh, you've probably got that part right.
And good afternoon, everybody else. Afternoon, Essa. I hope they're not disturbing Dave in the background. Sounds like they're having a party.
So we are off. So Scott, 6k, 12k here, A6 suited first hand, just lets it go off of sub 15 bigs and find a better spot. Jardin is out of the way. Mo, who we saw play yesterday, really enjoyed watching Mo play. Aggression in good spots, which you like to see. Makes it 25k in the cut off with the Queen 9 to kick things off. And action on Radislav with the Ace 4 in the big. Expect him to defend. and should be going post. How we doing, Piano Cat?
Hi, Cat. How are you? Enjoying the day, enjoy the streaming. And if you're playing some poker, don't forget we've got a live stream free roll at 8 PM.
The King 7-4 Rainbow, first flop of the day, and one you expect Mo to continue. Gone fairly small, 15 into 68, so south of quarter here. Closer to 20% pot. And Radislav catching a pair, not going anywhere, happy to call. 10 of clubs on the turn. And we know Mo likes to barrel on boards that are good for his range, and I think we could potentially see it to start the day here, Tower. Start folding out some 4x, some 7x, some 5-6, 8-5, all the gut shots. We're obviously going to get called another street by King X or 2 pair plus, but we do fold out a large proportion of hands of Radislav that call the flop, like this one specifically. This should be hitting them up now, as Radislav going to have a hard time calling again here with bottom pair. Big fan of the double barrel here from Mo, 60% sizing on the turn, so sizing up and picks up where he left off last night. Bit of aggression, taking the pot with the worst of it. Who do you guys have to win today? I'll go for Mark Roberts. I don't think Mo's a bad shout with second and chips. What I saw from him yesterday.
Let's pick one.
I'm going to go with Eddie Swales. I'm going to go. I play with him in a mini. Seems to play well when he's in on feature as well. Seems to do all the right things. So I'm going to go with Eddie Swales, Tower. That's going to be my pick for today.
I'm going for Eunice Barakat, because he got a bit of flair yesterday.
Yeah, third in chips, yeah.
Look,
right,
Ed Swales' only 2 big blinds behind him. Flinky neck. I think Eunice is. I thought he played well yesterday, Eunice. I thought he got his game. If not, just go on then. Any of the top 4, any of the bottom 4 in chips can win.
Dave Doherty, obviously. That would be the pick out of the bottom 4, wouldn't it?
I think it would.
If he can spin 6k up, he can definitely spin the 350 up. And there's the chip counts, guys.
Yeah. Good luck, everybody. Hi, Josh. Welcome back. Sonny or Rad to win.
And then Razor Kev, good luck, Ricky, Mark, Phil. Rooting for Mark. In seat 9 today.
Sonny to win, says Fletch. Plenty of players being rooted for, which is good to see. No one stand out.
Mark, 3 deuce of hearts makes it 25.
Let you know what happens with the seniors. That starts at 1 o'clock as well.
So Aces making an appearance first time today for Radoslav here, raises to 25. And Jordan defending in the big with a 9-6 suited, heads up to the flop. King a 7-5, all heart board. Lovely flop here for Radoslav. Not going to get any action, I don't think. Like if this wasn't for his hearts, might peel one of his gut shot Jordan. We're just going to let it go. How are we doing, Gully Math?
What are you, Gully Math?
Right, and Leicester Man City Wolves pays 10-1 today.
Brighton, Leicester, Man City, Wolves. Towers treble. Oh, we're going to have Tottenham -2 today. That was one of it, but I didn't realise it was a 12 o'clock kickoff. Because I think Tottenham need to score plenty because they need to try and catch Arsenal.
We don't need to. Goal difference isn't a factor, Town. That's the only thing.
Oh, is it not?
We're clear of Arsenal on goal difference, so.
But you need to win.
You need to win, though. Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Put a bit of pressure on.
Afternoon, Tom. Tom Pierce. Good luck, everybody, as he's watching on Facebook. Afternoon.
How are we doing, Lauren? Come on, Uncle Dave Doherty.
Yes. Yes. If he makes a final table, start writing a wish list, Lauren. I'm sure he'll be watching all day long. He's on the outer table at the minute. Not a lot we can do about that, but hopefully, if he gets to the break or the next final table, we'll be seeing his face.
Well, makes it 25 under the gun with the sixes. Raise and take for Mark. Ed not defending the 8 deuce.
So blind 6,000, 12,000. 14 players started today, and we are still on 14.
Ace Queen for Scott. And Scott's going to move all in here for just sub 12. Easy jam for him, no real decision. Has to go in the middle. Sonny can't call off with deuces. Right on the bottom, can't call with ace 4 of hearts.
No. So ace queen for Scott. He's all in. The button will eventually pass, which he does. Oh, Mark's got a decision as cheap lead 130,000. King Queen suited, he probably called straight away. Oh, he has called.
He has called.
He has called.
And Scott's in great shape to double up here.
Yes. Local lad Scott. Scott Finlayson. Big chance of doubling up. Chip leader called with King Queen off. That's as
perfect.
dry as you need.
No runners, just fading the king.
Yeah, that'll do. No king, we get a good double up for Scott Finlayson.
Oh no!
You're joking!
Yeah. Scott on the river.
Oh man.
And Mark up to 1.3 million. King ball on the river, and we lose Scott Finlayson first out today. 14th for £3,020. Oh, what a gross river that is.
Wow.
Yuck. Can't just put it on the flop. Has to come then.
Wow. £3,070 for Scott Finlayson. That is a rotten one. A rotten one. Afternoon, Mickey. Laura, safe journey back down the M6. Hopefully it's a nice quiet road, the M6. It's always quiet and always nice and a beautiful scenic run until you get to about Preston, and then it just clogs up. So safe drive, lovely to see you over this weekend. Hope you've had a great weekend as well. And we'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
So head here on the bottom will be opening an ace. And Mark here, like to see a free bet here out the small, just because Ed's going to be opening so wide on the button.
Well, Mickey's already down through Preston, so 3 hours into the journey.
Makes it 100k, nice from Mark, like the sizing choice, and just going to pick that one up uncontested. Ed getting out the way with the A7 off, so a couple of pots going to Mark. How we doing, Mr. P-Man, Jim Marlowe, the Hog King, Mickey Spillane, and good morning to Spand, all tuning in to root for their man. Feel, they say. Large donation to the Kebab Fund. Kebabs or BD for the win. We'll keep you updated with our table if we hear anything. Any bust outs, we will let you know about it. There was no sportsbook today because last night there was Eurovision on, I think, and they had to work late and couldn't get up for the book this morning or something.
Whatever the reason was, we're back in Luton, that is for sure.
We'll be back.
We will be back in Luton for the next one.
How are you doing, Bernie? Good afternoon to you.
Back in Luton, look forward to it. It's a nice little event to have on, but just not this week up in Edinburgh for whatever reason. I like how everybody was saying how biased the Eurovision was, as if it's like betting on the Eurovision's like betting on the WWE. It's all scripted. Everybody knows what's going to happen. Everybody knows exactly what's going to happen in the Eurovision. Greece give Cyprus 12 points. Cyprus give Greece 12 points. Serbia give Montenegro 12 points. Montenegro give Serbia 12 points. That's how it works. It's like betting on the WWE. And yet people get irate about it. But yeah, apparently the English lad did very well. Came second. But he won the country's votes, which is the big thing. But not the overall public vote, because Ukraine got that.
Yeah, Jim says the lads in Gibraltar are having a Eurovision party. That's why there's no book.
Jay doesn't think that's a thing. Jay's still not too sure that's a thing. But it is. It is. Everybody has a good old party when the Eurovision's on. Talamere backed Finland last night, 250 to 1. Rasmus all-time classics. Where did they finish? Yeah, I think Ukraine on the off was something like 1 to 5, weren't they? They're being backed in heavily.
It's a Mo thinking whether to continue this board. And opts for third, 30 into 93. Gets Ricky to fold the best hand. Ricky not getting involved with 2 overcards there versus Under the Gun Open, who will smash this board, can definitely get behind the fold with the 10s. But Jardin has a flush draw, so cannot go anywhere now, getting 4 to 1. No, I haven't, Ashley. How have we started? No game on in here. I don't even think they got it on in the bar. They got some Scottish game on.
No, it's Swindon Port Vale, the
Swindon
massive
Port
League
Vale.
2 playoff.
Oh, okay.
Playoff game. That's what's in the bar. Come on. That's obviously priority over everything.
I thought it was like Scottish Division 2 or something, so I had no idea.
Any familiar names remaining, says Man of Straw. Not too many from the circuit, but plenty of locals. Gary Armstrong, Cameron Williamson, Dave Doherty, Laurinus Jakutis, Chris Welsh, Craig Smith, Eunice Barakat, Radislav Iliev, Sonny Reliu, Gerard Thatcher, Mo Kirkenny, Eddie Swales, and Mark Ricky Kebabs Roberts. So not too many that you'd know from GUKPT London, say.
Penalty Spurs, says Mark Adair.
No way. No way, man.
Raise. 1, 5, 4.
Aces for Ed, the first time I've seen the boots. The first time we've seen the boots. So more calls, and that should be the end of the action. I don't think Ed's going to slow play these aces too much. Yeah, I totally agree, Josh. VAR in the Premiership continues to embarrass itself. Absolutely, totally agree. I think the worst thing is that they don't show you what they're looking at. They don't tell you what they're looking at. They don't communicate with 80,000 people in the stadium. And they don't pause the clock. So the clock just runs and runs and runs. The fans just get ripped off all the time. The ball in a Premier League match this year in the Premier League was in play for 52 minutes out of the 90. 52 minutes out of the 90. It's the worst in the world for time in play. Something needs to be done.
Mark the ace jack, raising to 25. Son going for the golden boot and Kane takes 2 penalties in a week. Well, we're going for fourth. I think fourth's more important than a golden boot.
Does he ever miss that Harry Kane fella? Any females left? No, there isn't. Bixie went out yesterday. Rennie Share made the money. I think they were the two that made the money, weren't they? Rennie Share and Bixie.
Yeah. Ashley also made the money as well. Ashley.
All right, nice one. Well done, Ash.
And Mel Simpson. Don't forget about Mel
Simpson.
Simpson.
Oh, Mel, yeah. I was gassing to the sister on the phone during my break, and she waved at me, and I thought she was just going for a walk or a bit of fresh air. I didn't realise she pushed them in. So we've lost one player, and that was C2 for us.
Yeah, Scott Finlayson.
Scott Finlayson.
On the bottom finds an ace, raises to 25k, and suited 9-4 for Mark. Going to come along. And Flock's top pair on 9-5-3, Rainbow. Checking it over to the aggressor. So going to be check calling. Yeah, Mo does elect to continue, but Mo checking this one behind. It just gets better and better for Mark. Turning 2 pair here with the 9s and 4s, and probably wants to start leading now. It's a board that's supposed to be a lot better for us as the defender in the big blind than our opponent, and obviously a very good board for our specific hand on this occasion. We have 13 left, top right of your screen, Montecone on Twitch. What a life for kebabs. No action for Ricky though. Sonny with the ace king of diamonds raises to 25. And Radislav with a king in the big, working with 15 bigs out of the way.
So a steady start to the table. A few onlookers watching the outer table. There's Tom Gill on the right hand side, who was introduced us to North Berwick Golf Club on Tuesday, and I thank him forever because that was amazing. We'll show you one last time during the first break, Aberdour, and how good it was. And Johnny Scott. Just about to start the seniors.
We are in Edinburgh. We're at the Maybury Casino. The Wizard on YouTube. GUKPT Edinburgh main event. We're down to the last 13 players from 390 entries. We are playing for £65,190 and everyone's already locked up £3,330.
60 pre-regged for the seniors. That's going to start any time now.
Who was it that was telling me? I can't remember. I was talking to it. Might have been Riggy. It might not have been. They were saying there's a seniors in Vegas that starts at 8 a.m.
No, it's 10 a.m.
Not for the WSOP.
Oh, right.
At a different casino. There's
Right.
one that starts at 8 a.m.
Well, the seniors get up for breakfast at 6.
Sometimes you finish a session at that time and go to bed. 8 a.m. start.
So there's some bracelet events that start at 10 a.m.
Well, back in like 5-6 years ago, GUKPT day twos used to start at 10.
Yeah.
It used to be torture.
You won't be able to socialise and have a good time after you've bagged up.
Nah. Sleep time.
Okay, welcome all players to the seniors tournament. Today we're playing 4 30-minute levels and then a 25-minute clock round. Entries are limited until the end of level 4. That's entries every entry, so limited to the end of level 4.
How are we doing, Barnsley?
Has been drawn to seat 3 dealers.
And Jason Shellham on Facebook.
Rolling blinds are 100, 100 with a 100. Big blind and please give me the deal.
So all in here from Ojanen. Good to see this. This is nice. Big fan of this. Button open. We've got set 20 big blinds. We've got ace 9 in the big. Just rip. Ace 9 is going to be well ahead of the hands that Radislav should be opening on the button. So just happy to pick it up a lot of the time. Gets that one through. Yesterday on one of the guys' table, someone said, you know, the worst thing about the seniors, and a young guy shouts, staying awake until the end.
Brilliant. Brilliant. You've all seen the photo from the Super Seniors at Vegas, haven't you, with the rail?
Yep.
Of all the chariots, with they're all there, all lined up. That's just the best photo ever from Las Vegas.
Radislav here, pocket 8s, just choosing to rip for 16, 17 bigs. Not asking for a count, but ace 8, not going to be able to call off jam from I think ace 10 would be the line here for Mo. 17, close to 17, big blind shove here. Not too sure he's going to put it in with the ace 8 suited. If he thinks Radislav is going to shove like some suited aces here, some small pocket pairs, some king queen, some like queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, then yeah, maybe might lean towards call. But I just think in live fields, especially on big day threes, these ranges aren't as wide as what they can be perceived to be. I think they're a lot more tighter, and for that reason, if I'm sat here as Mo, I'm probably going to deliberate and then end up tossing it into the muck. I think ace 10 would probably be the line here. Really, cocks are turning. Eventually does come to the correct decision. Lets it go. would have been in a bit of trouble. Good fold from Mo. Uh, 17 bigs versus cut off. Yeah, maybe even sixes, Jim. Because he's going to shove deuces through fives for sure. All the pairs are going to be in there from the cut off. So probably sixes or sevens plus. Then just ace 10 off plus. Maybe some ace 9 suited in there, depending on opponent. But yeah, probably around that.
Mo's decision in C6. Is he just thinking of the sizing?
Oh, we didn't. Chris Payne.
I don't be thinking about the sizing for a 3-bet, can he?
Yeah, he's not flat in here. We're happy to 3-bet get this in as Mo. So Jordan started the hand here, Tower, with around 23 big blinds. So
yeah.
As Mo, we are happy to get this in versus him. Jack's small blind versus buttons, just going to smash the range of hands. Jordan would get him in this spot. So we're happy to 3-bet call this off as Mo. And this is what I expect to see.
3-bets to 80.
Oh,
wowzers.
Wow, what is this tower?
Wow, 10s, jacks and queens.
Bottom versus small versus big, and we're six-handed here as well. That's the other thing. This is cold. And now Ed, with 40 plus bigs, just over 42 to be precise, could just rip this tower. I'm not even joking. Ed could potentially... This is a bit of a setup here. And the thing is, Ed will know how aggressive Mo was yesterday and doesn't necessarily have to have a hand here facing a button open. And this just seems like a bit of a setup. These hands in these situations and these positions is a six-handed situation.
Looks like a call coming in.
I don't think we can have a call here. That's the problem, Tower.
Yeah, that's 220. Looks like about 220.
So going to cold 4 here, Eddie Swales.
180,000.
And now back to Jordan, who's got the easiest decision.
Yeah, get them in.
Yep.
Get them all in. No way.
What? No way, Tower. What on earth?
Wow.
Oh my word. I'll tell you what, if Ed gets 2 better hands to fold, I'm going back to the hotel. I'm done for the day. You can finish off. How have we just folded queens there off of that stack size? Bottom versus small versus big blind dynamic.
Wow. Absolutely gobsmacked at the minute.
What on earth? And now Mo, back on Mo, who I can't see folding ever here, because like Ed could 4-bet like ace queen here, ace jack suited in this dynamic, maybe even like king queen as a bluff, these type of holdings, and Mo with the jacks. I have no explanation for you guys how the queens have hit them up there. That's pretty crazy to fold queens in that spot when all that money's in there, all that dead money. We've got the 3rd best hand you can get dealt in the game. We're in a 6-handed situation. It's button versus small versus big blind dynamic. Ranges should be wider than what they usually are.
Can we see another fold here? I might need a co-commentator very shortly.
I just don't see how...
He's going to need to go and get the teas and cool off for 10 minutes.
Like, Ed thinks he's... If Mo folds, Ed thinks, oh, I had the best hand, obviously. Like, if Mo folds here, Ed's going to think that he had the best hand in this spot, and Mo's not loving life with the jacks. But like I say, Ed could have ace-jack suited here. He could call for ace-queen for sure. Like, it's button versus small. We're going to call for ace-queen, ace-jack suited potentially. Might even mix some 9s and 10s in there, as Ed has done on this occasion.
If this gets through, you can write Eddie Swales' name on the title.
Mo potentially thinking about just 5-bet ripping, setting it in here. Don't think he's going to flat out position. I think he's either going to rip it in or let it go tower. Yeah, don't think calling's going to be an option.
I'm now inclined to say he's going to fold, and Ed's going to get the 2 better hands to get out of the way. That's the way it's feeling. It's just the stack size of the queens that just make it impossible to fold.
Yo, I'm loving life tower. I'm licking my lips when I see a 3-bet and a cold 4 with queens there. I'm doing cartwheels in my head. I'm just loving life in that situation. Like, obviously aces and kings are a thing, but come on, we're 6-handed and it's button versus small and big. It's only 3 players effectively in the hand once it's folded to us, so queens are just huge in that spot. Span says when he tanks for this long, can't really do anything but fold now.
No, it's definitely. I think he's folding. I think we need a clock. It's been 3 or 4 minutes now. I know it's tough decisions. I know we're down to the final 13, but they're folding. They're going in the muck. Ed Swales. Start etching his name on the title.
Like, if you're a friend or family member of Ed and you're watching him today and you've seen this hand, you've seen him 4-bet the 10s, you're thinking, oh no, he's going to have to call off once the queen shoves, he's going to lose half his stack, and then the queens fold, and now the jacks are definitely folding. Once Mo takes this long, I agree with what Span said in the chat. I don't think he's ever going to be continuing in this hand now. He's a pre-flop tank for this long is very rare. What, 4 or 5 minutes now potentially Mo's been thinking. Yeah, I don't think he was thinking about calling. I think it was 5-bet rip or fold for Mo, and still in the tank here with the jacks.
Yeah. Maybe he's just wondering what to cook for supper tonight. No idea.
Nearly as long as the VAR took to give that pen.
This is an insanely long time.
This is really long tower for a pre-flop decision.
For a pre-flop decision with jacks to a 4-bet, and I know we're down to the final 12, but this is an insanely long time for people just to sit there and not shout. Oh. Tell you what, this is. I'm glad this is not the last time before the break.
Yeah, we wouldn't have a break. We literally wouldn't have a break.
I'd have gone over to the table and mucked him myself. Maybe he's waiting for the half-an-hour clock to come round to see what he's got.
There we go. There's the fold. We knew it was coming eventually, and Ed getting 2 better hands to fold there with pocket 10s.
Unbelievable.
Getting 2 better hands to fold.
Amazing.
That's some hand, that. The thing is as well, Mo's tank should have been shorter than the Queen's tank in theory, and the Queens just snap folded, didn't they? The Queens just didn't fancy it.
That's right. So Jay's off.
Right, see you later, guys. We are getting in. Span, what you doing? I'm on back to the hotel. I'm done for the day. I'm done. I'm not working today after that hand. I'm finished. Do you know people don't actually understand how hard it is to run this deep in a tournament like this and be last 13 players, and then when you're sub 20 and you get queens and you're in a six-handed situation, it's like, why are we not getting it in? People dream of spots like that. Literally getting this deep in a comp where there's 60 bag up top, there's 13 players left, and people were dreaming of getting a spot like that when you're a sub 20 with pocket queens, and then to fold them is just, I have no idea what was going on that hand.
Any action from the outer tables? No, we've only lost one player. Scott Finlayson was the person eliminated. We're still on 13.
Ten coming on flop anyway. Queen's made a good fold.
So Jordan still in. Yeah, it was a snap fold with the queens, but he is still in.
Yeah, he's still in.
He's on 25 big blinds.
Well, if he makes it top two, I'm sure Tower will ask him. If he makes the interview bubble with 3 players left and gets top two, we'll get Tower to ask him in the interview.
Absolutely.
Fives for Sonny, been fairly quiet to start the day. Raises to 25. I would love to know the thoughts of the player. Can't you just interview him anyway after? The Tower interview bubble, that is a prestigious bubble. Getting an interview with the Tower is not for everyone. Chris, first or second gets the interviews with the Tower. That's a prize in itself.
3, 4, 5 flop.
Yeah, a bit of action as well. Top set for Sonny. And Radislav here with middle pair and wall draw, so going to be getting involved. Sonny continuing here with his top set, 25k into 68, so a little more than third from Sonny. Alright, Spirit Bass. This afternoon, boys, just rewound the start of the King-Queen hand, King on the river, sick.
Absolutely. It was. That's the only elimination so far as well.
So Radislav does check call as expected here. 8 of diamonds on the turn, doesn't change anything. Pocket 5 still well out in front, and if we're Sonny here, we're just going to choose a size to potentially set Radislav in on most rivers. So personally here, I think even half's fine. Going like 60k, leaving him with a just 110 back. So nice half pot shove on the river. Goes even smaller than that, Sonny, 50. But now Radislav with a decision, had an easy call on the flop, has to be calling middle pair, top kicker with the wheel draw. Now this 8 of diamonds on the turn, and Sonny continue barreling here, might be a bit wary. Sonny's still going to have all the over pairs, 9s through aces. I guess he can have some like higher Broadway holdings with spades, like King, Queen of spades, Queen, Jack of spades, so on, as well as Ace, X of spades. And then obviously the sets are going to be in there, potentially not always going to open 3s, 4s, 5s from under the gun, but has on this occasion. And I played, if Radislav knows Sonny, I think he'll probably fold here. I played a lot with Sonny in the mini the other day.
Okay.
And he seemed very solid, pretty tight, always seemed to have it when he showed down, didn't really get out of line. So if Radislav's aware of that, I'm just going to be leaning towards fold, and does make the correct laydown.
So lost one so far, just the one player in both tables. We started with 14. Scott Finlayson on our table was eliminated. Scrolling across the bottom of the prizes. Started the day with 14. We're on 13 now.
Yeah, stay tuned as well when we start the final table, whenever that may be. You've got a while yet. But we are doing a giveaway. Thank you, Mick the Mod.
We are indeed.
We've got another £110 closer ticket to give away. So far we've had 4 winners. Dougie MacArthur, Sean Hennessy, Ricky Guinness and Azza have all got a 110 closer ticket going to their account tomorrow.
Very nice indeed.
Yeah, as it's only one ticket today, Tower, we can't alternate, so who's doing the... I think it's got to be Tower thinks, doesn't it? It's got a better ring to it, Tower thinks. And you...
Do you not have to redeem yourself after yesterday?
No, that's why I don't want to do it again, because I get another answer like that.
Well, if you don't know, you don't know. It's as simple as that. And you have 20 seconds to put your answer down. You can't think about it and try and work it out.
I just thought a country hosting the World Cup
Yeah.
would be massive. It's as simple as that.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
I just went on Saudi Arabia. I have no idea what the population for Saudi Arabia is either, but I know it's pretty massive, and I went for something around there. But it worked out for Azza on that occasion. So Mark not choosing to continue here, like that decision to check this one behind with Queen Jack. Board just going to be very good for the big blind. Can have plenty of hands that connect with this, and Mo now leading, and it should just be a quick fold from Mark. Yeah, 30-minute delay we are on, Gary. We get the pictures fed through to us on that delay, then Tower and I commentate over the pictures live, so we can interact with all you guys in the chat boxes. And how we doing? Sean Hennessy on Facebook. Jay, do you think people should play some online tournaments with short-handed tables to get better idea of ranges for when they get into these later stages of the tournament? I just think always, if you want to get better at this game, you need to play and play lots. I think no better experience than actually being at the table and playing hands, especially at 6 max and stuff, because 6 max it's a lot more aggressive. There's going to be more free betting, wider ranges are going to open, and obviously then it does suit you when you are deep in the tournament, like here for example, and we're playing 6-handed. If you're deep and you run deep for a final, obviously you'll be playing 6, 4, 5 free-handed, potentially heads up if you do get heads up. So all comes with experience. Just get used to playing full ring as well as short-handed, and understand how the games change and how the ranges change and how you're meant to free bet more in certain spots.
So, players all in.
How are we doing, PKR Park? Good morning to you.
That'll be PKR we saw at the bar last night.
Yeah.
Smitty for the first time. Got another invitation to a golf course next time we're up in Edinburgh.
Okay.
I actually can't remember the name of the course.
I
It
don't-
gives me a P.
Perth?
No. No. It was a longer name than that. How then, Craig? Hope things are good. Glad you had a good evening. It was a good night had by all by the time. There you go.
Petrivi.
Petrivi. We'll be playing Petrivi the next time we come up.
Yeah. Yeah, my head's a bit, whatever that stuff was that you put down my neck last night. Oh. Scottish Jägermeister. Never again. Until later, maybe, when we finish. Well, Tower,
Yes, young man.
we have just lost one on the outer table.
Oh, who's gone? It's
Seat
been a bit
open.
quiet, but what's just happened?
Craig Smith is our 13th place finisher, so we lose Craig Smith from the tournament,
Well done, Craig.
and it puts us down to 12 players. 2 tables of 6.
Well done, that man. Oh, I've just done my treble. I've just done Tower's treble. I'll tell you after this hand. Because we've got 10s for Sonny and 5, 6 for more. That should be the end of the hand. Well, I don't know. It's Ace Queen 10, Ace Queen 3.
Well,
I think
quite-
the 10 should continue.
Yeah, great flop for Sonny.
We decided to check.
In terms of, oh no, Mo was the free better here, sorry. I thought Sonny was the free better, so great flop for Mo in terms of range. In terms of actual hand, it's pretty dreadful, but when we're stone cold bottom, going to have to bet once here as Mo, try and take it down, give yourself a good price as well. Don't need to go too large, opts for just south of 30%, 50k into 180. And Sonny here, bit of a predicament in this free bet situation because this board just smashes the life out of Mo's range, and getting 4.5 to 1, I think we should peel once and then fold Mo's turns. But the thing is as well, we can have some ace-x ourselves, and then Mo could potentially slow down because we will have some strong hands in our range, peeling his free bet out of position. Like, never a bad thing, just folding now as well and not potentially getting sticky down the streets. But personally, I think 4.5 to 1, call once, then fold to the turn double barrel with the 10s there, especially against Mo. What we saw from him yesterday, pure aggression, lots of light free bets.
Yeah.
Obviously player dependent there. Against a more solid opponent, he's not going to have too many free bet bluffs. Probably fold. Against someone like Mo, who is aggressive, probably call once, fold to the turn barrel. But Sonny just getting out of the way.
Tower's treble. We're having a Tower's treble today. We're
Are
sticking
we?
it on. We're going for on. We're in. We're going for. We're going for. It's 10 to 1 shot as well.
10 to 1.
10 to 1. We're going for Aston Villa at home to Palace. Leeds United at home to Brighton. Even though Brighton are banging in form, we're going for Leeds United to sneak one. And then we're going for Everton at 4:30. So it's actually rolling on to the 4:30 one. Tower's treble today is 10 to 1. It's Aston Villa, Leeds United and Everton. Get on. Sticking in the commands, Mick the Mod.
Good
Get
luck.
everybody on it.
Good luck, everyone, if you end up getting on that.
10 to 1, Tower's treble, Aston Villa, Leeds United and Everton at 4:30. Come on.
Oh, then Sean Hennessy. Sean, I've got I had your name on a bit of paper, but the username, I've got Dougie Mac for the closer ticket, asking about a closer ticket. Hi Joe, and say what details do you need for my free closer ticket? What was the answers I missed at the end?
You weren't the closest.
Yeah, I think I've just put Dougie's username under your name because I think you was the closest, and then Dougie pipped you.
That's right, yeah.
So that's where the confusion is.
Yeah,
sorry
Sean.
That we are giving away another one today when the final table starts. But just to clear that up for you, Sean.
Yeah. You were the closest, and then you got beat.
That's my fault, writing the wrong name down next to the username on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Leeds, are you sure? Says Chris Payne.
Yes. Yes. I actually think Leeds United will sneak one today.
I love this from Mark Tower. I really like this from Mark. He hasn't been too aggressive, especially yesterday. I don't know if players watch the stream back and see how people are playing so they can adjust today. And Mark putting in a free bet there. Really big fan of the sizing. Nice big 4x and gets the 10-8 suited out the way of Mo. But, Mark mixing in a lighter free bet, which is good to see.
Yes, the treble is Aston Villa. I think Leeds are going to win one today. And then Everton at 4:30.
So Mark, once again, free betting. And nice sizing once again. Chooses the right size when position. Going smaller than when he was out of position. And getting Jordan to fold the ace-jack. So back-to-back free bets for Mark. Back-to-back pickups. Up to 1.4 million. Really good start to the day for him.
So we're on 12. Scott Finlayson and Craig Smith eliminated out of the tournament.
Back again.
The Queen 10 of clubs for Ed Swales should be opening here. Blinds are now up, guys. 8k, 16k, level 2 of the day.
It is a warm casino, I must admit. You could have shorts and flip flops in this casino.
In here, especially this room, because it's so small, it's like a little cupboard we're in. Bit of action here, got up and down for Jordan, and Ed here with 2 overs and flush draw. And don't actually mind seeing a donk on this board, donking with his up and down straight draw on a board where we are going to have a range advantage. 8-5 we'll have the 5-3 suited as well as all the 2-pair combos. Ed won't have any of these, so we are going to have an advantage on this board. So Jordan electing to lead here with his up and down and over card. Don't mind it at all. And Ed here just got a clear call with the Queen 10 of clubs. I don't think Ed's ever going to be raising for the reasons we just mentioned. Jordan is going to have lots of value on this board defending out the big blind, so I think as Ed here we're just going to be calling and taking turns with position most of the time. I know, does just choose to rip. Just choose to rip with the Queen 10 suited, maybe repping an overpair. And does get Jardin off of the Jack 5. Obviously come to the conclusion that rip was the best option, and to be honest, if Ed knows how tight Jardin is after that Queen's fold that we saw, if he thinks he's really tight and he's going to fold some 7x or 6x there potentially, then that makes that jam really good. On this occasion though, just with Jack high, a snap fold anyway. And Ed Swales picks up a nice one. This is
Strange.
pretty crazy, Tower. Yeah, we've got 8 big blinds, yes, but we can find a better spot than Queen 3 off to rip it in with 8 big blinds there. It's like blind on blind, yes, I think fine, but I think cut off when we got to get through 3 players with 8 bigs, Queen 3, we can definitely fold and wait for a better spot. It's worked the treat on that occasion, but we can still got 2 hands to find something better than Queen 3 to potentially shove with, but there's work on that occasion for Radislav. Ace 10 this time. This is a much better hand to shove, for example. And there we go. There's the all in. Just sub 11.
Don't mind that at all. More's nearly a million.
Radislav getting it through as expected. 10-6 of Ed can never call.
They're all just talking about the 30-minute delay with the Queen's Jacks and 10 hands. And see, one just says, "Oh my God, you are Queens!"
Ace 10 for Sonny in the hijack, should be opening, makes it 30k, which isn't going to go. There's 32, putting the extra 2 in. And Ed here, Ace King, going to see a free bet from Ed, I'm pretty sure of that, probably somewhere around the 120k mark. Happy to free bet call this off versus Sonny's stack size. Sonny's starting the hand here with 24 big blinds. Love the sizing choice from Ed there. Nice and big, 4x. Happy to call off a rip from Sonny if he shoves. But ace 10 off, I don't think Sonny, from what I saw from him in the mini the other day, is ever going to be calling here. I think this is just going to hit the muck. Don't think he's the type to 4-bet rip here either. So it's probably just going to be going into the next hand. There's nothing wrong with this over Cal Mister. Sonny has to open this hand, but when we get 3-bet we can just fold, and looks like we are going to one of the outers, guys.
Jack, come on. Believe in it. For a second, when you stopped for a second, I was like, one.
Is that my man?
So we're down to 11. So 2 more players and we'll be at the FT, guys. Ace 5 suited here for Mark. Blind on blind, should be shoving here, Tower, because I believe that sub 20 between Mark and Radislav here. So gonna have to shove, I hope, as Mark.
Looks like a raise going in rather than a shove.
Yeah. So I'm guessing he's raise calling off.
Yeah, raise 64.
Yeah, but we just open shove this here off of 11 bigs. The ace 5 suited, it's pretty standard. Folds round to us, 11 bigs effective. Ace 5 suited is just going to be a rip, blind on blind here. But Mark's chose to raise and going to have to raise call it off. Like Radislav's gonna go with this. Mark's got the chip lead. He doesn't need to be as high up as a suited ace here. Can have a whole host of nothing. So if I'm Radislav here, king 10 of hearts, in it goes personally, and just hope we got the best of it. But like in a standard situation, it should just go shove from Mark, 11 bigs effective, call from Radislav, and straight away we're off to flop, and there's the all in, and there's the call.
King 10 needs to hold.
Either player won't mind what they see.
No, not at all.
It's about 60-40. This, wow, how's this? There must be some dead cards in the Mark. 28% here. Radislav should have a lot more equity than this. Obviously, percentages accounting for dead cards, but this is usually going to be a lot closer to 60-40, but it's actually a 70-30.
Well, that's a nice card.
Oh!
That's a nice flop. We know the 2 pairs there, but we're drawing to hearts or a jack. That's not one of them. A heart or a jack. And it isn't, it's another brick.
So we lose another one.
And Rad's gone.
So FT bubble. Radislav is out of here. £3,850, 10 players left.
10 players left. Wowzers. So just like that, we had a steady hour, and then all of a sudden, bump, bump, bump.
Yeah, three literally gone to I mean, 10 minutes. Lost Craig, Laurenus and Radislav.
So we're on 10. So 8,000, 16,000, we're on 10 as it says in the top right hand corner.
And Queen Jack for Ed in the cut-off. Going to be opening here. Raises to 32. And King 8 of diamonds here for Mark. Definitely mixing a free bet here. Ed's definitely got one of the stack sizes we can go after. I'd love to see it from Mark, mix it in with a King 8 suited here. Just needs to understand how Ed's still going to be opening wide from this position with his stack size. We've got a suited King here, a bit of removal, but Mark not choosing to take it. Veers on the tighter side, which is fine as well. And Sonny should just be defending the King 10 here in the big blind. If we're against some player that's just opening well too wide in the cut-off, maybe we can rip this some of the time for 20 bigs versus that cut-off open, 5-handed, but just choosing to flat and see a 7-5 deuce rainbow board. So probably just going to be going continue from Ed more often than not, and a fold from Sonny, but Ed may choose to check this board some of the time versus big blind defend range. Can go either way here as Eddie swells. And he is opting for the C-bet option. And should just see a quick fold from Sonny. I say a quick fold, but Sonny's going to float.
He's floating. Seems to be bleeding chips. 3 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, but this is good for Sonny because it's probably a card Ed's more inclined to check now. Obviously, it does connect with some of the calls on the flop, the 4-6 up and down, the ace-4 gut shot, some potential 2-pair combos, 5-3 suited, 7-3 suited. I guess we do start folding out some 8-6, some 8-9, these type of holdings, but Ed just choosing to check behind, and this is just going to be a clear bet now for Ed once it's checked over to him from Sonny. If Sonny does elect to check here, which he should do, if he bluffs here, it's going to work. But we need to be checking here as Sonny, as Ed is the opener. He's going to have all the ace-x here, which we're just going to get snapped off from. And looks like Sonny is happy to lead for 30. So this is an option, I guess. A little block bluff here, and does get Ed to fold. And as that happens,
G's. Sick ladder though. Sick ladder.
under 15 minutes, and we're on an FT.
How's that?
I have no idea. We were
How's
literally
that?
we had 13 left about.
Seems good form with the queens.
Yeah. Might have
we
been
made the
Sal,
FT.
might have been.
We've made the FT. We'll give you the full chip counts when we come back. It's a 15-minute break for that FT. We will stick Aberdour on for the final time. Enjoy the tower playing golf in the rain for the final time this week. Thanks to everybody.
When we get back as well,
yeah,
we've got another closer ticket to give out.
We have indeed. We have a £110 closer ticket to give away. We will be giving that away at the in the first session of the final. We said we'd do it in the first session of the final. We'll have another tower, thinks. Enjoy Aberdour. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the final from Edinburgh.
See you then, guys.
See you then. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Hey. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, so it's sunshining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdour. There's Aberdour. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay, not yet, because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play, enjoy it, with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there, is the first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Play for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my God, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water.
Hey, so.
What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days! That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole Aberdella. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Put in for birdie.
Good for the half.
No way! Oh!
There we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, got to get his 2 now.
Tell you what.
2 is only good for the win.
Come on!
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for 3.
Good half, good half.
In for 3. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this one's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. And this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Aberdella. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. But wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not in front of it, just look at that. Amazing. Nice getting invited to this wonderful course at Aberdella. Walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better good looking. Playing the 8th, Aberdella. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole in 2 though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan-ish. Beautiful. Go on, Johnny boy. Oh, we're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we did commented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Just got up 10 miles an hour.
Gust from the gods. Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go down the hill.
Oh my days.
And that one's way down there.
Cut! Cut! Update.
Top of the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's it's down about 20 mile an hour wind and it's actually raining again. Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, let's pull out. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right, thought you were going for it. Wow. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining, and I mean it's pissing. But he says he's going for it. So let's see what happens. He's gone for it. It's just leaking left. How is that on the green?
It's on the left fringe, sorry, it's not on the green.
So there we go. Apparently we've got to go for this one.
Toad 3 wood. So Phil doesn't have a 3 wood apparently, so.
I have a 3 wood, but I have 2 balls.
2 balls and a driver.
To be fair, that's still the same ball. It's just that. Right, come on. The wind and the rain, baby.
Oh, that's on the green. That is on the green. Oh, maybe not. It's trying, it's trying.
Oh, tried.
Just short. Good though, just short.
Oh, sat down, 18th, there it is. Been an amazing day. We've played alright between us in this weather.
Weather's been great.
186 straight down there, but that's the view. I know it's raining and I know it's cloudy and I know it's supposed to be different in the sunshine. So there's a hole down there. There's the coastline. And yes, it's raining, but I'm not really cared with it. Great day. Come on then, young man. What club you got? What club you got? 7? 187? That's 7-9? Right.
Downwind.
Jeez.
It runs like mad.
7-9. Here we go. Last tee shots, Edinburgh 2022 Championships.
This will run more than Mo Farah does.
Come on.
Last 2 times I played this one, I've lost a ball right.
It's literally street dude. Here we go. 18th. Oh, he's drawn it in as well. I tell you what, I know he's. It was the right club. I better get me 7 then.
Here we go. Second last shot of the day, Phil.
Oh, dreams are made of them kind of things. Dreams are made. 7-9 apparently.
Let's, I'll just move the camera left a bit.
Thin high.
Thin high. A few prongs of trees.
Well, we didn't even manage to far on the 18th, but you know what? That was outstanding. Abadawa, Johnny Scott. Thank you very much indeed. I shall be checking forecast next time I come, and hopefully we have better weather. But stunningly beautiful. We played all right. Loved coming to Aberdeen. We will be back. Oh, stunning. Stunning. Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in life.
Can we sit or?
4 sitting, 5 standing behind.
Say again? Okay.
I'm a midget, so my knees are full.
I understand. Fuck it.
As we get the 4 who are meant to be sitting stand out.
That makes
So
that is me. Which one is 6? That looks like a 6 to me.
okay. Can we have Mohammed, Yunus, Gary and Edward sat in the seats, please? Yeah.
David, can you...
Seat 5 for me, please. And everyone else stood behind however you wish. How many is that then?
take multiple.
Yeah. Guess single party if you guys. Want to show the grandkids. Nah.
Can we get the drink off the table?
Yeah.
Sorry about that, it's for the vibe actually, yeah.
There we go. Cool, thank you. Beautiful. Get a smile,
I can't smile, man. I hate my teeth.
Okay, seat 1, Cameron. Seat 2, Christopher. Seat 3, Sonny. Seat 4, Edward. Seat 5, Gary. Seat 6, Eunice. Seat 7, Mohammed. Seat 8, Mark. And seat 9, Karen.
Would this be a bit DT asking if we can use the big since
Walk
away with something? We usually use them because they feel so high.
I know, I'm the old man. Yeah. Oh, out there. They don't fit around the table. Oh, they got the armrest as well.
I'll just have one. I mean, we all can. Why should we all have one?
Wrap them in with his heads up.
Wow. Just while I'm here, let me enjoy it. It's not my fault.
Okay, guys, we're going to the final table again. We'll see you down to 5 players across the board, down to 40.
So here we go. This is the FT. So a quick wander around. In seat number 1 is Cameron Wilson. Chip count. Oh, they were full chip counts. Seat 1, Cameron Wilson. Seat number 2, Chris Welsh. Sonny Ruhilu in seat 3. Eddie Swales in 4. Gary Armstrong in 5. Eunice Barakat in 6. Mocha Kenny in 7. In 8 is Mark Roberts, and 9 is Jarrod Thatcher. That is the final table of 9. Unfortunately, the final table, Mr. Bubble Boy, Mr. Dave Doherty. He got shouted back from the number 87 bus stop yesterday with 6,000 chips. He spun it up to 350,000, and we thought it was going to be what dreams are made of. But unfortunately, 9's against Ace King, dead on the turn, and that was it. So we're, as punishment, we're going to bring him into the comms. And here he is, going to do the first half hour, Jay, and then we'll switch over And we'll do that. So the first hand of the table, I'm just going to depart, and the next time you see the picture, you'll see Mr. Dave Doherty.
Oh. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Unfortunate. See you bubbling, but obviously thought you was out yesterday when that pot happened.
I was halfway out the door, literally.
Yeah, and spun it up. So still a good result. Little fact as well. You bubbled. You FT bubbled. You weren't on the feature table all tournament.
Yeah, that's nuts.
What's the chances?
Literally obviously by virtue of being on the final 9, everyone here has been on the feature table at least once.
Yes.
I get to the final 10 of the tournament, 3-day tournament, and I wasn't on the feature once.
Yeah, we have seen all of these over the last few days. You're right. There's not a single person here we haven't seen on the feature. We're about to start. There's the stack sizes. Mark, the chip leader. Eunice 1.4 million. What we're going to do as well, guys, for the giveaway, an hour into this session, Dave's going to do half hour with me, half hour tower, and then when I return, after he does the half hour tower, that's when we're going to do the giveaway. So in about an hour's time, we're going to give away a £110 closer ticket.
Yeah, no, I do.
Couldn't do the old mini and main double FT either.
Ed's done it.
Ed's done it, obviously, yeah.
I bubbled it, unfortunately. It's been a good week though. I mean, like, you can't complain. I got to 3-handed in the mini and went sort of dead, but I was like 3 of 3 anyway, and just lost the flip against Danny Gormley, bust 3rd. Lost the flip in this to bust 10th, but I was like very lucky to get here. Like, this is one that you just don't complain about because you obviously need to run stupidly good to spin up from 5k to 350. I think I'd sent Eunice on monkey tilt last night because he doubled me up like 4 or 5 times to get me up to it. It was like every chip I got was off of Eunice. He was losing his mind with me. Oh, that's right, Stuart. Yeah, Cammy was 7th in the mini as well. So Cammy and Ed were both on both final tables.
So Sonny opening Ace Jack and the low Jack, and Mark defending the Jack 8, and Sonny just continuing on 7 boost 4 or 40k. So between 40% and half. Mark probably just going to let the Jack 8 go the way Mark's been playing. Don't think he's going to be getting out of line. How we doing? Catherine McLaren says good luck, Cameron. Back in Luton though, Dave, for another shot. You've got to retain the title.
Well, it's going like very similar to last year so far. I got 11th in this last year, came in, done the FT comms, and then went and won Luton. Got 10th this year, coming in to do comms. Like, I can't finish position 0 in Luton. I don't know whether that means I'm going to win it or I'm going to bust first, but we'll find out. But yeah, going down there to defend. I was looking forward to maybe like having this trophy and having like the weird situation of being defending champion in 2 different ways.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do you know much about any of the players here? Because to be honest with you, other than Eddie Swales, I am a bit in the dark about players here, because obviously there's a lot of locals, I'm guessing, from Scotland that you're probably going to be a lot more familiar with than me.
I'm not as familiar as I am with like most of the locals who are playing. It's mostly the ones that I haven't got a lot of experience with that are on the FT. But I've played a lot with Cammy in the past and this weekend. I know Eunice. I'm trying to think who's on the other side of the table. I'll just wait in the camera for to see if I know anyone else. Yeah, like Cammy and Eunice are the 2 I would know like the most about, I think. Obviously Ed's like a good online rank, but I didn't know who he was until like Danny Gormley told me the other day. So yeah, I don't really know any of the other guys, to be honest. It's like, I'd be a bit in the dark as well if I wasn't the final table. I have played with all of them like yesterday at some point, so we've got some history with them.
I do have a feeling though that this FT is going to be a pretty tight FT. Just from what I've seen from a few of the players over the last couple of days, we saw Jared fold queens, obviously off sub 20 bigs, button versus small versus big dynamic. Yesterday we saw Cammy fold tens in a situation 24 bigs free where he could afford that rip. So I'm just thinking maybe. For a lot of them, it could be a big FT, not used to playing for this amount of money up top, and could potentially veer more towards the tighter side.
I mean, it was obviously like playing into my mindset as well. Getting towards the FT, like I'd built up. I went down earlier I came out with 350. I went down to like 150, then spun back up at 450 without being all in or like showing my cards or anything. I went back down again to around 350 when I got the nines in. So I think it's maybe just slightly below 350. So I'd maybe have like 650 or something if I'd won the nines. And if I'm on a featured, if I'm on a final table like this, given some of the hand history I've heard over the weekend, I'm going to be pretty happy going for it. So like it's a kind of FT I would have not trying to sound like disrespectful or anything, but people like those folds that you're describing are just not folds. We've got a big.
We got a flip. Queens versus Ace King. Jared getting in with the Ace King. A man that did fold the Queens earlier, and if he wins this flip, it may work out all right. Letting them go in that situation, but Ed, slight favourite here, and even bigger favourite now on that board. Backdoor wheel possibilities, but other than that, just fading aces and kings. 4 on the turn, so there is that backdoor wheel possibility. So ace king 5 to fade for Eddie Swales, and we're going to lose one. And it's a king on the river. Second time we've seen that today when someone's at risk. And Jared finds the king and up to 442k. And Ed 1 card away from busting the player, and everyone getting a little ladder.
I know he didn't have a market on this today, but I wouldn't be surprised to see like a 3 or 4 handed deal either from pretty much any arrangement of players. I think Ed's I don't know enough about his earnings or anything. I think he's probably the best player left, but Ed's the only one that I can maybe see that won't deal. I think everyone else might be up for it.
Just catching up with the chat, guys. Jay, could you applaud Mr. Doherty for another deep run? Hats off, huge fan. That's from Eggy. Eggy in Leeds. I'm sure we'll see you in Leeds this year, Eggy. Telling him my money's on Gary Armstrong. Finished second in Newcastle 25-25 last week. And Guy in C7 was the best spin and go player in 2019 on Stars.
I heard that earlier, Stuart, and you have to applaud that to some degree, but like, the 3-bet folding jacks to me is just, it's difficult to describe. I don't know, if I see someone do that, it's hard for me to understand.
To be fair, Mo other than that particular hand, he's been playing pretty well, like aggression in good spots. To be fair, he's ran a good couple of double barrels, big 3-barrel yesterday as well, which he got through. So I think Mo's been playing pretty well, to be honest. Other than that Jack's hand, it was been a good show from Mo.
I mean, if that is true, then like, maybe he's one that won't deal as well, because he's going to be like super experienced 3-handed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So Jared opening button with the Queen Jack, and Chris defending the 6-3 suited. Queen 7-7, 2-diamond board, top pair for Jared. And Chris checking it over to him. And mixing a check here. Gets the lady on the turn. Gonna love to see that. And Chris just going to be done with the hand. I don't think he's ever going to be leaving here with the 6-3. Jared checking once more.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a range bet on the flop, but I don't mind. Like, once you've checked it back, I think it makes a ton of sense to just keep checking, keep your hand looking like ace or king high, maybe induce a bluff at some point.
Yeah, but Chris not falling for it. So 50k, quick fold. Baby's money's on Mo or Cameron.
I do think it's a trend from, you know, both from final tables I've been on or like in and around and watching the stream. It is a trend that people tend to, you know, get a little bit scared if a 4-bet goes in.
Yeah.
In these, and I've seen like in the last like 3 or 4 legs, I've seen people fold like big hands consistently, like near FT bubbles, and more often than not they're actually wrong. Like I'm not saying that there haven't been like some good folds at some point, but it feels as though people maybe do let the money like affect the decisions a little bit too much. Like sometimes the deck's just against you and you can't control it. Like, and if you're folding spots like the queens or the jacks as well, and you're folding because you think you're coloured, what's actually happened is that you're not coloured. The deck's trying to give you the chips, and you're not taking them. You know? Like,
Gary, ace king, up with the gun +1 raises to 35. Check a heart swap. Gary on the button, chooses to pill. Thoughts on this one, Dave? On the button here, peeling.
We're relatively deep. I don't hate it.
We've also got Gary covered as well.
Yeah.
Second in chips.
I mean, well, I say I don't hate it. I think I much prefer it to 3-betting. Like 3-betting would be way too wide, I think.
So Cammy does get a nice flop for his hand, flopping a flush draw, and as well as that as well, I guess he's going to have more 9x in this spot than Gary, peeling on the button. Some ace 9 suited, 10 9 suited type holdings. Gary continuing for 30, so a little bit less than third.
Yeah, upplay from both of the flop, I think so far. It's going to get interesting on this turn card because there's a lot of draws on the board now. Cammy can have some very easy floatable hands, like Jack 10 suited is a good backdoor floating a board like this. So like Gary's actually unblocking both hearts and clubs. So this is like his cleanest check pot. Well, he's gone for the barrel. I don't, you know, I think you can go either way. I just don't think Gary should be finding a way to fold the turn. But it's going to get interesting if this breaks out as to whether Cammy's going to bluff the missed flush draw or not.
So it does come the deuce of clubs. Now a quick check from Gary.
I think it could have been interesting for Cammy to mix in a raise on the turn actually, because like his 9x is often going to announce itself at that point. You do want to build a pot. He's got a hand like ace 9 or something.
Just shove. I know. I thought he was all in. It was 200.
Oh right, yeah.
Fired for 200k.
Yeah.
He looked at the dealer like he like people do, but they said all in. Yeah. So fired for 200k and just a snap fold from the ace king. Didn't even think about it. And
like, obviously that's a very polar bet on river, but I think the ace king should be. I know it's easy to see. Like I can see Cammy's going to miss flush draw, but I think the ace king should be at least thinking about it versus such a polar bet, because is Cammy going to choose that size with just a queen? Who knows? But it's at least worth some debate. And as I said, like Gary had like the nut ace king combo there. He unblocked the heart draws and the backdoor club draws. So that's the one that you want to start thinking about if you're going to find any hero calls. As it turned out, Cammy got a good bluff through a river.
Yeah, it's still heart showing from Cammy. Fair enough. Still got to be able to run it on the FT there.
Yeah. Sometimes you do like. Obviously the common knowledge is that you don't bluff your missed flush draws. You want other people to have missed flush draws so that they fold more often. But sometimes in a situation such as that, you just don't have that many hands that you can naturally bluff, and you just have to pick some of your flush draws. If Cammy's peeling the Jack 8 suited, that's going to be like right at the bottom of his peeling range, I think. So I like the river bluff there, even though it does block the hearts.
Yeah, he says I watched a lot of Cameron yesterday. He's a dark horse, one small pot at a time for a straight 2 hours.
Cammy was going off his nut at me a little bit in the mini and in the main. We must have played about 8 9 pots together. He just couldn't seem to win one. He wasn't happy about it, and then he sat down today and I was on his diary and left again. He was complaining a little bit, but he got the better of me today.
I heard steak is the last one.
The thing is, Chris, like he bet very small. Gary bet very small with ace king on the turn, so he's sort of in the middle of his range, having chose that size where it doesn't make sense to bet a hand that good as a bluff because like you're never making Cammy fold a queen. So I think if he does bet the river with ace king, he definitely gets it through. But I wouldn't really like it at that stage. Like I don't really see what he's trying to make Cammy fold at that point. So I'd rather he checked river and evaluated, and maybe found a call now and then, or a check raise. But I mean, I don't really see the point of tripling there for that hand.
So going to potentially be going in here because I don't expect Jared to have too many light free bets, and I think when it comes back round to Mark, he's just going to, oh wow, Cammy's got ace king here, ace queen.
I think I'm going to go on record saying I think this is a pretty easy fold versus this action. It might look more difficult than it is. Yeah, Cammy's folded very quickly. Like that's obviously improves me there.
The thing is as well, Mark's been probably one of the most solid players over the last couple of days, Dave, which is something to take into account. Hasn't been getting out of line, not running any real post-flop bluffs I haven't seen, and most of his free bets have been weighted towards value.
It's going to be interesting to guess what Jared has here because 3 of the aces are dead now, so he can't have aces. And it's on the very small side, so I wouldn't expect ace king to take this sizing either. So I'm going to call out that Jared's actually taking a 3-bet bluff here.
There's 2 queens gone now as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't have guessed it initially, but like with the amount of dead cards I'm seeing, like it might make sense if Jared's got like a king 10 suited or something here.
This is just a jam for 32 bigs effective for Mark.
Yeah.
There's the all in. Jared with the quick fold, so spot on Dave must have been one of those bluffs, 3-bet bluffs in that. Maybe just attacking Mark's here now. He's played the last couple of days and thinking that yeah, he's going to be overfolding, but stuck straight back up in.
No, he'd never well, I say he'd never 3-bet for the pocket tens. He definitely shouldn't be doing it, but whether he would or not, I don't know.
We saw the queen's hand earlier, so yeah, maybe not out of question. He snap folded as well, so could have been tens. You never know.
I did see yesterday. I watched giving away some of my trade secrets here, but like I went home last night and I turbo watched some of the stream back because there were a bunch of players that I hadn't played with yet, just to try and get a feel for like how people were playing. And I noticed a lot on this table were 3-betting with hands that really shouldn't be 3-betting off of particular stack depths. And I saw like a pocket 7 was a 3-bet off of like 30 bigs, not all in.
I remember that hand as well.
Just, you know, situations like this where they're almost like trying to win the pot pre-flop because of the hand they have, rather than thinking what the overall strategy is at that stack depth. And you know, if that's the case, then it wouldn't surprise me if he's 3-bet folded a pair, but definitely shouldn't be doing that if he didn't a pair. I think it's just more likely he had a bluff though. I think it's like a very, very quick fold.
King 10 of spades now, making it 32. Here, pocket 9's effective stack here is 26 bigs. Shoving here, Dave?
Yeah, I think it's just a shove.
This stack? I agree. Just stick it in with the 9's here.
It's one of these things, like people always think about, well, if we're shoving, what are we trying to get called by? But you're protecting your equity in the pot. You're not getting called by 8s, you're getting called by ace king, but you also just make them fold hands like king 10 suited, which have an absolute heap of equity against you.
Great for us, like just getting those 2 overcards out of the pot is great. And I'd like to see you just shove here, whether he does or not, we're about to find out. And that looks like a chunky bet, some 100Ks in there, effectively setting Jared all in, and just a quick fold from Jared.
Yeah, I did expect Eunice to find the shot there, so good to see. It's like there's still a relatively decent amount of ICM pressure on like 4 people here, because like at the bottom the stacks are all very close. It's not as though one's able to get it in a little bit lighter. So we could be 9-handed for a while here, like unless we get a setup.
well, we had the Ace King versus Queens, obviously. That's like how it got in, a bit of a cold deck, and Jared doubling up. How's Towers treble looking? Marker there, 1-0 Brighton. Towers got leads, the other team that are now 1-0 down. But it's okay, we've been here before. We have been here before with a treble.
Did the treble not win recently?
Yeah, we were going mental. I was eating my dinner at the bar in the Vic, and Towers gone red dot on flush scores. We come in, I'm jumping around. I had a bit of money on it, so it was a nice little payday. And we're jumping around the bar at the Vic on the dinner break, and all the valets looked at us like, what the hell's going on, what's just happened? And the guy from 888, Doran, come over, I ran into the booth, thought there'd been a royal flush on the street. But we were jumping around because of the bet, yeah.
So this is interesting, but like Sonny's just what I call a French click here, because like the
French click,
yeah,
I've never heard that.
Yeah, well the legal 3-bet in France used to have to be double the bet instead of double the raise. So
okay.
like
French click, I like it.
Yeah, so Jared's peeled here. I like this off of this style. I just don't think there's anything he can fold to this, especially a hand like 8s, which is going to be very easy to play post flop. He does only have the 1 out, and on that board I'd be folding pretty quickly, which Jared does.
Oh wow, 1-0 West Ham, 1-0 up against City.
That's put the cat on the pigeons.
Yeah, if they win, they will do.
Well, having said that, like Liverpool's goal difference is pretty subpar, right? But even if City win, it means that Liverpool are going to have to go for goals later.
Yeah, if City lose and Liverpool win their last game, they're going to be level on points going into the last game of the season with a difference of 6 goal difference. So
if Liverpool are playing Southampton and they can just lose 8-0. 8-0 at will, right?
City have got Villa though at home, which is.
I mean, Gerrard was part of the bus.
Oh yeah, Gerrard, obviously. That's the point.
Gerrard running on the final minute, it's like kicking the ball clear.
Long way to go though. Chris here shoving the King 10 suited under the gun +2.
I think that's too loose at this point, to be honest. There's still 14 bigs in early position. I know it's like you want to maintain a playable stack, but you've got, what, 7 players to get through. Obviously you're going to have reasonable equity with a King 10 suited and call, but I think this is like a little bit on the wide side.
What position are you shoving this King 10 from, Dave? For 14 bigs?
I think like hijack is probably the cut off, yeah.
So once more he's all in here. Chris Welsh a little bit better this time. Ace Jack for 16 big blinds now.
Same thing again though, where you know it's a decent hand, but when you get called, like you're just going to be in bad shape. I think Ace Jack off works better since there is fold in this spot. It still looks really strong, but you can still get away from it if someone wakes up behind you.
And that's all because obviously you've got to be tired because of ICM in this spot.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think Chris is the short stack, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he has to be first of all. He's still got like playability with 16, 17 bigs, whatever it is. Gets both of them through it, so he's pushed Jared down the short stack for those 2 pots.
All of them work.
Yeah, of course.
Don't bring us into it, Apocalypse. I didn't even watch the cup final yesterday. Talking about the football yesterday, apparently Chelsea should have had 2 pens. Oh, you're probably talking about Gary Neville. I don't know if he done the commentary on the FA Cup final or not.
Yeah, I didn't see any of it either. Something was 0-0, so probably just boring. But I've seen Scottish football take a beating up here by all the English players this week, so I'm just like, when the FA Cup final's 0-0, I'm just going to give a little bit of a back, you know. Like, two of the best teams in the world, and can't even score a goal.
I wouldn't say Chelsea, they're the best teams in the world.
Yeah,
but,
right now, like,
Liverpool.
Technically, they're still the defending European champions. Technically,
yeah, of course. I'm really looking forward to the Liverpool-Real Madrid game though, because I think when Liverpool played Real Madrid, what was it, 4 years ago now? Was that final?
3-1 Carriers,
Yeah, the Carriers one, yeah. Well, I think Liverpool are a completely different team to that now, and I think it's going to be a really good game.
I think Liverpool are a better side this time, but Madrid are, one of the teams that can just batter them. It wouldn't shock me if it was like 3 each or something again. I think the 2 teams will just go for it.
Should have been a Liverpool City final. It's still crazy how Real Madrid are even there.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I came in. I can't remember where it was, what stop I was coming back from, but I just get in and I checked my phone as I walked in the door, and it was like 88 minutes. It was 1-0 to City, and I was like, all right, Liverpool City final. I was kind of looking forward to that as well. I thought that'd be a sick game too. And then I made some food, sat down at the table, checked my phone again, and it was in extra time, and I went to the TV and switched it on.
Ace-9 for Mark in the cut-off, raises to 40k. So 2.5x here, and Jared ace-deuce suited on the button. Problem is we've got 16 bigs here as Jared, and we would have fold. Like potentially a different spot in the tournament, I'd probably shove there, but as Dave said, being tighter. So we're on an FT.
I think that's a good spot if he's maybe in the big blind versus like a late position open there. I think that's a good one because big blinds tend to defend a lot more than 3-bet, so it looks like much stronger, whereas it almost looks like a still in the bottom. Not that that's the calling range can't really change depending on what it looks like. That isn't factoring into it, but it's more so just the stacks are very close at the moment. You don't need to take the sort of the more marginal ones. I was surprised by that, Gary, because I played a little bit with Jared yesterday. There was he played an interesting hand against Spand, where I misread the stacks. I was talking to Spand about it later, and I'd misread the stacks. And having known what the stacks were, I think it was sort of strangely played. But he's got a really good resume. He had the most, when I searched last night, he had the most money on the Hendon mob of anyone left in the tournament. So he's got a good background behind him, Jared.
Something not defending the King 3. Action for Eunice with the ladies. Yeah, that is strange. I've just had a little look now. They $500,000 in live earnings, and don't expect someone who's got plenty of cash as their name to be folding queens in that spot. All his cashes coming from Australia.
He was telling me yesterday his girlfriend's from Edinburgh, so he's over visiting her family after they didn't get to come over during the pandemic, so he just thought he'd flick the local tournament in while he's here.
That seems to do alright.
Gary with the 10s under the gun. Going to be opening.
Makes it 35 to go.
You have like the menu, like the nice one. Apparently there's a shite one and a less shite one.
You mean the restaurant?
Coming in exactly. This one.
There's like less shite.
You know what I've just noticed as well, Jay, that's making me really sad that I didn't get on the feature table? You've got a Scotland flag in the graphics.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah, we do, yeah.
I've had to put up the Union Jack for the last few months, so now we get the saltire.
PK got it. Weren't on the system or anything. You had to spend all night on paint and then plug it in.
Well, Gary's flopped the boat.
Oh wait, is this the like, was it like
Gary on a big final table. Love to see it. And looks like it's gonna just fire.
Yeah, I don't mind this versus small blind range. And I mean, we can see Gary's got a boat. Sonny's got a great hand to float one here versus a small size as well, with the ace of spades. But Sonny, from what I seen yesterday, was like on the tighter side. I do think he'll call versus this size, but he'll be hoping not to turn a spade. Well, he'll be hoping to turn a spade, but we know that he doesn't want one.
Thing is though, there's still no like English flag. There's no English flag.
Oh yeah, you need to sort that out.
Well, we've got a Union Jack obviously, but there's no actual English flag.
I mean, I don't want to sound here like some, like nationalist nut job or something, but I was disappointed. I emailed the GPI recently because obviously you've got like a Scotland's all-time money list on the Hendon mob in England and Wales and so on. But on the GPI, they can bind them all into like a British rating. And I wanted them to put a Scottish one up because I nearly caught Neil Farrell. I was nearly #1 in Scotland, but I had no way of showing it.
Okay.
I was like, can you just do this? And then like Feraldo FT'd a 10k in EPT, and he's like shot away in front again. So I got to second, but still not caught Feraldo yet.
but then like, like breakfast would be...
Half hour into the final table. Not much happened as yet. We did have one flip, Ace King versus Queens. Jared doubling up through Ed Swells. But as I said when we come in, I really thought this was going to be a more tight FT than what we've seen in previous streams.
Well, the funny thing is, I know like a few from looking through the Hendon mob yesterday. I know a few of the players, not necessarily at this table. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I know a few of the tables are from Dundee. And there's a very famous phrase in Scottish poker known as a Dundee chop, where when an outrageous number of people chop a poker tournament. So if there's a bunch of people from Dundee still, I think we could maybe get an 8-way chop on
Dundee chop. It happened at the Vic back in 2017. There was an 8-way chop in the GUKPT.
Oh really?
Yeah,
8 wins.
Yes, 2017.
I'd expect Ed to be peeling here.
I'm joined in the booth by David Doherty Geff on Twitch.
Actually, yeah, I've just noticed stack sizes. Shoving would be perfectly reasonable as well here. Don't think he'll be folding. Yeah, he has shoved there. I do like that shove. I thought he was a little deeper than that initially when I looked at the stacks.
Yeah, just sub 30.
Yeah.
Can't see Cammy's hand, unfortunately.
I was just going to say there, this is a sort of spot where once Ed doesn't get snapped, he might be, okay with it, but I'd still expect Cammy to maybe think about it with 9s or 10s there. Whereas, like, you're aware of what the sort of range Ed's jamming. in that spot of the bench in time to just do really well against it. Obviously didn't recall it.
Apart from the size, I just say, is it okay?
2 Dundee lads on the FT seat 3 and seat 5. Cheers for that, Winnie. I wasn't sure who it was, couldn't remember.
Yeah, some casinos are insane. It used to be okay. If you know you don't see anybody here anymore. Nobody will ever see you. Unless the test.
Deuces for Chris.
This is just not an open. Need to point that one out. Off of this, I mean, off of most stacks, this is on an FT is not the hand you want to be playing, because if we talk about blockers, that's the one that you really want people to have at the table. You know, they want them to have the distance, but off of 17 bigs, it plays terribly post flop. You can't call a raise with it. You can't call a jam with it. But, that one's just going to be a fold. Yeah, golly, it's a good omen for Luton for sure. Like, I actually thought, I didn't realise, I think it was Radislav that busted 11th this year. But he busted like 30 seconds before I did. So I got 11th in this last year and 10th this year. Went to Luton and won it last year. So I don't know whether that means I'm going to win again or whether it means I'm going to be first out. I'll need to see. So Eunice hasn't had a lot of spots while I've been in the booth so far. He's going to get to put some chips in the pot, blind v blind.
Looks like a race. Makes it 48. I'm not going to be going anywhere with a suited king here.
I think you can go either way here. Like, I personally prefer peeling, but if he wants to use this as a 3-bet bluff, I don't hate the selection either, but he has gone for the peel.
So Jack 6-4. Blinds are going to be going up in just under 10 minutes time, guys, and still not lost one. Nearly 45 minutes into RFT. Only one all in and a call so far.
You're just going for the C-bet with good back doors here. He's going to get a lot of good turn cards to barrel on if Mo does continue. And you know, he has king high with good back doors himself, so I don't really think he should be folding yet blind v blind, but we'll see how it goes. He does put the chips in for the float. And Mo's gone favourite to win the hand on this card because it's way more likely Mo's going to have a 6 than Eunice. So Eunice is going to be forced to check this turn quite a lot. I think as well, like king high can just be the best hand here, but this is like Mo's worst king high that he's going to have. So I don't mind just like sticking out, you know, 25% the third pot or something, just to shake stuff like 10-9 out the pot, stop it from bluffing you on river. So I'd maybe expect Mo to stab this turn and
whoever expects to fold out ace highs with a bet here.
I think if you not immediately, but if you want to make ace high fold, you need to bet the turn. You can't wait until the river. You need to be setting up a double barrel so that you can credibly rip a 6, because like a 6 should never be checking back here, because you can just get to a streets out of an overpair or a jack or something. You'd want to charge a flush draw as well if you had a 6. So.
But on this occasion, Eunice just with a hand that's going to have to get out the way.
Yeah.
This pot's going to go the way of Moat.
Well played hand by both.
What's the most main events one player has won? I believe Ben Windsor is top of the tree. I think there's a couple of others as well. No, Ben's won 3. I think Ali Malou's won 3 as well. Ali Malou with the most insane record ever. I think it's 8 final tables and never had worse than a third place.
3,
it's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's crazy.
Don't underestimate them.
To be fair, like I've got the same records. Like, I'm 1 out of 1.
Oh, one out of 1. Yeah, 1 out of 1.
Yeah, that's insane though. 8 out of 8 top 3. But the funny thing is, I don't think that's just a coincidence. Ali's playing style, when you're looking at like some of the folds we were talking about earlier, Ali's playing style, 2-0 to West Ham. Wow. Yeah, Ali's playing style, he's not one to back down. So if anyone is under any ICM pressure, they're a bit worried about the pay jumps or whatever, Ali's one of the guys you don't want on the table with you.
Of course. He's just so unpredictable as well, Dave. Like, that's the thing, he's got so much unpredictability about his game. Like,
if West Ham hold this, what a weekend it is to be a Liverpool fan. Like, win the FA Cup final on penalties, already got the League Cup in the bag, and they might be able to overtake City now and bag the quadruple. And they'd only be the second team in history to win the quadruple.
Second?
Who's the first?
That was Celtic.
It was, yeah. 1967. Yeah. The Lisbon Lions won everything they entered.
They'll be the first English team to win the quad.
Yep.
Probably the hardest quadruple though, winning the Premier League, the Champions
Oh, for
League.
sure, yeah. I'm not suggesting for a second. It wasn't harder, but first's worth something as well. So, this is a difficult spot for Gary actually. Like, Ed's gone in for the small 3-bet here in the hijack. Gary's got 10s. This is really awkward. Because if he does cold 4, he's going to have to call Ed's jam, and Ed started this hand with $500,000, so I actually agree with the 10s fold here. I think this is just a very tricky spot to play, especially versus these positions. It's very unlikely Ed's... I think in this situation he is going to fold if Chris jams, but it's very unlikely that he is going to find a fold. And you have to wonder, I know these hands were relatively recently, but you have to wonder if Ed's getting fed information on the stream as well, and has maybe noticed some of the opens Chris has made that I've said are maybe on the looser side. So this looks like it's a good 3-bet bluff from Ed, and it does get through.
Nicely done by Ed. Who was my pick for winning? I picked Ed at the start of the day, to be honest. I said to Tara, I fancy Ed. The man sat next to me now, because I picked one of the short stacks as well, and I went with Dave. But I saw Ed play a lot the other day. He was on my table day 2 in the mini. Seemed to play well, and I just went on that really.
Yeah.
You was there as well.
Yeah, I was on the table as well.
You and Ed
played a few fun matches.
Yeah, we did. I'm not going to get in pots with you no more because you're due. Law of averages. You're just. I'm just going to overfold now.
Yeah, that's probably right. It's funny how you just get little quirks like that against some players. Like people hold over you, others you hold over them. Like I was holding over Cammy like all weekend basically in the mini and in the main until today. Won a couple of pots off me today, but I think it's. I mean, it's 9-handed, right? It's like anyone can win it. Everyone's got like a decent chance to win it. But I like Eunice's chances. Like he's a very what's the word I'm looking for? He's a very sophisticated player, but he's also calm, and he's not gonna do anything crazy. Yeah. So I think you're likely going to see Eunice in the top 3, and if he's there, like, I'd fancy his chances. But that's not to say that I don't rate Ed as well. I think he's a very good shout to win.
And A6 of clubs in the low jack here for Ed Swells.
And I'm saying that mainly just on an experience basis as well, because like, you know, there are other players in the table with a lot of chips who could easily win it as well. I know that Eunice is playing like high stakes cash, and Ed's like a very accomplished online MTT player, so like they're both not going to be as affected by the money, I don't think.
And Eunice probably thinking about free betting here because of that reason, like Ed's particular stack size here. I mean, not got the best seat here, Ed, with Eunice 2 to his left and Mo, and then Mark's not really too aggressive, but obviously with a chip lead.
Yeah, I'm glad that I just called Eunice out and he's finding this 3-bet at the right time as well, because like Ed is obviously, as I say, a very accomplished MTT player. He's one of the few people at this table who would be opening ace-6 suited in this position. I like the open, but Eunice has obviously identified that the table's playing kind of tight. He knows that Ed's going to notice that and open a bit wider, and he's identified a good spot to 3-bet him. So again, a well-played hand by both there. The other aspect of that as well, guys, is Ed started that hand with 38 big blinds, and Eunice covers him by a considerable distance. So the amount of ICM pressure he can put on Ed there is enormous, because Ed's like 5th or 6th in chips. He does not want to be 9th out, so he needs to continue very, very tightly versus that 3-bet.
Alright, doing the old switcheroo. I think Dave's moving over to this seat because Tower sits in Tower's seat.
Hampton deck.
Hampton deck.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. What's been happening? Oh, I've just had an hour on floor, laid out, snoring. Oi, Tower, you snoring?
I'm going back to bed for an hour.
Jack was in there sleeping earlier as well.
It was. He's had a decent weekend, and Jackie's had a holiday rather than a game of poker. But Dave's with us until the break. So thanks to Dave for his time.
I tried to get you to go away.
And we're back into it. Let's go.
See you in half an hour.
Yeah, so we had one major confrontation, Tyler. Jared doubled up through Ed's Ace King v Queens, a king on the river, and then we've had a couple of nice 3-bet pots, but it's fairly cagey as you'd expect with these stack bets. Like everyone's at the bottom's fairly close to
Absolutely, and obviously to us and a lot of players with you going around the tour and stuff like that, this is probably the leg where the lesser known players on the circuit will always hit a final table, because it's predominantly a locals tournament. Even though there are more and more people now travelling up to Edinburgh to play the comp, this would be the leg where a lot of unknown poker players to the circuit would hit a final table.
It's probably like the leg that I'm more likely to have a run in as well. I mean, I say that as though, like, obviously I just finished 10th, so like, it's not as though I'm predicting it having a happen, but like, I know way more players in the room at this leg than at any other stop. So like, I'll go down to Manchester, get in a tough spot against a player that I've never played against before and maybe not know what to do, but like, I know a lot of the random players up here that the tour regulars won't know. So that's a nice advantage to have sometimes.
Sonny for the win, says Jake. Who's watching on Facey?
I think Cammy should have started betting by now
at some point
with the straight. Like on a free flush board as well. You want to just get A, value for your hand, but B, like, you know, don't let the board run out horrifically for you. You don't want another club coming out there and you just get bluffed off it. So should have put some chips in the turn, Cammy, but he's finding the value bet on the river now, and the most is going to fold ace 5, you'd expect. Let's get out of the way.
So, blanks are up. 10,000, 20,000.
So still on 9. We started the day with 14. First player out was Scott Finlayson for 3,070. Craig Smith in 13 for 3,330. Laurinus Jakutis in 12 for 35.80. Rad Liev for 38.50 in 11th, and the man sat at the side of me in 10th, 4,090. and not once this event was you on the feature.
Yeah, I was saying to Jay when I came in. It's
Not once.
Absolutely mental. Like, I actually wonder if that's ever happened before. Where like the player had, because
Bubbles the final table
Yeah.
and still doesn't get on any of the TV, any of the feature tables.
yeah, obviously if it's just a day 3 and like there's maybe 3 tables left, it's still unlikely you're going to be on the feature. Like there's only one feature table, there's 2 non-feature tables, but to actually finish. When I looked at the draw I had today as well, like, I thought it was more likely that was going to be the feature table than the other one.
Yeah, I still think it's actually random when they press the button in the morning.
Oh really?
I really do. I don't know, because obviously it's all set up for us when we get here. So with the table's already set, the chips already out on the table when we get here. So
yeah, to finish 10th when the final table's 9-handed and never be on the feature table once seems really, really unlikely. But here we are.
Mickey Spillane's down in Bristol now. Set off this morning on his way back down to I think it's Hampshire. We're in Bristol now, so very close indeed. Glad you're still watching, Mickey. I hope the traffic has been good.
Did you see the West Ham score, Tara?
They are winning at half-time 2-0. I've just been watching 10 minutes of it, which is interesting for the title race.
It'll make the Southampton-Liverpool game good later
Yeah,
as well. Like,
is that today or is that tomorrow?
I don't know, I thought it was today, maybe it is tomorrow.
No, I think Everton's 4:30.
Was that the...
Yeah, so I don't know when Liverpool is, but yeah.
So, yeah, like it's... Liverpool, even if this held at 2-0, Liverpool I think are still 5 goals behind City, so they'd still have to go for goals against Southampton. So, I mean, can you imagine that? Let's say this result holds, Liverpool win 5-0 and they go into the final weekend level
exactly
in goals.
level. Yeah. How they play Liverpool? They play Southampton on Tuesday.
That happened once in Scotland, actually, where Celtic and Rangers went into the final game week. Rangers were 1 goal in front, and like the 2 games were mental because like both teams were just having to go for goals like, for as long as they could. Remember, like I can't remember exactly how the game went, but Rangers won 6-1, Celtic won 4-0. But Rangers were 3-0 up, and then Dunfermline got a goal back, and like everyone in the Celtic end went mental. Like,
oh right!
And then pulling 1 goal back from 3-0 to 3-1. You know, it was such a bizarre situation. Eunice's 3-bet and ace queen off here versus Ed's UTG. This is an interesting decision. I think it's probably better as a peel at this depth, just because I don't think we can 3-bet call versus Ed's on the gun range. So I'd rather just keep his range a little wide. It's going to get through here, but like, I think he maybe puts himself in a tricky spot if Ed rips on him. So Eunice adds to his stack. Lines have just gone up again.
Jared at danger, Chris in danger, 10 and 11 bigs respective.
I have the get out of only one.
We nearly had to bring you in earlier in the hand with the 10s, jacks and queens.
Oh my God.
Did he run you through the hand?
Yeah, I saw Span showed me outside. I'm surprised he didn't hear me.
Jay says if he gets 2 better hands to fold in, I'm off.
Yeah.
He says that's me done for the day. I had to ring you up.
I was saying I was perfectly happy with busting 10th, having had 6k yesterday. I was never going to complain about having to spin up and busting out, losing a flip and busting out, but when I walked outside and Span showed me that hand, my heart just sank. I was like, I'd very much like to be on a final table where people are folding jacks and queens to 4 bets. And we were talking earlier. I was talking with Jay earlier, and I said like in the last few legs, like we've got 4 or 5 legs. I think it's becoming a common theme where like people are finding big folds on final tables, and they're quite often wrong. Like, I mean, we've had a few like very good for like correct folds. Like I mean, Bixie had like the big fold yesterday that I saw. But if you look back, we had the one that Tim made that like broke the chat box, and I remember on my final table, someone I think 3-bet folded the queens to Leon Campbell, which is like Leon's quite often get 2 cards in that situation, you know. Like, but it's, I don't know, it's like the money jump gets to people, but
it does.
At the same time, you can't control the outcome. If the dealer just gives you a cold debt, it's just not your time to win it, you know. Like, I think you just got to go with it. I was saying to Jay, I feel like people get away from those spots because they think they've been collared and they want to maintain their place in the tournament. They think maybe the deck's trying to like knock them out or whatever, but like the deck's actually trying to give them a double up, and they're not taking it. You know? It's hard to explain for me.
So more raising up to 40,000, folding round in turn.
I know it's not quite the same spot, but I remember, and I never thought I'd be in the comms box quoting Harrington on Hold'em. But I remember a line for Dan Harrington in that book. It's talking about folding kings for you. He says, "Don't fold kings if the guys get aces. You can just dog them anyway." You know, like.
Good old Dan Harrington. Everybody had to have the book back in the day.
So Gary's defending 4-3 suited versus Mo's +1 open. And this is just going to be Mo's pot on this board. When we see that fold.
Jordan Hunter, question mark, did anyone ask? I don't know what the question was. Fire away, Jordan.
I think it's actually correct. Like, they're playing pretty tight. I mean, I'm not saying folds, you know, monster.
It's still
pairs,
very deep, isn't it, as well?
But yeah, like the stacks at the bottom are very condensed here, and there are pay jumps to consider. So, you know, like I still think you're seeing like some, you know, loose plays. Like, I mean, Ed just found the ace-6 suited open, which I thought was good, and Eunice identified it was open a little wider and found the 10-7 suited 3-bet.
Please do leave your chips at the table and make your way out of the card room.
Well, who's got the biggest earnings on the final tail, the FT?
It's actually Jared who folded the queens. I had a look last night, and he's got over $500,000 on the Hendon mob. But I was on his table yesterday speaking to him. He's got an Australian. He's got a Scottish girlfriend from Edinburgh.
Right. Okay.
He's from Australia, so like nearly all of his caches are in Australia, in Sydney, and the Gold Coast. But
sweet, on the in.
Yep, no choice here but to shove with his stack for Jared.
Yeah. Well, he's kept his 5k chips in his hand, so he's only raised to 205. He's got through all the way around to the blinds. Eunice looks down at ace queen.
Yeah, this is going in.
Goal. Big chance for a double.
Just unlucky for Eunice this. Like, he's way ahead of Jared's range there with ace queen. But
taps the table as Eunice. Jared's got a big chance to get up to nearly $500,000 with the blinds at 20k and 25 bigs just shy of. Whoa, what a flop. Ace, queen, jack. We're now needing to hit a 10.
And it's over unless an ace comes.
Oh man.
Jared's out the door in 9th.
Jared, ace, king, perfect spot. Gets it all in front. Ouch. £4,480. Well played, sir. Jared Thatcher from Australia has just been eliminated. In 9th. Scrolling across the bottom is the payout for the final table.
I'll feel just fine, Andrew, if you win it on Wednesday night. It won't change my life, mate. It doesn't impact me that much. So good luck on Wednesday if you go into Seville, enjoy it. It's a great city.
I've never been to. I've hardly been to Spain. I've been at the resorts, but not too much around mainland Spain. Why do the dealers wear the headsets? The headsets are for all the graphics that you see on TV. We have an action tracker offset from round the corner, so you can't see him. You wouldn't want to see him. But old Dave sits there all day for 4 days solid, and puts in the bet sizings and the all-ins, so the dealer relays them to the action tracker, and the action tracker inputs them so we can see the graphics.
Chris getting the jam through with lines. Always nice to just win the pot. That stack bet plugs 2.5 bigs to stack.
Josh agrees. Severely stunning. So much history.
Some of the architecture was. I was only there for the day when Celtic made the UEFA Cup final in 2003, but some of the architecture was stunning.
I'm used to it when I'm funny, you know what I mean? Especially when I'm at that sense, that part. No, that's always been a respect.
So the first one gone.
I mean, yeah, that's amazing. It's like 1K extra. I think it's 1,000. And you're short.
Just heard a shout of "Come on the City." Does that mean it's 2-1, guys?
770.
2-1 already. We're on the way back.
So Gary's opened the Queen Jack off in the cut off. Mo looks as though he's considering a 3-bet with ace 5 off in the small blind. It's going to work against this hand. This can get a little dicey if Gary starts peeling, but from what I've seen at this table so far, there isn't much peeling a 3-bet. It's not that Gary could have done it with the Queen Jack off, but I think he might be folding a bit more often than you'd expect in that situation. So Mo taking down the pot with ace 5 off.
Yes.
A wanton man.
Not his camera. Not his camera.
Chris all in under the gun, the ace 6 suited.
Yeah, Chris, 13 bigs. Chris is in. Oh, he's run into it big time.
I mean, obviously he's not out of it with an ace still alive. He's got 33%, but he's made a couple of jams I'd consider on the loose side, Chris, and this is another one of them. He's finally going to get caught here, but is he going to get punished for it? Because Gary isn't folding. I think Gary should just call off his stack here as well, because he's very, very deep.
Yeah, he's announced it.
But he has 2 covering stacks behind him, so he wants to put them in a difficult spot if they have like jacks or something. But it's going to be all in.
We could be down to 7. So Chris stands all in and a call. Chris Welsh is at risk. Here's 6 against Kings. Here comes the board. 6, 8, 9 is no help. We've got chop outs.
Well, he's got an extra 2 outs.
Yeah, 7, 10.
Could buy a
5,
6
7.
as well. He's going to need a 6 or a 7 or an ace.
A 6, a 7 or an ace. And it's not, it pairs, but it pairs a 10. So Chris Welsh departs in 8th.
Good game, Chris.
Well done, sir. £5,250. Well done, Mr. Welsh. We're down to 7.
And the FT's starting to take shape now. We've got, with Chris out, that's the shorter stack gone. The next 2 shorter stacks have got around 25 bigs, which is still, you know, a playable stack, and it can put the other stacks under pressure. And everyone else is above 50. So I think we're going to be on 7 for a good while.
Yeah.
Now with this distribution of chips across the table.
If you're just tuning in, there will be an £110 giveaway after the next break. We've got Dave Doherty in for a couple of hours, which is really nice. In about 40 minutes will be the first break at the final table.
They give you like 5, 6, 5k chips. When you enter the level 5,
It's going to fold the jack 3, Mark's going to fold the jack 9 on the button. That's a very tight fold, that one. This stack. I'd expect Cammy to just give a walk here at 8-4 off most of the time. Although having said that, I forget C3's name, Sonny. He has been one of the tighter players on the final table.
Yeah.
So Cammy maybe identifying that as going for the raise at 8-4 off. And actually, yeah, I didn't realise Sonny was at that stack depth, so I think that's a good spot to attack for Cammy. He's doing very nicely on the FT, up to 1.3 million, right in the mix for the title. And I know he'd love it as well. Like he was on the mini final table with Mikami as well, and he got a few tough spots, you know, near the FT bubble of that, and you know, it looked pretty. I wouldn't say upset, but you know, it looked as though it disappointed him a good bit. He was like looking forward to maybe like getting his big breakthrough result in the mini, so like he might get it here instead. Gary can open this off his stack under the gun if he wants. It's on the illusory side, but he's going to get out of the way. Eunice with the ace king, so Gary get out of the way wisely.
Eunice with 1.8 mil. Min clicks. Makes it 50.
That's a 2.5x, so he has sized up a little bit. Yeah.
Ace for Mark. Should be at least.
Yeah, we should just see a call
making the call to see a flop.
I did see. I was saying to Jay, I've seen a lot of 3-bet with these sort of hands at this depth yesterday, but good to see Mark seeing a flop with this. You don't want to waste a hand as good as 8s. The 3-bet folded.
Well, 8-6 has folded, so Mark. It says 50-50. One of the 8s has folded. 10-4-3.
Did you have a pick for the win on this FT entire?
Eunice.
Eunice, I went for Eunice.
I said I went for Eunice. And Jay went, oh, just the guy who's third in chips. I said, well, they're all pretty, they're all pretty similar, aren't they?
Well, I went for Eunice on the final table. I went for me initially.
As you should.
So 65k in call. Very standard on the flop so far. This is where the hand will start to get interesting, especially on that card, because Eunice can just triple it well now with ace of spades in his hand. It's very difficult for Mark to have a flush when Eunice has got the ace of spades. There's only so many combos of spades that he's going to be peeling in the cut-off. He can still have a flush, of course. He can have like the king, queen of spades, king, jack, king, 10 of spades, queen, jack, queen, 10, jack, 10, maybe 10, 9. So he can have 7 or 8 flushes, but versus his overall range, he's going to more so have hands like this. You know, he can have 7 or 8 flushes, but there's 6 possible ways to make pocket 8s, for example, and a hand like that's just under heaps of pressure if Eunice keeps barrelling here. So I think this is a good spot for Eunice to just triple and put Mark under a bunch of pressure with basically all of his non-flush hands at this point. And I think in Mark's shoes I would just be folding this one. You want to continue, I think, if you have a spades, but 8s with no spade is pretty weak on this board, and Eunice has sized up, so you're going to be in a painful decision on the river if you decide to call this turn. I think even though we can see Mark's got the best hand, I think I'd favour just getting out of the way now.
Yeah. Looks like he's coming in for the call.
And I sort of want to see what happens. Like, Mark has found a call. I want to see what happens on Brick River here. I think Eunice will triple, but you can never be sure on a final table, and that's as bricky as they come.
That's right.
And it's actually it might not look it, but it's actually a really good card for Eunice as well, because it makes like the 10-9 suiteds that are just auto going to call from Mark a little less likely. Makes 9s a little less likely. Eunice has shut down. I would have liked to see the triple here.
Yeah, it's going to be a snap check back as well.
I just don't
take it for Mark.
I just don't think Eunice is winning on river when Mark calls twice, and as I say, he's got a very powerful card in the ace of spades. He blocks ace 10, he blocks king 10 as well. I'm surprised he's given up there. Mark with the sticky turn call does take down the pot, and I think takes the tournament chip lead with that as well.
1.9 mil. Afternoon, Scotty. Scotty Clarkson, love you too. Miss walking into Coral Island and you're not there. It's not the same. Stop going in because you left. Right, stop going in. See you soon, Scotty, I'm pretty sure. 7 left in the final of Edinburgh's GUKPT. Payout scrolling across the bottom and all the places that have been eliminated as well. Scott Finlayson, first man out today in 14th. The payouts will be rolling across the bottom.
Cammy peeling Mark's open in the hijack here. Cammy's in the cut off with king queen off. Can go either way with this. Can peel her 3-bet if you want. Cammy's gone for the peel this time. Keeping Mark's dominated queen in the pot. And that's an interesting flop. There's going to be more chips going in now. Mark's just got the chips off the Eunice. He might be giving some of them over to Cammy here. Well, having said that, all the aces and the 9s are still live, so Mark's got plenty of outs against Cammy's top pair. Betting call, very standard on the flop.
8 of hearts on the turn.
And again, this is one that I wouldn't mind seeing a triple from Mark. Whether we're going to see it on a final table or not, it seems like it's very rare for people to go for triple barrel bluffs, but he blocks king, queen and king jack here, which is very relevant in this situation. He also unblocks backdoor hearts, so this makes it more likely Cammy's going to have a hand like ace 10 of hearts, ace jack of hearts, queen 10 of hearts. It's going to call the turn and then fold the river.
Just come a brick, the 7 of spades. Is it triple?
It's not a total break, just because both players can still have jack 9 suited to some degree, but I still would like to see a triple here. I feel like if we... It's not going to work, but I feel like if we triples here,
it would be a good selection.
Yeah, go on,
Check.
check. Quick question for everybody. Whose glasses are these? You've got about 30 seconds. Whose glasses are these?
I'm going to guess Elton John.
No, not Elton John. Whose glasses are they? Well, we're mid-hand, 7 left in the final. Whose are they? Alright, actually. A bit dark though, to be fair. Won't be able to look at your cards. Won't be able to see your cards. Whose are they? Who do these glasses? Wonderful. They won't be $3.99 out of B&M's, that is for sure. I'm pretty sure. Are they genuine? They look genuine to me. Mr. P-Man says they must be Roland Rap. Stevie Wonder. Kelly Jones. No. But they are the man who was just about to appear behind me. Here he comes. The shirt would have been on if we'd have made the final. There we go. Mr. Jack Hardcastle.
Back from the dead.
He is alive and kicking after exploits of Edinburgh got him.
How's your little sleep on the sofa, mate, in the casino?
No, I've had a coffee and a sandwich and now I feel like I'm back to life again.
Back to life again, love it. Charlie Reid's in Tunisia. How's Tunisia? It'll be getting hot now, the end of May, Tunisia. Must be a holiday, Charlie.
I hope you're enjoying yourself out there, mate.
To be fair, P-Man did have an unfair advantage after seeing the glasses for the last 4 days.
Yeah, so that was like, we had a comment earlier in the chat that it had been playing fairly tight in the FT, and the last 2 hands, you know, speak to that, because I would say both players in the last 2 hands with the aggressive action had really good triple barrel bluff candidates, and neither of them took it. And I think one of them would have definitely worked, the other one may well have done as well, but we didn't see them enter the clip on the river.
Lee Collins watching from Leeds. Yeah, I can imagine Tunisia weather is fantastic. Must be in the high 20s. Has to be.
He's definitely the man to wear no sun cream as well and just come back absolutely great.
Absolutely. Dave Doherty in the comms for the next half an hour as the first break is then in about 30 minutes time. Ali Law is watching. How many left on day 3? We are down to the final 7. This is the final table. We've lost 2. We have lost 2 players. We lost Jared Thatcher in 9th, and in 8th was Chris Welsh, just gone out in the last 15 minutes. And we are now on the FT. There'll be a full chip count when we come back with the final 7. If anybody else gets knocked out, you'll see it live as it happens. But this is the final table. Jordan says Cammy is winning this.
He's definitely in the mix. He's got like 70 bigs or something right now, I think. Well, Gary's opening 8-6 suited. Mo's peeling the 7s in the big blind, both very standard decisions. And Gary's flopped the bottom pair, but it's still behind the 7s and Mo on King Queen 6. You're going to want to be betting this spot a lot as Gary. I think people are sometimes reluctant to bet their bottom pair hands when they're just trying to get it a showdown, but most of your range wants to bet a king high board bottom versus blind here. Check bet call on the flop, expect to check on the turn. No real reason to bet a 6 twice here. You're not going to get called by better, you're not going to fold out worse. Gary has bet again. I'm not really sure what he's trying to accomplish here. I mean, he might fold pocket 7s out, but you don't want to be bluffing the third pair on the turn.
he's going to flick in the call with the sevens,
with the rest of it.
Which goes to show I mean, I like the call from Mo, but you know, some people would fold sevens over. It just goes to show why you don't want to be betting third pair. Like, you're not going to get called by anything worse, and you're not folding anything better. So Gary hasn't Snapchat back river here. We've just saw 2 spots where I would have tripled. This would be a really odd spot to triple with this hand, but he is going for it, so he must just think Mo's got a queen or something here and he can get him to fold it. He does make Mo fold the best hand. So Gary's going up to 1.3 after that.
No way, Desmond Castro, good morning from Las Vegas.
That's alright, mate.
That's not bad at all, is it? How is Viva Las Vegas, apart from very expensive? Are you on holiday, Desmond, or are you actually living in Las Vegas? There'll be a lot of Brits coming over for the World Series in about a month's time. Light ceiling gonna set my soul, gonna set my... I should have got them glasses back on. Gonna set my soul on fire.
I wasn't not sure what price cameos to win, Jordan. He didn't have a book today, so I'm not sure how he started actually.
It'll be back for Luton.
Sonny should be opening the King 10 suited here, and he is finally open. +1 off of 25 bigs.
Luton, I'll show you after the next hand, after this hand finishes. We've got the full schedule ready for Luton.
Going to see a flop here with the looks of it. We're defending the King just suited. Perfectly reasonable.
Flop time. King 2, King 10, 3, 8, Queen. Six spades on the turn.
Sonny turns the flush draw. Now he's missed a C bet here, but I really want to see him put chips in the pot on the spade turn. You don't want to try and show down king high when you're this shallow. Just put some chips in the pot when you have good equity and hope to generate some fold equity. He has jet back again. Now on this river, it's just going to go check for a third time, I think, but Sonny could have used his equity in the hand to maybe make Mark fold a 3 or a 6 by the river here. As it happens, he's going to win the pot anyway, but he's betting river now. I mean, this is the point where he's just already good, I think. Like, I'd rather just bet the turn there when you still can make a really strong hand, but let's bet the best hand on the river on the pot to go up to 26 pigs. So Sonny and Ed at the bottom, around the 25 big blind mark, and then everyone else is between 40 and 70.
This is Luton, that's Dave GUKPT.
Hello everyone.
Jay is having a break as Dave come in and offered his services, and we said yes please, thank you very much young man, because this man knows what he's talking about, and that is Luton. Luton Sketch, all the way from the 25th of May. We'll be streaming the week after the cash game on the Wednesday. Thursday, day 1A of the main event. There's also the high roller day 2, and then inside events galore. There's a high roller, there's all sorts going on. The main event is 12.50, and the high roller's there for 2,000, there's a PLO, there's all sorts going on. So check it out, it's all on the app as well. Poker Live app is all there, everything you want to know about Luton is available online.
How do you pronounce it? There's only one shot.
One more for the city and the title is won. That is true.
Ed folding ace-8 suited in the low jack there is pretty surprising. I know he's like the short stack, but that's usually still going to be an open.
But Eunice has got the kings, so he's saved 2 big blinds by finding the fold there. Just make it 2.5. Oh my god, huge setup.
Wow!
Now the question is, does this go in pre? Because if Eunice 4-bets, it is going to go in pre, but Eunice might want to slow play his kings when they're this deep and you know, keep some of Mark's weaker hands in. So this entirely depends for me on whether Eunice chooses to 4-bet here. If he does, he's going to be out the tournament 80% of the time.
This is a very small 3-bet. Just
That
proper click.
That can't be right, surely. That's
It is.
like
A proper click back.
well, but here's the thing. Mark's laughing. I don't think he meant to do this, but like this is brutal for Eunice because it's going to make it even more likely that Eunice 4-bets now. If Mark had just made it 200k here, I could see Eunice peeling to keep his range wide, and in that situation, he might not go broke.
Yeah.
But Eunice is just going to 4-bet to, you know, to the 220 range here, I think. And Mark is going to put more chips in the pot. So unless we see a hero fold for the ages, I think Eunice's tournament life is in serious danger right now.
He does like to think about things, does Eunice. He's just going to make the call, isn't he? No, 140.
Yeah, that's 220.
Is it 220 or
yeah.
100? Oh, it has to be 220.
Yeah,
215.
215, yeah.
I was
I
just
said
looking
220, 215, sorry,
Perfect.
220, 225 range. Now, the question here for Mark is, if he 5-bets, what is Eunice sticking it in with? If he thinks Eunice is still going to rip ace king, then he wants to do it right now. If he doesn't, then he also wants to keep Eunice's range wide. However, they're so deep that I can't see Mark not 5-betting here. And Eunice, I promise you, Eunice is going to be sick to his stomach when Mark 5-bets.
Mark's making the call.
He's not going to fold.
No, he isn't.
Yeah.
Oh, the blues are in.
Eunice is going to be sick to his stomach here, but he is just going to be all in. I'll give the man a round of applause if he finds the king's fold here, but I just don't see it happening.
Five bet to 450,000.
As I say, like, this is extra unfortunate for Eunice because I think there is a chance that he would have just peeled the 3-bet had Mark made it a standard size. Not because he's afraid of aces, but to keep Mark's range wide. And then obviously in that situation you can get a dangerous flop where all the chips don't go in.
Yeah.
But the moment Mark misclicked here, Eunice has to 4-bet kings, and now he's just in the bin, and there's nothing he can do but go all in here. Like, I say there's nothing he can do but go all in. He has to continue in the hand. He may well peel, but like, we're dealing with an SPR.
Whoa!
Wow! Wow!
Don't show him. Wowzers!
What an incredible fold from Eunice. And normally I am not a fan of, you know, making hero folds when you're at the very top of your range. But that specific scenario, Eunice obviously deduced that Mark's 5-bet was not going to be a bluff, and he didn't think he was going to 5-bet get queens in either.
Yeah.
And he certainly isn't 5-bet calling ace king. So, you know, I would be out the tournament now, but that's a phenomenal fold from Eunice.
Well played, Eunice.
Yeah.
A lot of players and a lot of people watching would find it hard to fold the kings in that situation. And they're both texting the mates on the stream saying, can you just check this hand, because I've just 5-bet with boots. Yeah. What has he got? And when Mark finds out that he's folded kings, then I think Mark will have a little bit more respect for Eunice.
I mean, I'm feeling very good about my prediction for Eunice to win the tournament now when he's finding that fold. That's genuinely world class, that fold. That's staggeringly good poker. There aren't many spots to justify folding kings pre in a poker tournament, but the way this final table is started, Eunice is obviously deduced that Mark's 5-bet range might only be kings and aces because he knows he's not willing to get that many bigs in pre with queens or ace king.
and Eunice has just thought that Mark isn't bluffing either. And if all of those things are true, then he's supposed to fold kings. So hats off to Eunice. What a play. Jamie says Mark should always flat theirs and get the chips in on the flop turn, or the flopper turn. I thought that's what Eunice was going to do if Mark's 3-bet hadn't been a misclick, Jamie. It's a fair point, to be fair. Like, you have to be aware of what your own 5-bet, what your own image is going to look like when you 5-bet. I honestly don't think I could have got away from the kings there.
No.
But you make a very good point. That's obviously why Eunice folded. He obviously agrees with you.
So Sonny bets, more bets, 125,000.
Just looking at these stack depths, Sonny should have shoved pre-flop here. This is a really profitable spot to stick pocket eights into this many big blinds versus a cut-off open. He's in a tricky situation post-flop now. Mo's sized up the turn. It's actually a pot-sized bet by Mo on the turn. Which, to be honest, if Sonny's hand reading, this doesn't make a lot of sense, because what's he betting for a pot-sized bet on the turn that hasn't already bet the flop for value? There's not really a queen in there. He's maybe repping a hand like jacks of tens at this point, but Sonny does get out of the way with the eights, and Mo gets the bluff through it with the king six.
You don't get face ID now.
I do agree, Jamie, it looks so strong, the 5-bet, but it is late position dynamic, and they're very deep, so if you think you can make someone fold kings pre, just think how good it is to take a hand like ace-5 suited and 5-bet there. If you think there's even the chance that they're going to fold it, you're just printing money by finding a 5-bet bluff. Now, saying that and doing it are two different things, but well, I'll put it this way, like, having played with Eunice, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have folded the kings to me, but he's obviously the Mark's just very, very strong in that spot, and you have to hand it to the man. I said it a minute ago, but that's a world-class fold, and it's worth saying it again, I think, because that fold might have just made Eunice 30 grand in equity or something. It's a tremendous fold.
We'll be talking about it for a while, that is for sure. We're all still chatting about it.
Mo's picking his 3-bet spots well. I have to say that. He's really identifying, who the more willing players are to open wider. He's 3-bet Eunice and Ed a couple of times in really good leverage spots and got them all through. He's picking his combos and his timing very well. Nothing Eunice can do with 8-7 suited, and Mo takes another one down.
And about 15 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then we'll have a break, and then Jay will return for the next session. We've got a £110 closer token up for grabs. Apparently it's Tower thinks Lodden's retired.
Tower thinks I want to make another point on that, Gary, like he's saying it's replaced Jared's Queens, because there's a YouTube video by Doug Polk which goes into the sort of thinking behind this. I can't remember what it's called. I'll try and find it while I'm still in the booth and tell you if you want to watch it, but it's about how to approach thinking about situations like Jared folding the queens and Eunice folding the kings there. Now everyone's having a go at Jared because his opponents had jacks and tens, but would you equally be saying it was a brilliant fold by queens if one of them had kings or aces? The thing is, even if one of the players in that hand had kings or aces, I wouldn't like the fold by Jared because he started the hand with 20 big blinds and he just can't fold the queens in a situation like that, in my view. The situation for Eunice is very, very different, where the guy's put in a 5-bet very deep on the final table that's played very solidly so far. It does look like aces, it smells like aces, and he had the discipline to lay down kings in a spot where I certainly wouldn't have. So it's two very different folds. Just because they're two big hands, the situations that they were folding in are very, very different. So I'm not just saying it's a great fold because Mark had aces, and I'm not just saying it's a bad fold because the other guys had jacks and tens, but really, really great poker from Eunice in my view.
So Desmond Castro, I forgot to answer, did we find out whether he's local? So Des? Right, Desmond is a local, living here now for 11 years. A lot of friends of mine are going to be on hand for the World Series. Yeah, there'll be quite a few Brits going over for the World Series and the side events and all kinds of poker going on during June and July. Ace King 2, 2 diamonds. There, 25 from Mo, call from Eunice. Three of clubs rolls the turn. Eunice checks.
I think Eunice can go either way once Mo bets the turn again here. Having the 10 of clubs in his hand isn't great because it blocks like some of Mo's backdoor double barrel bluffs, and that because of that reason, Eunice might just decide to get out of the way on the turn here. But certainly wouldn't fault him for calling again. Mo's shown himself to be competent and aggressive, and a king is still going to be ahead of enough of his range here to justify a turn call some of the time. I think personally with the 10 of clubs, lean towards a fold, but yeah, if he calls, I think it's still okay. He does get out of the way. Great fold from Eunice. That YouTube video, guys, if you want to watch it, it's called "The Number 1 Mistake Poker Players Make" on Doug Polk's YouTube channel. It's like 17 minutes long. It's about a hero fold that a guy made that's correct, but I used the word correct in inverted commas, where it was the right fold because the guy had a better hand, but Doug thought it was a pretty bad fold. And it's a great video to watch just to understand some of the stuff I'm talking about in these situations. Why the Queen's fold can be bad even if the guy has aces, and why the King's fold can be good even if the guy's bluffing.
City just missed the penalty.
City just missed a penalty, says Josh. So it's still 2-2. The giveaway will be next, after the next break in 8 minutes time. Breaks in 8 minutes, there's a 15-minute break. So we'll be back at 4:05, and then we will be doing the giveaway. £110 closer. Jay will be back. then we've got the free roll at 8.
Can't get the 5s under the gun, just going to let them go. Don't mind that, to be honest. You want to shave some of the bottom pairs off when you're on a final table. I think 5's the one that you can go either way, maybe fold 4s, 3s and 2s, but Cam just deciding to get out of the way with the 5s. Comfortable on 1.5 million right now, doesn't want to get involved.
Starbucks break, says Desmond. We got brought in a Tim Hortons iced cappuccino yesterday.
An iced coffee, yeah?
It was lovely, really nice.
That was funny on day one. Jack was adamant.
And the guy was listening to the question and obviously watching the live stream.
Yeah.
And then the day after fetched in the iced cappuccinos for the boys. So next question, can you ask about Ferraris or something like that? You know.
Has Claire ever had a Ferrari driving experience?
So yeah, we're on a break very shortly. So much thanks to Dave for giving up his time during the FT. Are you playing the bounty?
I'm going to go home and play online.
Yeah, get yourself online. Plenty of scoops going on. You'll have to win the live stream free roll that's on at 8.
All right, yeah.
Yes.
Fire off. I've got
for the free for the closer token that's up for grabs. So the clock is red in the top left-hand corner, which means around about 5 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. I think it's a 15-minute break, which will take us to 4:05.
We'll be opening the King 8 sitting on the button for sure. I don't think Mark's going to find out before the break that Eunice folded aces to him.
No.
I'm sorry. He didn't fold aces.
It'll be during the break and it'll be just as they sit back down again.
Yeah. It won't be a bad thing because he'll at least get the break to get over it. Like, that's got to be pretty crushing when you've got someone aces and kings in chips.
So it does look like we're going to the break with 7. Lost Jared and Chris in seats 9 and 2.
I didn't realise. Is that right that if City draw, they're only 3 ahead of Liverpool, or
no, 4
ahead? Are they 4? Okay.
They'll be 4 points ahead.
Yeah, I guess the table.
If they'd have lost 2-0 today, they would have been 3 points ahead. Liverpool would have the game in hand, and the goal difference would have been -4 for Liverpool.
Yeah.
So it would have been an interesting Tuesday. Now it's a little less because I can't see Man City losing to Villa on the final game of the season.
Well, as I said to Jay though, like maybe Gerrard just parks the bus.
Well, you never know.
You know.
If it finishes 2-2 at West Ham and Man City have to win, then yeah, he could play 10 defenders. He might even put a kit on himself, Gerard.
Yeah.
Come on as sub.
I said that if City need to score and they're going down the wing in the last minute, maybe like Gerrard will just run on and slice the player. So Cammy going for the 3-bet with his jack off here versus Mo's cut off open seems perfectly reasonable. Mo's not going to do anything with the jack 10 off, so Cammy will be taking down this pot and quietly adding to his stack again. Up to 1.6 after this hand. Or maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. No. I would have been very surprised that Mo peeled jack 10 off, but he thought
that once happened in the NFL, you know that, what you just said.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it. Like, I had it in my head. I've seen the video.
I'm pretty sure it was the Pittsburgh Steelers boss, head coach. The wide receiver caught the ball. He was just sprinting down the side of the pitch with down the wing, and he noticed to stop him. And he stood on the pitch and bumped him off, and the guy fell down and everything. It was unbelievable.
So maybe if Gerrard ran on to try and like take one of the City players out, though, he'd slip and miss them. That's the problem.
Well, it looks like the mighty Rotherham United will be playing Leeds United next year. That's a good away day.
Did you get automatically promoted?
We did. We didn't have to suffer the playoffs this year. Last game of the season we had to win, and we did. And strangely enough, everybody else won, so we wouldn't have been automatically promoted if we'd have lost. Or even drawn. But yes, Leeds have done it in again.
Mark just folding the 10-9 suited in the cut-off. I can't get on board with that. He's super deep with Gary. He's going to have position. That's just going to be a call.
And this is the last hand of the session. So we'll bring on the man himself. The last hand.
I guess he just needed a pee. Didn't want to get involved.
Not at all. And that is it. Everybody is on a 15-minute break. Thanks to this lad for giving up his time. He's off to do a bit of online poker, and we will see you in 15. Thank you very much, young man. You've been a star. Top man. Dave Doherty, everybody. We'll see you back with Jay in 15.
See you later, guys. Bye-bye.
When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardroom Direct, he says, you know what, I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure, and the heart's going a little bit because even though it's absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time moneyless. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all, to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Helmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, who shall we get? And we were like, well, why not aim for the top? And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after after? Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well. And one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which, just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy. Yeah. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that, that I'm on the advisory board of. And so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya. And then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It certainly is strange times for everybody. And obviously, everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe. And that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever. And I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded. Yeah. And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. Obviously, we win it. If we'd have come second, If we'd have finished second to Johnny Chan, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black 9s, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember. I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats, and but I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace-10 of spades. Don Zuin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit, and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere. And I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing. Obviously, in 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So. Masters, I mean, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone, there's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I mean, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, and so, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December. And he flew out and he saw me in, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through. And within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes-Benz. And then I married a doctor. And then, and so, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
Turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not 3. Not 3 bracelets and 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in 1 day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant, and I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon. and I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep, and I entered the limit hold'em event.
Yeah.
And I played poorly at first, and I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to, I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands, and I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the limit hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at
Someone will get that. So 1, 2, 4, 15. Huh? 40. Easy, Tiger, easy. So, easy. Sometimes get it right, sometimes not. 5. To go. You took me 500. So, 100. Let's break 400. 400. I think 4 now. 100.
Okay, being poor is humbling,
Thanks for that.
I just saw that there.
I think the king was coming though, so maybe I should set mine.
500.
Usually you win tournaments by getting in kings, but today's like getting king, not by 40, right? Like that's how you...
I mean, as soon as I was 3
Here we go. This is it. The next session. We've got 1.8 for Mark Roberts. It could have been enormous.
I saw Tower.
It could have been enormous. But Eunice still got a Millwall. Folded the King's Prix. And Dave Doherty was going wild.
Was it?
Yeah. And it worked out perfectly. So Eddie Swales down at the bottom on 355. Sonny Rehilu on 405. Eunice a million. Mo Kilkenny on 1.1. Gary Armstrong. Cam Williamson 1.6, who was a lot of people's favourite to win it. And Mark Roberts on 1.8. So we're going to do the next session. This level we will do. Is it Jade thinks or Tower thinks?
I don't know. Should we flip for it?
We'll flip for it.
We'll flip for it.
And then I'll scour the internet if it's me. Big underneath. So we've got, with this level, we'll do a £100 token for the closer, which is on tomorrow. And the free roll starts at 8. We'll have to start giving the password out for that one.
Yeah, we will.
I don't even know it.
Oh, I do.
You do?
Yeah, I do. Fairly easy one to guess, this one.
Okay. GUKPT Edin, EDIN. Is that right?
No.
Oh, damn. GUKPT JOK. No, damn. Blinds 10.25. Let's do it again. Someone's guessed it.
Someone's in the free roll lobby, yeah.
How have they guessed it?
You nearly guessed it first guess, to be fair.
Oh.
You were one character off.
Oh, is there no end? Well, there you go.
We're doing a giveaway this session, Bernie. We're just going to wait for a few people to come back in after the 15-minute break.
Yeah.
And then we will be starting the giveaway, final one for the week, giving out 4 closer tickets so far, and we've got one more left for someone. So Mo choosing to open the 7-6 suited, Gary defending the Jack 10, and Gary flopping it up and down straight draw. Mo here probably happy to continue this one. We've got some plausible backdoors and just sitting here with 7 high. Players for 75. And Gary not going to be going anywhere here with the up and down. I will get the password in the commands on Twitch, right, guys.
2 people registered now.
2 people registered, already guessed it.
The password is GUKPT Eddie, E-D-I. GUKPT
so close.
E-D-I.
I was so close.
That is the password for the free roll, guys. And Mo probably going to be checking this one behind now. Not folding out Queen X or 9X with the second barrel here. After this, Queen pairs on the turn. It is going to double barrel, Mo. It looks like fairly hefty. 225. We're in a 3/4 pot here from Mo, and now Gary's just going to have to relinquish his Jack 10. So fair play from Mo. Double barrel gets the job done.
So 7 players left. Final table, Edinburgh.
I've got it uppercase, the password, guys. I don't know if it's case sensitive, but the password I've got in front of me is all in capitals.
Okay.
I'm making it 50 with the ace 8 suited. And we get 5-handed, 7-handed at the moment. Clock does get reduced to 40 minutes.
It does.
Ed here on the button with the ace jack. I think could just see Ed move in here, toe up over an open from Mo. It's fairly close because we're facing the under the gun open, but we just saw Mo open 7-6 suited from +1. So I think Ed ace queen, Ed would be more uncomfortable ripping ace jack. Right on the line for him perhaps, and does just let it go. And Gary with the ace 10 in the small roll. Rebetting to 200k. Love it from Gary. Really nice this. Just understanding how wide Mo's been opening and mixing in this free bet out the small with a decent hand to do it with the ace 10. And manages to get that one through. So we will start the giveaway at 1/4 past. I think that's fair. Got plenty of you coming back in. We need to find a coin. Have I got a coin? Oh, I got a coin.
Have you got a coin? I don't have a coin either. PK's always got the money.
Oh, I've got a coin. I've got a coin. I've got a coin.
You have?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Pound coin. Cool.
Oi, oi.
Maybe try lowercase then, guys. The password definitely are giving it to me uppercase. There's Cammy with the ace jack +1.
Yeah. Yeah, try it. We're not too sure what the things are for the live stream free roll. We're getting involved. Ed, with about 14 bigs.
Yeah, well, it's a bit different scenario from last time. It's +1 open, not gun, but didn't shove the ace jack. So I'm expecting him not to shove the ace 9 for those reasons. I think shoving the ace jack versus Mo is better than shoving the ace 9 versus Cammy. I think Cammy's going to be more solid with his opening range than Mo from what I've seen from both players. But Ed, thinking about this one.
They're in, the triangle's in.
has shoved here.
And the ace jack, back round with 1.6 mil.
13 bigs.
13 big blind. Is he going to call? He's asked for a count.
It's pretty close here for Cammy. Soon going either way. Here, tower. But he is going to flick in the call correctly too, and Ed going to be at risk. So Ed Swales needing some help to stay alive.
King, 4, 6, no help.
Yeah, just running hearts or direct out of a 9 now.
Whoa, here we go.
There we go. It's never easy. So heart or 9 needed to stay alive for Ed Swales. River.
Queen of Spades.
There we lose one.
We lose Ed Swales.
7 for Ed.
Well done. £6,150 for Ed.
Yeah, not been a bad week for him. Coming 4th in the mini earlier on in the week.
Brilliant. Well done, everybody. Well done, Ed. Ed Swales. We're down to 6.
So,
get that coin out, you.
I've got a coin.
So
Right,
is it real?
Right, yeah, it's real. Tower's in the head. You call, and if you call correctly, we'll do tower thinks. If you call incorrectly, we do I think.
And what am I?
Your heads.
Tails.
It's heads, so we're doing tower thinks. Means I've got to think of a question. So we're going to be doing tower thinks. I'm going to have 5 minutes. I'll think during this hand about a question, and then we will release the question after. Know the rules by now, guys. Remember, you want Tower's answer. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves £110. Closer seat. You're not looking for the correct answer, you're looking for Tower's answer. So I'm going to think of a question this hand.
Can you change the command to lowercase, please?
Yes, I can.
Because lowercase works, uppercase doesn't for the password. So we're on a Tower Thinks for a £110 token. And I need a piece of paper, which is there. I'm going to need to fold it in half and put my answer on there so you can read it. And when we do set the question, you don't guess until we tell you, because I won't have written anything down and you might influence me.
I need another hand because that one was so quickly. I'm still thinking.
That's alright, you've got 10 minutes.
Still thinking.
We can always do it at past. We'll do it at 4:30. There we go. We will do it at 4:30. How does it work, said Bernie? Jay is going to ask a question. We don't need to know the correct answer. It's what I think is the answer. So it'll be something like, what's the square root of 46,628,403? And then I've got 20 seconds to write my answer down. And if I put the answer's 4 when the answer's 1,900, it doesn't matter, because it's what I think. And then closest to what I think will get the... So nobody can Google the answer, that's exactly what it is, you see. And then the closest to what I think on the stream, you'll have 10 minutes to put your guesses in, and then we'll see a winner. Well, Jay will still be checking. So that's how it works. It's not the correct answer you need, it's what I actually think the answer will be. Like yesterday's question for Jay was, Qatar is hosting the World Cup this year. What's the population of Qatar? The actual answer was 2.8 million. Jay thought 19 million. And somebody guessed 20 million. It's things like that. Obviously Johnny Lodden started it, and Lodden thinks became quite famous in the poker world. I don't actually know if it's going to be busier or not. Cheers, John Bolognese. See you in Luton. We will see you in Luton for the big festival. We'll show you the Luton schedule as well during this level.
head in the cut off the moat. Raises to 50. Out of the way with a 6-3 suited. Yes, free roll password is out. It's GUKPT EDI. GUKPT Eddie. It's lowercase as well, we've been told.
What about the turnout for the seniors? Flipping heck. Turnout for the seniors was 99, which is brilliant. And then there's the bounty that's about to start with 53. The place is buzzing. Bernie's from Edinburgh, 10 minutes away, and he's not popped in to see us. Can't believe it. I don't know. We've had all sorts of goodies this week from Mel Simpson fetched in a bag full of goodies. We had chocolate, the dairy milks, and we also had the iced cappuccinos from Tim Hortons brought in. Amazing. What does the tower think the combined age of the seniors tournament is? That's a great guess. That's a great question. It's not the correct question, but it's not even the question. But it's good. That I like that. So GUKPT Eddie EDI is the password for the 8 o'clock free roll. I'm going to get it switched till 6 o'clock so we can play. Obviously at 8 o'clock we're concentrating down on the final 2 or 3 players. I'd like to play at 6 o'clock again. It got changed to 8 for some reason, but we'll change it back for Luton at 6.
Ace for Gary, blind on blind here, raising it 3x into the big blind of Eunice, so Eunice is going to hill with position here, take a flop with position. 7-3-4. Gets a nice one as well, flopping flush draw. Not only that, good for our hand and good for our range as well as the call up, but Gary has caught middle pair here. It's going to be firing. Eunice won't be going anywhere here with the 10 deuce. I think I'm ready off this hand.
Uh-oh. Are you going to get me back for yesterday? I know you are, aren't you? I know you are, aren't you? It's going to be in the millions, isn't it? I can tell. It's going to be like, it's going to be gazillions, the answer. There won't be enough paper space for the numbers. I can tell. I can tell with the face already. You're just going to do it, aren't you? There's no need. So the flush hits on the turn. For Eunice. Not sure if Gary's going to pay him off with the 4.
Gary's got a clear check now. Once the flush completes here, Eunice will have some flush draws in his range, so I think with Gary we want to be checking this over to him, just hoping for the check behind.
Eunice never sticks the bet in straight away, it always counts to 20, sometimes 30. Yeah, £50 is the bounty head. £100 in, 50 into the bounty and the juice, £170 total.
Going to be firing here though for sure. You just can never check this one back.
No.
I want to be going bet, trying to get maximum value from our flush blind on blind. 2/3 from Eunice. 180 into 275. Like Eunice, like Telly plays well as well and thinks about his sizes. Like every time he makes a bet, it's usually a legitimate size. 2/3 here. And the ace-4 just gets out the way. So we are ready, guys. So we're playing Tower Thinks. Closest to this man's answer is going to win themselves £110 closer ticket.
I just know what's coming.
Right, guys.
Don't guess.
Don't guess yet.
Until we tell you,
and
do not guess.
One guess per player. If you guess twice, you're disqualified.
Penny's ready.
The question is, Tower.
Oh, God.
On a standard 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube, how many permutations are there? On a standard 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube, how many permutations
I know you're going to get me back. It's not my fault you don't know the size of Qatar. You don't need to get me back like that.
Right, no answers yet. We need Tower to write what he
I've
thinks
literally got
about
10 seconds, so I'm just going to stick a number down. This could be well out. In fact, this is going to be well out. 9x, what? 3x3?
3x3x3 Rubik's Cube. How many permutations are there for the cube?
No idea. Right, we're going to go for. 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 I've no idea.
Oh, I had no idea about Qatar.
No, we're going to go for. Right, the. Can't be that low.
He's still writing it, guys.
Still writing it down, guys. I'm still writing it down.
Well, he hasn't even wrote yet, to be fair. He's thinking.
Right, that'll do. I can't. I was going to stick another few in.
Right, it's in. Get your answers in. Go. Tower's answers here on this piece of paper.
Sorry.
We are going to give you until quarter, we'll say 20 to 5 to get your answers in.
Sorry.
Let's go. I will be watching the chat boxes. Everyone get your answers in.
Sorry, apologies. Whoever gets it thinks like me. 20 seconds to put an answer down.
Tower thinks.
My days. I still can't equate to the question. I really can't. 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube, so that's like 6 sides. 9 combinations on one. I don't know. Don't. I tell you what, guys. Don't try and work it out.
You got to work out what Tower's for.
Because there would be no point. I'll give you the quick clue. Don't try and work it out and think I'm going to be close, because I actually still don't know the answer, and I don't think I'd ever be able to work it out on my own.
Get your answers in, everyone.
You've got until 25 to.
The question is, Tim, that I asked Tower, on a standard 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube, how many permutations are there? So that basically means how many different ways can the cube look, if that makes sense. So if you've got it completed, that's one permutation. When it's completed, you move one side, it will have a different pattern, that's another permutation. How many permutations are there on a standard 3x3x3 Rubik's Cube? and we're going to give the answer out at 22.
Can you tell me the correct answer?
Yeah, I believe it's in the quintillions.
What?
Yes, I think it's like 30 something quintillion. I haven't actually checked in ages, but it's something.
I didn't
like
even
that.
know that was a number.
I'm just
How many permutations is there for doing a Rubik's? There's no wonder I never finished a Rubik's Cube. There's no wonder I never finished a Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, 43 quintillion. I was a bit out.
How many noughts was that?
20 numbers.
Yeah, 18 noughts. 18 noughts. Quin 3 times. Yeah.
18 noughts.
Yeah, 18.
Monticone says the real answer is 43 quintillion, 252 quadrillion, 3 trillion, 274 billion, 489 million, 856,000.
Yep, that's right.
There's no wonder I never finished it.
Yeah, I haven't looked in about 4 or 5 years, guys. I used to be in the cubing community when I was like 16, 17. Used to do Rubik's Cubes all the time, all different shapes ones and
did you finish
whatnot. Yeah, I could do 4x4, 5x5, so X cubes. Yeah, literally.
Wow.
Used to do all kinds of stuff.
Is the only one way of doing it as well?
Well, yeah, there's like algorithm for it, obviously, but there's obviously quicker algorithms. But the standard 3x3 I used to be able to do like in under a minute, but
wow. Do you know what, Top Ball? I nearly did. Five minutes to go. 5 minutes to go for the guesses. You know I ain't put 43 quintillion because I didn't even realise it was a number. Oh man.
So Ace Queen for Gary, back to the action, raises to 50k. If you haven't got a guess in yet, you're free to put a guess in, chance of winning the closer ticket.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you have no idea about the answer, put a random number. If you're closest to towers, then you will win yourself the ticket.
Exactly.
Players and dealers in the seniors after the 100 progress, you have new blind levels. 1,500 big blind.
So Ace Queen for Gary looks like Mo's gonna. Oh, I thought he was reaching for chips there. I thought the right free bet might have been coming in. That gets out of the way. Action on Mark on the button.
I didn't even know the quintillion word existed.
You got sextillion as well, and then sept, then oct. But good luck, everyone. We're just going to jump back to the action here because Mark's cool with an unknown holding. And Cam in the small here with the 4s. Mark does have him covered. Set over set is real. If he did have a pair this deep, but looks like Cammy is going to come along. And Sonny will get out of the way with the Jack 6 off. Alright, you want to bet? Alright, we'll do that. Maximus was like, right, so I'll get him a 3x3 Rubik's Cube. Let's see if he can do it on stream. Bet he can do it in less than. Bet he can't do it in less than 10 minutes. I bet you I can. I'll do it in at least. I'll probably get it in under 2. I haven't done one in years, but.
Under 2 minutes?
Yeah, easy,
wow.
Easy, I reckon. My little nephew, taught him how to do them. He's only 10, Dawson, and he can do one in under a minute now. Only 10 years old.
Is it just remembering the way to twist things?
Yeah, I guess the more you do one, the quicker you get it, and your brain is just muscle memory, isn't it?
I don't have much muscle.
Because do you remember I used to have that little card protector when I used to wear the hat, play the tours, and get the small Rubik's Cube
That's right,
on my cards, yeah.
Right, 1 minute to get your guesses in, guys. 1 minute to get your final guesses in.
Because the story is what actually happened. This I'll tell the story after this hand, but see if anything happens. Folded round to Gary. He's going to defend the 10-8.
So get your guesses in. After this hand, it will finish.
Continue and fold. So what happened? This is the story anyway. So when I was younger,
finished. The competition is finished. No more guesses. Abhishek is the last guess.
We was in a pub, and like all the men apparently were at the board trying to do this Rubik's cube. I can't actually remember it. Mum and Dad told me the story. I was 6 or 7 years old, and they gave it to me, and I completed it. That was the story when I was like 6 or 7 years old. If Mum's in the chat, she will confirm the story. Yeah,
I have never ever finished one in my entire life.
Yeah, but that's what happened, and then obviously I got into them after that. But that's how it all started.
Apparently, the answer was 43 quintillion, which I didn't even know was a number. So my number is nowhere near that. I actually thought
you thought I was far out yesterday with my guess.
I really couldn't think of numbers, and I just thought you can't twist it that many times and be wrong, but obviously you can. So obviously it's a big number. It doesn't matter. I'll never do a Rubik's cube ever again, because the number I gave away, the number I thought, and some people think like me, because we know who the winner is. We know who the winner is because somebody thinks like me. So if you went and thought Tower's going to think he's no idea, and he's going to think 310,000, I thought that'd be a lot. I guess so there we got 310,000, and we got somebody 10,000 away.
Yep, Sarah Hobbs is the winner. Guess 300,000. Sarah, if you want to put your details in the chat for your alias for Grosvenor Poker, and then we will get that Ticket Central account tomorrow ready for the closer. Well done to Sarah Hobbs on YouTube.
Me and Sarah
are our winner.
We're on the same wavelength, me and you. Hope you win it.
So that's it for the giveaways, guys. Thanks for everyone that participated, and it's going to be a feature on every stream from now on. I believe we're going to have some tickets to give away, so if you didn't win this time, there's always next leg in Luton. Well done to Sarah.
310,000. No, Fletch from the White Lion, he was close as well.
Fletch 33,000 out.
Yeah, Fletch. Sarah got 300,000. Fletch, I think, guessed 333,000. So he was only 23,000 now.
I'll tell you what, for Luton as well, if you guys want to see, I'll buy a Rubik's Cube, and I'll bring one in and see if we can complete it live on the cam for you.
If there's anybody within 10 minutes of the casino and you've got a Rubik's Cube, bring it in. So well done to everybody for joining in all the guessing. That's how you're fired. That's it. Josh, I were only a couple of numbers away.
A couple of numbers. Tao, to be honest with you, Tao, you was only 43 quintillion, 289 quadrillion, and some numbers out. To be fair, I had to get you back for yesterday. I had to. That was with
20 numbers in 20 digits in a number. Wow.
Sounds good, Maximus. Does sound good. Thing is, I used to love it. Literally, mum would tell you when I was like 16, 17, like I'd always have a cube in the hand, like doing it. And then poker happened when I was like 18, and it changed the poker really. But I used to love doing the old Rubik's cubes.
Yeah.
The old party trick. But yeah, we'll get one in Luton. We will bring one for Luton and get it done on stream for you guys.
Exactly, Sabre Bass. What's a zero between friends?
There we go. Thank you so much. We think like twins. Thanks, Sarah. Well done. And the ticket will be in your account at some point tomorrow before the closure starts.
Awesome. Well done, Sarah.
I'm going to send all the names off to Tom as we speak.
I'll be rooting for you
now. Great game that though. It's a really great game because no one can have a clue what.
No, exactly. Nobody can Google my answer. That is for sure. Nobody can Google it. That is for sure.
Just going to jump back into the action now, guys, because we've got a hand brewing here. We've got Mark opening under the gun, Cammy flat in the ace jack suited, Eunice is in with a king queen of spades, and Mo's going to be defending for sure. So we're going to have four-way action here. Tower's answer was 310,000 gully math. And John Bond says the challenge for Jay for Luton is to get Tower to complete on stream.
Right.
Teach Tower how to do one.
We'll be streaming for 6 months, live.
So flop of deuce, deuce, 5. So Jackson Mark's still best here, but Mo does have flush draw. I think in a four-way situation we're just going to be happy to bet here as Mark thin down the field, increase our equity if we end up going heads up to the turn rather than four-way. So just like to see a bet here from Mark, and in a four-way situation as well could potentially size up a little bit more on this board. If anyone actually ever guesses the right answer, we got a chug a pint on stream. Someone did yesterday for Towers guess, the first Tower. When I asked how many chips in play in the room, if each was one nomination, you said 2,500 and 2,250. Sorry, and Dougie MacArthur got it spot on. Yeah, so it did happen yesterday. So 150 here from Mark into 265. So has opted for a larger sizing, and Mo here with his flush draw.
Yeah, I'd like to say I would always try and guess to my best of my ability, but that was.
Yeah, I didn't know the exact answer. I knew it was in the quintillions, but obviously Google's helped us out. But it's a good little question.
Which is why if anybody Googles and gets a correct answer, they can win. Not when it's Tower things, you've no chance. Me and Sarah know.
And Mo just choosing to fold the flush draw there versus that size. And Mark up to 2.5 million, over a third of the chips in play now, or approaching at least. Been a really good day for him.
It has indeed.
But you watch the YouTube videos of the Tower, like you've got like 5 and 6 year olds like doing cubes in like under like a minute and under 30 seconds. Like there's like I think an 11-year-old. This was a few years ago when I used to do it, could do one in like less than 10 seconds, which is just insane. The brain power that's needed for that. But that is going to be the challenge. Going to teach Tower how to do one. Payouts coming across the bottom of your screen now. It's the rain. As Gary is going to have the jacks this time in the cutoff. Wow, and Mo here in the small with ace queen, so 2 hands clashing here. And probably just going to free bet here, Mo, to around 200k, working with 39 big blinds to start the hand. 3 bet to 200k. And action back on Gary here, and we have Mo covered. Expect Gary never to fold here, and he's actually going to opt to 4-bet fairly quickly.
Yeah, 12 mil.
So obviously 4-betted to call off. And now this is where I think we're just going to see Mo fold here. He's got no fold equity if he rips. Probably doesn't expect Gary to do this with ace jack, ace 10. So best case scenario for us as Mo is that we're up against the hand like we are in this situation and flipping jacks or 10s. But Gary can have ace king here as well in this spot, as well as kings, which obviously from our perspective we block aces and queens, so we think it's more weighted towards kings. But the way Mo's been playing, I can't see him continuing here. Because this is effectively all in from Gary, because he's never calling off if there's a jam and Mo shows the ace queen, says nice hand, and Gary loves to see that, getting a hand like ace queen to fold there, which is going to have heaps of equity against us.
Eddie Swales, last man out. Sonny with ace king, raises to 50. Mo's got the 7s. Does Kelly ever play? Yeah, he used to play. He travels around a lot now. I don't know if he's in the country. He did say he was going to be playing less this year. We're travelling around a lot. But yeah, he's a good player, is Rich Kelly. Always good to see him at the tables. 3 bet to 175, back to the table with 7s. Sonny should be jamming, and we should be off to the races.
Yep. But you're right, Tower. Sonny's going to move all in.
And there we go. On a call. Sonny's got ace, king, and Mo has got the 7s. Sonny at risk.
Come on, Sonny. Got your wheel going.
So here we go. Off we go again.
Oh,
boom. Straight in the window. Big chance doubling up now. Sonny is going to get a double.
Yes, Jack Hardcastle did play this event, Maximus.
It is. No 7 on the river. So Sonny gets a double.
Yes, he does, and that's going to leave Mo fairly short, some 20. 15 bigs. Man of straw, get your fingers out and count the players around the table. This is the final. We are down to the final 6, no more out of tables.
And just has a double up for Sonny. Sonny moves up to 860k, more down to 15 bigs and 385. We are on the final table.
Ace 10 for Mark on the button, raises to 60. Raise and take.
So here's Mark 2.5 mil, Gary 1.8, Cammy 1.7, and that's what we're playing for. The last 6 players. Which event schedule would you like, Brad? There's no more events to play in Edinburgh. This is the final day. The seniors have started and so too the bounty. We have an event schedule for Luton or an event schedule for the rest of the year regarding 25-25s and deep stacks.
Or the schedule for Goliath if you want to see that.
I'll show you what's coming up around the country after this hand.
So Mark putting his chip stack to use now, opening the 9-6 suited in the cut-off. Gary not going to be going anywhere here with his nut flush draw. Mark continuing for third. And ace of hearts on the turn here. So trick aces for Mark. Probably going to go check now most of the time, tower. Don't think there's too much merit in betting here as Mark, unless he chooses to block really small on the turn to check that river. Does check behind, it's the deuce of spades. Gary going to use his hand to bluff. 125 here. And everything misses here. 7-8, Jack 8, Queen Jack, the clubs. This is a spot where I could potentially see Mark hero this one off. A lot of hands breaking out here. All the King Jack, King Queen, Jack Queen, Jack 8, 7-8, maybe even like a 6-7 with backdoor diamonds, all the clubs. And then Gary here, is he going to lead this river without an ace? That's the question. Is Gary good enough to like value bet here with King 10, Queen 10, these type of holdings? And if Mark thinks he's only ever betting an ace or better here, probably going to have to veer towards call, simply because he's going to have a lot more bluffs than ace X or better in this particular spot. So we'll see what he does, but does make the fold. So credit for Gary for getting that bluff through with the King 5.
Regarding the rest of the year, we don't have the schedules for the 25-25s and the G400s, but they're normally the satellites and then the main event, and that's just about it for the G400s. You've got a G400 in Coventry on the 16th to the 19th of June, so that will be a satellite and the G400 itself. There's no other side events or other events on when they do that, so G400. Same as the 25-25s and the deep stacks as well. So if you want to play a 25-25 Cov, it's next weekend. And then if you want to play a G400 in Coventry, it's 16th to the 19th of June.
Lee McShane says, weird laydown. I'm guessing Mark just thought he could have some 10x there, as well as 8x, which makes it a much tougher spot. We think our opponent can incredibly value better 10. He can then have a lot more host of value hands in that spot once he ace pairs. So I'm guessing that's what was going through Mark's head. It's a tough spot. They are the toughest when this can possibly have plenty of value and plenty of bluffs. He didn't come to the correct decision on this occasion.
Just feel it, just like he's made interesting this thing.
Right, he's going to be going up in 15 minutes time. It takes into the 15k, 30k level.
Five, 2, 4, all spades. Eight of spades and a redraw with a straight for Mo.
Yeah, double gutted here for Mo. 7 working as well as the 3. The Cammy, who really loose open in the hijack here. Jack 3 suited. I guess Cammy can actually open a bit wider if he doesn't think that Sonny's ever going to be free betting him light, or Gary for that matter. I think the two players that have been more active are both Eunice and Mo, so maybe that's why Cammy's decided to open so wide here and continuing for 40k. And Mo on this board, going to be so good for us. We can have the 6-3, we can have the ace-3, all the 2-pair combos and plenty of flop flushes. We're going to defend any 2 suited cards to this open side, so we're going to have more flushes on this board. We're the only player that can have the straights, 2 pairs as well. Both players can have sets in this spot, and Mo just chooses to move all in here with the 8-6, and Cammy quick fold. Maybe a little bit too loose there from Cammy, especially with Mo's stack size as well. Actually, he's actually got a nice reshove stack over our open. Or maybe his mate texted him saying he was playing too tight, because he put it in the chat, Jordan Hunter, not long ago, said Cammy playing tight. He has made him loosen up a little bit. Ali Lolo. What do you both do when there is no poker on, like during the week, etc.?
Sleep, golf, walk around, see the family. About it for me.
I literally go home and play more poker. That's literally it. There used to be a lot more golf, but since I moved I haven't been able to play as much golf this year, if any. In fact I haven't even hit a ball. But yeah, it's just basically just poker for me. So Gary here, mixing in a light 3-bet after Cammy, once again opening fairly light, but ace-9 6-handed, never going to be bad. Under the gun, effective low jack. But Gary maybe noticing now that Cammy's starting to loosen up, so 3-bets the king jack here. Gonna have to get out of the way unless he has some sort of read that thinks Gary's light in this spot and Gary's just messing about. Then not the worst candidate to cold 4 as a bluff. Yeah. Oh, not cold 4, just 4. But if he thinks Gary's messing around here, and maybe his senses are on point because he's expecting him to snap fold this, but maybe Cammy got a little feeler here that something's up, and there we go, there's the 4-bet. Fair play from this man, little 4-bet bluff in the arsenal and snap fold from the king jack. Well played that man in seat 1, that's very nice, realising the situation, and gets Gary out of the way.
Don't tell him what I said about you. No, we're not full-time employees of Grosvenor. We work for Cardroom Direct, who run the live stream. Andy Booth in charge. Cardroom Direct, bringing all the pictures, and we follow the GUKPT around and live stream. So we are freelance. Jumped in the comms at the Irish Open, as you do. Hopefully do the Battle of Malta a little bit later in the year.
6-9 for
Yeah,
Eunice.
don't tell him I'll talk about him saying he's good at poker. There's a door there and he's going to fit through it. He's a top lad, he's RJ. Top lad. And everybody who listens to the stream thinks exactly the same.
That blind's going to go up in like 8 minutes time, guys. Cheers, Lammy Bob. Wouldn't be able to do it without Tower. No, Matthew, not for me. I'm not sure about Tower. I'll let him answer the question, but mainly just poker for me, playing when I'm not here commentating, do this like once every 5 weeks, although that's got like to once every 3 weeks the way the tour's been going recently.
It was, aye.
But yeah, just been playing now for a long time. And Del Maguire says go Cammy. As Mo makes it 50k with the Queen 10 of Hearts in the cut-off, and Sonny should be defending this suited 8-6 in the big blind, getting this price. Well, we got a little bit of action here. We got Sonny with an up and down straight draw backdoor hearts, and we got Mo with top pair backdoor hearts. So just expect check back call here most of the time. Yes, I think I'm going to play the Mini in Luton this year. Didn't get the chance last year, but I think this year I will.
You're not playing the Midi?
And the Midi, yeah, the Midi and the Mini I think I'm going to play this year in Luton, so you probably will see myself there.
Sneaky winner, you're looking at the final table right now. The final 6. Run through the eliminations very shortly. If I will stick him across the bottom.
Maximus, no, not yet. I'm going to the WSOP this year. We'll be at the WSOP. I played WPT events over here in the UK, but nothing outside the UK. I'm mainly all live now. Matthew started off online when I started, but started in the rooms in PKR, if anyone remembers that. And now it's just mainly all live cash for me. And now we're doing Adam. Alright lads, hope it's all been well. It is all good, Adam, we're nearly there. 6-handed. And now we do Kev the Allen on Twitch.
How are we doing, Kev? We are well. Hope you are too.
Football's checked that call. Mo very likes to take his time with his decisions, rightly so at this point of the tournament. Each decision is worth heaps of equity, or in terms of money, within the prize pool. So, fine to take a few seconds in the tank. Prize for 95k here. And the second street of value with his top pair. I don't think Sonny's going to pill here with Mo stack size behind. I think he might just let this one go now rather than call in. Looks like he's going to take one more off here, Mo. It's the Ace of Hearts. So complete brick for Mo and for Sonny, sorry, and Mo's going to just check this one behind. If check 2 here, I doubt Sonny's ever going to lead bluff here because this ace is supposed to be a lot better for Mo than it is for us. I think it would be very optimistic here if Sonny led the river as a bluff on this particular river card. And now Mo has no real merit in betting here. The Queen 10 will never really get called by worse. The 7's not going to call us on this river. So it just should be a check behind here from Mo, and pot should be going the way of him.
Might end up winning for a drink, just go fucking spaz it. Aye, I might. Feel here, aye, I might. Got the car behind you. I've got the motor. Just me, aye.
I can't even believe Mo's taking this wind out. It's pretty clear as day check back this, personally. It's just clear as can be, and Mo really taking his time and a decision that seems so simple.
I saw that, you bastard.
Yeah, we'll change that on the stroll at the bottom. Eddie Swales was 7th for 6,150. As you can see there, there's no name at the side of 7. It'll get changed, Tim. Good spot.
I'm looking forward to the face of Eunice when he checks back finally and pulls this over. It's like clear as day check tower. Like, we're not getting called by a 7 once this ace rolls off, which is good for our range. Like, why are we taking 2 minutes here?
No idea.
He knows he's checking. He knows he can't bet this spot, so there's no merit in betting. Or trying to get called by some worse Queen X perhaps, but then once again they're probably just going to fold on this ace river, and it was always going to be a check. It's just 2 minutes gone.
3 minute check for no reason.
He definitely knew it was on him, Lee. He definitely knew it was on him.
Eunice and Mo can definitely take the time in decisions. If it goes heads up, we'll finish Tuesday morning.
At least we'll be able to do another giveaway Monday.
And that's true. Yeah, might get another round of golfing.
Yeah.
How much time will Mo waste? The next tower's next tower thinks.
No. 100, 155,000. Next stand, 15, 30, 15, 30.
Eunice with the jacks makes it 55.
Lines up next stand.
And Mark going to pill here with the 4s on the cut-off.
Ace 9, 10.
And good flop for Eunice in terms of range, in terms of his actual hand. It's not the greatest with the ace there, especially Mark peeling in the cut-off. You have more ace X than, like, for example, big blind defend, but just going to fold it to the continue. Just a range bet there from Eunice, getting it through. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of it either, Gully. Like, it never used to be a thing going back like 10 years ago, and then you got all like the youngsters that come into the game, like your Vogelstang and people like that, and who was the other one that used to ponder up a lot? What was his name? Panker, I think it's Panker as well. And like they were getting some results, so then you had the upcoming kids who saw them tanking, so I think people were like, oh, they're good, these are tanking, so I think I need to tank more in spots. And I don't know, I'm a very quick actor at the poker table, usually very, very quick, and when people are tanking, I just sometimes think they're doing it to try and give off the image that they're a good player. That's like some of the time when they tank in spots like that, it's like, which are clear as day. But it never used to be a thing as much if you go back like 10-15 years, and then it started. But I think it was all to do with like the super high rollers, when they were taking 30 seconds a minute every decision, and people that were just getting into the game were seeing them do that, so they thought, oh, I'm going to do it as well. And I'm just hoping we've reached like an inflection point in that, and it's going the other way now, because I think nowadays you do see more people acting a lot quicker than going back 5 years ago. So hopefully in 5 years' time it won't really be as much in the game, especially with shot clocks and whatnot going on. Yeah, exactly. If it's like a river decision that's an actual like spot, like have 3-4 minutes, 5 minutes, even 6-7 on the final table, but like calling for your tournament life, I think perfectly fine. Take as long as you need, but little spots like that, it's just like no need for it personally. It's just an opinion. Obviously, he may have been running loads of things through his head, but I just can't see how we could ever even think about betting that spot. I don't have a problem with people tanking. I have a problem with people tanking every single hand. I just don't think there's need for it in a game. It slows the game down. And if you're playing this game for a living, you want to play more hands. The more hands you're going to play, the more money you're going to make. It's as simple as that. And that's the other thing I don't get. If people are pros and playing this game for a living, do they not understand that they need to play more hands? The more hands they play, the quicker they act, the more hands they're going to play over the long run, the more money they're going to make. King on the river here, so Gary is going to river the best of it, and Una snap checks back the second pair.
Do you think Grosvenor will ever bring in shot clocks? I don't know. Maybe it's a decision that will come in. I know they've talked about it before. I think Everton just scored. Oh dear. Can we have a non-Everton fan deal in this table, please? That was awesome. Oh, they need 3 points to survive and not play Rotherham United next year. I think they just scored. Oh, brilliant.
Idris, if you run it, I can guarantee you it will be on YouTube. 100%. There's no way, especially considerations of our opponent having us covered as well, potentially jam on us on this FT with 6 left. There's just no merit in betting there with the Queen 10.
Mark's not back involved. Gary's never folding. And the ace on the river for Mark Roberts. Rivers, Gary. And he's going to size up here. Looks like half pot. Or just north of 375.
Get someone to run it for me now, Idris, and then I'll give you the results. I'm pretty confident.
Very good fold. Doing Gary in seat number 5. Mark 2.6 mil, Cammy 1.8 and Gary 1.6. Absolutely no clear rules in live poker. Pay your money, take your choices.
Sonny's never calling a queen though. That's the problem. So he probably folds Queen Jack there, Sonny. I reckon Sonny folds Queen Jack. So we're effectively turning our hand into a bluff there with a bet because we're never ever getting called by worse. So I guess we sometimes fold out Queen Jack. Sonny's never even calling Queen Jack in that spot the way he plays.
Two of spades turn. We have still another 50 minutes to go before the next break. Six players left. Hope you get yourself into the live stream free roll a little later. 8 PM GUKPT EDI Eddie. Seven, 10, 4 flop.
The password is GUKPT EDI. GUKPT EDI. Good luck to everyone. Cammy checking it over on the turn. Looks like a lead on the river and quick fold.
Password for the free roll when you find it in the lobby is GUKPT Eddie, E-D-I.
Everton 2-1.
Tim Buckley says Everton 2, Brentford 1. There'll be more jumping about. Go.
In half hour.
Or when Brentford equalise. What does he do? Throw deck away?
No, 2.5x in the cut-off. Cammy in the small.
Raising it up to 180.
Hey, like the free bet tower, but what am I going to say? It's really small here from Cammy.
Too small.
It's too small. It's maybe he just thinks Mo off of his stack going to have a hard time peeling, so not wanting to invest more chips. It still works nonetheless. It gets Mo to fold the Queen Jack. But the thing is, Mo's got like 7-8 suited there, 8-9 suited, 8-10 suited. He's just going to peel. Like, and these hands have good equity against our King and Queen. Like, it's better to get these, add a little big blind extra on, get these hands out of there. It's going to be good for us on that occasion. Getting the Queen Jack out. Maybe he just thinks Mo's opening way too wide and choosing the smaller size for that reason. Thinks it's going to have the same result.
Any reason why the South Coast was ignored this year? We just won 25-25 series. I don't actually know. No idea. Do they run tournaments in Southampton? I don't think they do anymore, do they? Is it having a refurb? So just Portsmouth? I don't think it's been ignored. I'm guessing there's reasons behind it.
Yeah, you need the Grosvenor client, guys. Those asking about the free roll.
Yeah.
You need to download it. Be on the GUKPT tab, live stream free roll, and then the password is GUKPT EDI. Coming flat in the ace jack on the button, facing the open from Mo. Five, 6, 9 rainbow. Going to have quite a few checks on this board as Mo as the opener from early position. I hear Tower like a minute for his flop decision.
Yeah.
And eventually he comes to the conclusion he is going to fire. I thought he'd actually checked. I thought there was a finger on the cards, but was still in the tank. Cammy, looking like he's not having any of it. Personally, I'd just fold the ace jack here, but Cammy Looks like he's got other ideas on the 965 rainbow board. Eventually does fold, and Mo takes it with the ace for of hearts.
Nice hand.
Six players left.
Tower's answer was 310,000 for the permutations on a standard Rubik's Cube.
Yep. Yep, we tried working it out, absolutely give up, and that was it.
And what we're going to do, I'll get one, because I don't have one anymore, but I'll get one and we'll bring it to Luton, and we'll see if we can get Tower to do it.
Absolutely.
I'll give the demonstration first, and then I'll go, here you go.
Yeah, just a couple of zeros out, that's all. We weren't too bad, to be fair. I've never even heard of the number that it actually was.
43 quintillion.
43 quintillion. No idea what that even is.
Lots of zeros. $18 zeros.
Yes, Tim, this is quite slow from Eunice and Mo.
So slow, Tower.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the slowest final tables we've had in a while.
Yeah.
Obviously we like quick action, but they're playing for a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's like I don't mind it in legitimate spots, like legitimate spots if you need 30 seconds. Yep. But it's when you're like, when it's checked you and stuff on the river and taking 3-4 minutes.
Yeah. Gary bets 150. There we know. Board has just got a little bit wetter. Straightening board to a 6. Backdoor flush draw gets done.
Nick.
And now he's talking. Does he know it's his action? Bit of a spot for Eunice.
Yeah, and blind on blind here. Gary doesn't necessarily have to have it. It can be very wide here. Could potentially have a bluff. And since we check back this top pair here, Macy Eunice call this off. We had a deceptive check back on the flops, and maybe our opponent's capping us at no better than a 9 and potentially going for it versus us. It's actually a really good river for Eunice, may give him a chance to get away. I still think he's going to have difficulty in folding this one after we check back flop. Like we check back flop to try and induce bluffs, and if he semi-bluffs turn, whether he's hit the river or not, this is going to be a card that he's probably going to continue bluffing on a lot of the time once the 4-liner does complete in a complete check coup, blind on blind. So tough spot for Eunice here.
Eunice in a spot. It's counting out his chips. 150 to call.
Feels like I fucked it right.
Seal over 210.
Nothing about the card.
A long track this one.
It is. This is king in front.
Facing this 5 big blind bet on the river. Pot size just under. I think Ian Roberts is watching on delay again on YouTube. 12 million. I think he's guessing the Tower thinks.
If no one had called the clock, how long do you think this hand would actually take?
I have no idea, Tower. Right. That's a 5 big blind bet, Tower, as well. It's not even like a huge bet on the river.
Yeah, we all understand tough spots. Completely understand tough spots, as Jay says. Sometimes we have unnecessary tanking. These are tough spots. They're playing for a lot of money. Come on, Cammy lad, says Gordon. There are a lot of fans on Cammy.
Guaranteed to move. Guaranteed to move. Would you have to pair? Look, set. Pushing a better set. The set is good, but yours could. No, like 10-6.
What do we know about the final success, Pokemon? Hi Mel, I didn't realise you bust out when I was chatting to the sister on the phone yesterday. I didn't realise you bust out. Sorry to see you leaving. Waving away. Thanks for the goodies. Team have really enjoyed them. But what do we know about?
Well, no, Mark, this is his first ever main event in the 9-trap/8 trap.
Yeah.
And Mo's we heard from someone that he plays spin and goes online. $60,000 in live earnings for Mo. And I'm not too sure about the other 4. I think Cammy's a Scottish local. Seems like he's got a lot of support here at this casino. I think Sonny's the same. Final table the Mini did Cameron earlier on in the week, comes 7th.
Cam's biggest cash is in the 30-30 series in Glasgow in October 2021.
Yeah, I guess yeah, that spot was fine. I think like to take a few minutes, but the 5 big blind bet was a decent proportion of his stack. That's why I think shot clocks are great as well, because like the 30 seconds it like whittles out the above average player from the very good player. If people can make the correct decisions in 30 seconds and if people aren't used to making decisions so quick, they're under a bit of pressure with the clock there. So I think that's another good reason for the shot clock as well. It really does whittle out some of the like above average players against the really good players, because the really good players will be able to make their decisions quicker and come to the right conclusion. Like there, for example, in that river, he would have had to burn through all his time banks. He wouldn't have been able to tank that long, even burning through all his time banks, Eunice, if this was on a shot clock. I know it's not this tournament, but I think they are going to be getting incorporated into the main event very soon. And that's like the other thing as well. Like you watch like people that have crushed this tour for years, like your Kellett, your Boz, your Hardcastle, Dave Doherty. You watch how quick they act in most spots. Like unless it's a really tough spot, they're not taking more than 30 seconds in any real given spot. And I think that's a talent in itself, how quickly they can come to the correct decision. And I think that's why shot clock's very good for the very good players, because they can come to the decisions a lot quicker than someone that knows their stuff but takes a bit more time to get to that conclusion, if that makes sense. Windsor as well, another one who acts very quick, just really on it all the time. Like all these people with great results over the years on the UK circuit.
Norway King tenner clubs.
Yep, we'll be getting involved.
25 bigs. Calls.
Just let you know, guys, as well, we've got just over half hour to the break, and we haven't eaten yet, so we're going to need to go on a half-hour dinner break.
We? Have you? I go for breakfast. I've got tunnocks.
Ah, okay.
Caramel logs, Cameroons, macaroons, satsumas.
I meant we collectively with the players as well.
Oh, they meant the players. I see.
But so they're going to have half hour up for dinner when we finish this level in about half hour's time.
Okay.
And then we will be back after that half-hour dinner break, just so the players get themselves something to eat. May join them as well.
As you can see, we're still on 6.
Nice little semi-bluff there from Cammy. Not even semi-bluff, didn't even have a gutter. Just the overcard gets the job done. Going making it 60 with the 7s under the gun. And Sonny with the pocket 5s, 15 bigs here. Sonny thinking about potentially shoving this. Well, he is going to shove it just for sub 15 over the open. And Gary makes the quick call, and Sonny sees the bad news that he's drawing to 2 outs. He stands up.
Yeah, he's going to need a bit of help here. Oh, we're going to be losing.
Odin Valerie, the Viking. Yes, this is the final table. Good Sunday morning to you too from New York City.
New York City tuning in again. Sonny Rilu needs a 5.
No help there. No runners either, so he needs 5 on turn or river.
Yeah, we need a 5 or Sonny will be eliminated. And it's not, it's an ace, so we're going to lose Sonny Rilu.
That also means when this level finishes, we're going to dinner break, and then when we come back, we will be on a 40-minute clock, so clock will be shortened.
So out in 6th, we are down to 5. Well done, Sonny. Good effort. 30 minutes to go, and then there's a 30-minute break.
Are we allowed a starter and a main? Or just a main?
There we go, taking the food orders, I like it.
Shall I get a break out?
Okay, cards are out while they're ordering the meals. Wonder how long it'll take Eunice to order his meal.
I want to order before I... No, but then it's not fucking... What if I have your hand and now I'm like 5 minutes long?
It's 5 minutes to get them.
Now I'm gonna fucking... How easy is that? That is true.
Mark's been very quiet the last 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
He's just sitting there with a chip lead, sitting on it, hoping a few players bust, like Sonny just did then, getting some ladders.
Just get like one ham and cheese sandwich.
Does open up here, raises the 7.5 of clubs to 75k. And Cammy's certainly not calling on the button. There's the fold. Jack 10, it looks like, has defended in the big of Gary. And a little bit of an action flop here. We've got straight flush draw for Mark on an ace-high board, so great for his hand and his range here. And Gary moving up and down here. So could see some potential fireworks on some action turn cards. 7 or queen of clubs would be tasty. And it's the 5 of diamonds actually giving Mark the best hand now.
No, I'm honest. They're not, they're tricky. So even if I tell you I could be lying.
185. So Gary folds with a bit of Mark.
Double barrel there, Mark. Nice with heaps of equity.
I don't want to do like simply and sit back.
If a rec player can take the pro off their game by tanking every hand, then I say fair play.
I'll have the poker, the big poker.
Prize ball's coming across the bottom of your screen. Rumpel, I'm not even going to read that out. I nearly did then. Coming across the bottom of your screen, Rumpel.
Just under half an hour to go until the 30-minute dinner break. We've all ordered.
Queen 6-6. Rainbow board, so this is just going to go to Mark so often. Can go really small with it. I'll continue size here, but not choosing to continue here. Does capture 4 on the tap. Best name on Twitch, I don't make you wrong. You nearly got me. Nearly got me. Going pot size on this 4 turn. And Eunice just got an easy fold here with the 10-9. Needs to understand that there'll be some overpairs checked here from Mark. Some Queen X that could plausibly check.
Raise to 70,000.
Raise to 70,000. 75 it was. Mark.
Gary here, this deep. Should be coming along. Both options available against the stack size. Just choosing to pull. Units out of the way with the Jack 8 of hearts. And Mo with the 6-5 out of the way in the big.
773. Check, check. 4 of hearts on the turn.
Check. Check.
Queen of Diamonds on the river. So Sugar check, check again. And Gary with the King 8 will take it. Hey, Yamo. Yes, 7th of June. Indeedy, indeedy. 7th of June. Come on, Eunice, you've got Queen Deuce. Sometimes you can't just jam the button. More with the 7 Deuce. Anybody playing the game?
Still,
we get a walk.
Could have potentially completed. I think, or even raised there, Tal. The way Mark's been playing, Mark's been fairly snug, but he's obviously got us covered, and Eunice is shorter than us, so just taking a more passive approach, letting it go.
Is there a seniors event while I'm there? I don't actually know. I've not checked any schedule at all. Maybe I should look. But I think the World Series seniors is on the 24th, so that's not there. But there's also the Golden Nugget, all other card rooms that have got events on. So I've not actually checked.
Wait, there's a specific restaurant?
It's not, it's just not Saturday.
Ah, okay. Because like if they have a restaurant which only has that menu, it's like the biggest competition.
So Eunice, A6 of spades in the cut-off. 14 big blinds. In it goes. Over there, Blue Evening boys, catching up with you now. Cal has gone back to London. Great weekend.
It has been an exceptional weekend, I must admit.
Queen of Diamonds for Mark on the button.
Flop, Kings, Jack 6, 2 clubs.
That's a mark. Top pair, top kicker. Just going to continue, and before he puts the bet out, the 4 deuce of Gary hits them up.
Just went
He's sat there for the last
He's like, look at me, let's apply all the pressure then.
Don't blame me. Barrel, I had to play with Barrel, I had fucking King Jack, King High Board. That's something different anyway, if you've never came bet. You get up there if Brace never came. Are you giving up if Brace never comes, you this Jack? King Jack, King High Board. Double barrel and then ace game the rest on the bet again.
I turned a good shot in there.
465 plus the
I'm sure you did. Aye,
Race to 80.
Right, King 3 here on the bottom, raises to 80, and Eunice not defending here off of his 14 bigs. Raise and take. Yeah, still fairly deep, Valerie.
Very deep.
Got a long way to go.
Absolutely.
The only thing is, clock will be reduced by 20 minutes when we return after the break, because we're now 5-handed. So players are going to see more hands. So therefore, the clock gets reduced. Deuces on the button for Gary here. Personally, I might just rip this one as Gary. I think both of them have like 15 and then sub 20. I think I'm Gary here with the chip, second in chips. If my stack size guess is correct, could just see Gary move in here with the deuces potentially. Button into the 2 small stacks in the blinds, but instead he's going to opt to open, it looks like. Makes it 60. One of the problems with opening, if we get ripped on from either player, we're then going to have to fold our deuces. That is obviously one of the problems, but I prefer just to see an open rip, I think, but could be wrong in this situation. 5-handed.
Jack 6-9, 2 clubs, more top pair.
So Mo actually had a bit more than I thought actually as well. He weren't sub 20, 22 bigs to start the hand, so maybe Gary not wanting to shove effective that much. Now realising equity makes top pair, check, check, flop, and just leads for 125 on the turn, 125 into 150. Fairly large size in here. There's a previous winner, Paul Green, in the background there on the rail. I think he's
playing the seniors or the bounty?
Seniors probably, won't it be? Oh, maybe the bounty actually.
We're on 5. Sonny, Raylu, the last man out.
It's Eunice. Eunice with 126,000 in live earnings is the biggest live earner on our table. To answer your question, Man of Straw.
I think Cammy's the most popular in the chat.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of support from Cammy. Has had all weekend, every single time.
Obviously the Discord group for Ricky Kebabs.
Small blind here, blind on blind with Ricky Kebabs. One of our Twitch viewers, Mark in C8.
Mick the mod says, what footy game was you at, Brad? To be fair, Mick, they don't call it football what he watches. Where's David Van Ploeg been? He used to be Edinburgh's best.
Vamps.
Not seen him play for years.
Yeah,
David Van Ploeg.
I used to love watching Van Ploeg when like 2011, 2012 EPT streams.
Yeah.
Where has he been?
I've not seen David Van Ploeg for well before the COVID outbreak.
Over 4 years ago was his last cashed out.
He's a trader apparently. Everton 2, Brentford 2.
Just an Everton goal then, that would be nice. 10 minutes to go, guys, before that half-hour dinner break. Only half hour today for the 5 players that remain. And come back, we're playing 20k, 40k, 40-minute clock. Blind on blind here. And Mark raising it up to 95, and Cammy having none of it. 3-bet to 260. I haven't seen much from that from Mark today, so I don't know if that's just really well timed from Cammy, or he picked up on something perhaps, because Mark's been just completing or folding a lot of the time, folding around blind on blind, and then the first time he raises, suddenly just chooses to 3-bet the airball. 3-2 now.
3-2 to Everton?
No, to Brentford.
To Brentford? 2 in a minute. Where's Calv on the table when you want him?
How's Towers treble looking?
It wasn't. Draw.
Stephen Taylor, I'll never back a Towers treble again. You are mad as a wasp now again.
Stephen.
Well, Tower, what's going on here? Because this is a meaty 3-bet from Gary. Full 5x here versus the button.
9-7-5, 2 diamonds.
Oh, sorry, it's 300, not 375. So 4x from Gary here. Full Mark open 260s, open to 75. So it's just the 4x, my mistake from Gary out of the blinds here. And it is a board that Gary should check with his hand more often than not. It's meant to be a lot better for the PLL than it is for us as the 3-better. He's going to love to see that on the turn.
Certainly is. King of Spades.
Firing for 275. And looks like Mark isn't going anywhere here. And this is the biggest pot of the tournament so far, 1.2 million, the middle here. And 8 of hearts on the end.
So Certainly shouldn't be any sixes around.
Yeah, I make you right, Tara. In this 3-bet pot, it's very hard for Mark to ever have a 6 in this spot.
Yeah.
Unless it's a6 of diamonds that might like check back flop, but even that's probably not going to peel pre-flop. I don't think Mark's going to be peeling that. So 400k value bet on the river here from Gary. Set. And Mark getting out of the way.
So the last 5 minutes or so of the session, and then a 30-minute break, which means we'll be back at 6:35. You want to come in with the password? Password is GUKPT Eddie, EDI.
Ricky Kebabs had the 10-9 suited there.
All right. Cheers, Ricky.
You didn't fancy a little third on the flop, Ricky? You didn't fancy a little third? It wouldn't have worked. You actually probably would have lost more, potentially, because Ace King, the Ace of Diamonds would have probably peeled versus that side. So just looking at it without the end result. I'll turn the spade draw. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 10-9 of spades.
Well, well, well. Have you on? So the last 5 minutes of this session, there is a 30-minute break. Sonny Raylew, the last man out. Ed Swales in 7th. Chris Welsh was in 8th, and 9th was Jared Thatcher. 10th, and the final table bubble today was Dave Doherty. Do we or Jay play deuce to 7?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
Jay will probably play that as he's a mixed game specialist. The 3 favourites, so would they be Gary Armstrong, Callie Williamson and Mark Roberts. Top 3 in the betting, top 3 in the chip stacks there, as you can see, playing very, very well. My first trip to Vegas back in 2004, I played limit high-low for about 6 hours. I think I was up about $4.
It should be banned, that game, Tower. That should be banned everywhere.
I think it is now. I think times have changed. You could only play limit poker or pot limit in some places. That was it. You didn't have a choice, man. 2004. Yeah, limit is different.
First dealers to the seniors, do you have any blind levels? 4 blinds. 1,000 big line, 2.5. 2.5 big line.
Yeah, limit is a little bit different.
Oh, that didn't sound good.
Oh, you waited an hour and a half for your dinner. Oh.
Valerie, yeah, pot limit. Sorry, I wasn't catching up in the chat. I was just sorting something out. I was just sorting that hand out from earlier, the Queen 10 one, which I said I was run for whoever was asking, and it's actually Ewan that ran it for me. Just getting back to me.
This will be
with the results. So if you're still watching Idris, we will have actual result of that hand very soon when it comes in.
So the last hand of the session and a 30-minute break, which means we'll be back at 6:35. More of the same.
Gonna get some food in my belly. Might have a salad today, Tower.
Oh, right, okay. Last hand of the session. Mo, 5 deuce in the cut-off. Come on, Mo, let's have a break. Let's have 30 minutes and not 20. Good lad, good lad. Good lad. There we go.
Coming with the ace queen in the small. These two very deep here. Just sub 70.
Cammy makes it ace 80 with ace queen. Gary's got ace 9. So we're going to see a flop.
That doesn't look like a flop, Pat.
Whoa, 3 bet to 300,000.
So makes it 4x here. Just sub over the race from Cammy. And obviously these two are really deep here. And you've got both Eunice and Mo. After we come back after the break, both are going to be sub 20. Cammy is out of position. Like personally, I just call Tower and take a flop. That's probably what I do, because it's not a nice spot. We get 4-bet and get ripped on. I know we can see a 4-bet would work to perfection in this occasion, but it's just horrible for us if we make it like 700 here and we get ripped on. So if I'm Cammy, I'm just going to peel and take a flop here out of position with the ace queen. Cammy might have other ideas. Saw him putting a light 4-bet earlier. It just folds. Just lets it go.
The ace 9, ace queen folded. Back, as you can see there, with the final 5 in 30 minutes.
See you then.
And it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And, you know, if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day. So it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in one day. And then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart. And that's on me. I mean, I was running good. I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, Binions is just such a classic poker. It's just there's so much history there, and we've faced this for many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time, and it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables.
Yeah.
So I mean, we've heard this hundreds of times, starting in the '80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines, 4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binions because, I mean, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play, but I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about 1.5 years ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics. And she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's there's some negativity there. And so I've been a huge figure, looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, I mean, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. and then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world, and they play with 10, 15 businessmen, and so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world, you win bracelets, you win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers, because there's a lot of great players. A lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, so you have to pick your poison, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, and so I mean, yeah, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural, there's always going to be haters. And that's just that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, man, you've been one of my biggest critics. I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, I think you're crazy. And he's like, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah. Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah. Different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, and so, and then, recently people are like, oh, well, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, the ones where the blinds go up every, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour. And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000 faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo. The turbo. Said, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math. So it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player. And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and I mean, like there was a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 cashers in 2019.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. But do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums, but I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League triple crown of poker, you've won the World Series main event, you've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that triple crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC. Yeah. And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable triple crown.
Yeah. We've got 15 braces. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's just like how many final tables a year does he have? And he has so many seconds.
Yeah.
Like he and I were battling for, I think I have 12 seconds and he has 11 second places now or something. But he tied me for seconds for 1 minute there. And unfortunately, I had a second over in Europe that I really wanted to be a first. And he was at the final table with me. So there's some people that are just great. Who knows what the future holds for Dominic Nietzsche? Who knows what the future holds for Adrian Mateos? Who knows what the future holds for some of these guys that are there playing all these events? Now, a lot of the young guys don't play all the mixed games, but I think, what do I have? I have 2 bracelets in Raz, and all the rest are in Hold'em anyway. If you're great at Hold'em, you can get there more often because there's more skill.
Out of the 10, 11, 12 second place finishes, and I'm just gonna read. This tweet from yourself was just amazing. Hitting my number 1 live goal at 24 was amazing. By the time I was 28, I had 5 WSOP wins and a new life goal was to become the greatest poker player of all time. You figured you needed to win 24 bracelets as recognized as the greatest of all time. If all those second places would have been wins, would have got there. But why did you say 24?
24 is a number that kind of like, I don't always have a perfect understanding of, I'd almost say mystical things. You know what I mean? I know that our minds are very powerful, and some of that is kind of untapped and unknown. And, my book Positivity talks about, how I've kind of, harnessed some of that potential.
Yeah.
And how other people can harness that potential. And so for me, 24 was a number that I came up with at a young age. And I just thought, I can win 24 bracelets. And I came up with it in 1993, 94. I figured 24 would make me unassailable to the whole world. Yeah. I remember in 2005 when I passed Johnny Chan and I passed Doyle Brunson, and they both came up and congratulated me. And that was classy, right? We all shook hands. They were all like, great job, Phil. I mean, there was a big, when they awarded me that bracelet in front of the whole room, that night right after I won it, there was Chan and Brunson.
Brilliant.
And at that point, we were crazy. Johnny, and I think it was 05, but Johnny Chan and Doyle Brunson and I maybe it was 07 I passed them, but I mean, there were years where they'd win, Doyle would win 2, Chan would win 2, and I'd win 1 bracelet. I think that was 03. And so we were just winning them in bunches, even in the modern era. And so that battle was great. And so, you're never safe. There are people that can catch me, but now I have the records, and I just have to keep raising it.
Any of those second places you would have thought, you know what, I really wanted that one?
Yeah, I remember there was a second place where a guy was very, very lucky against me repeatedly, and then and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket 5s and he had ace king, and I limped in with the 5s. We were playing 3-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack, and he raised, called, and it came 10 jack 7. And he bet and I raised with the 5s. And he just called and I knew he had ace king. And the turn, I bet, he raised and I re-raised him. Or at least I called him with the intent of calling on the river. And for some reason, I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd. And so that one really hurt. Because I also had the guy all in. I think he had king 10 suited when I had ace queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time, and so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most. Because I had him down to no chips, and the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship.
Yeah.
I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces, and I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack, and he was all in before the flop with king 10, and he somehow won. I remember it came Jack 10, and he turned to 10, and you know, I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces, and that one I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet, and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you obviously write books. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did the book launch. And I remember we went into a pub on the corner of Leicester Square. Myself and Paul, who still works with us, and we got the book. And this was a new release when it came out, and we signed it off. And I thought, do you know what? Phil Elmuth has just signed a book for me. And it's still pristine, by the way. It is pristine. It's got all the stories. My favourite story is the Devilfish story. I love these little books. But if you wasn't a poker player, and a very, very successful poker player, would writing and being an author be right up there of what you would be doing on a regular basis?
I mean, it's very interesting. You know, I mean, I think, you know, this is the first time in an interview I've ever said it, but I think I could have been a motivational speaker pretty easily. That aligns well with me, but you have to accomplish something, I think, to be able to motivationally speak to people, I think. And it's an easier path to get there. So, but I could easily have been a motivational speaker. I could easily have been a successful businessman.
Yeah.
And you know, could easily have been a promoter. So I don't really know where I'd be if it wasn't poker. But hopefully I would have written a book or two.
Well, that's there. That I was there when it I was there with you, and it's signed for me by the great one.
And then book, it's like 50 hand of the weeks, and so you know you read each one at what takes 2 or 3 minutes to read the story. Just kind of a flavor of what it was like. Deal Me In now, as I look back, is a flavor of what it was like to be a professional poker player in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Because that book came out, what, in 05 or 06?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's impressive. Where did Poker Brat get coined? Who was the first person to call you the Poker Brat? Or was it yourself?
No, that was not me. That was Andy Glazer.
All right, okay.
So Andy Glazer was, you know, the all-star poker writer, right? And he, I mean, I have a funny story about how I met him. Should I tell it?
Yeah, of course.
So my wife and I choose a vacation, and we choose to go to a place called Esalen. Eselen's a very famous spiritual place. So we decide we're going to go study Buddhism with the master, the Lama Suryadas. Suryadas has become bigger and bigger and bigger in Buddhism and has lots of books out. So my wife and I go to Esalen for our vacation to study Buddhism. I'm like, hun, can't we go to like a 5-star hotel somewhere? So we drive down the California coast. We arrive at the most beautiful place you've ever seen. One of the houses is right underneath a waterfall. But they have the natural hot springs there, but you're not allowed to wear clothing. So everybody has to go into the hot springs naked. And my wife chose not to talk. That was part of the training. And so I wasn't going to do much talking. And one day she's like, hey, I'm going to go get some food. And I'm like, I'm going to the hot tub. So the natural springs. So I go down there, no clothes on. And sitting across from me is this guy talking about what I think is a poker tournament. And I'm like, no way. Come on, this is a spiritual place. He's talking about a poker tournament. At the end of it, he's talking to one of the, I guess Andy worked there. And somehow I said, oh, I dabble a little bit in poker. He's like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah. I play here and there, and I was trying to be modest because that's what we were taught that week. Of course, this was during a time when I wasn't as modest in the 1990s, and I guess the world thinks I'm not modest, but they don't know me that well. But anyway. After you listen to this interview, I sound cocky. I'll give you that. So, so anyway, there's Andy, and he's like, oh, so he starts asking question. I'm trying to brush it off. Almost sorry I brought it up, and then Andy says, oh, what's your name? And I say Phil Hellmuth, and he's like 6'6". The 6'6" big naked guy stands straight up out of the hot tub, and he says to his friend, that's like Michael Jordan saying that he dabbles in basketball, and like over and shakes my hand, walks over to shake my hand, this big naked guy, and I shake his hand. And we were connected after that, and he was a writer, and so he wanted to write my autobiography. And when I finally started writing the autobiography, he wanted to help me with my first book too, so now I sold my book to HarperCollins, and he wanted to help me, but he got sick right then. And so I wrote the book myself. He wrote, maybe of that book, say it's 94,000 words. Andy wrote about 8,000 words. And but I was depending on him, but he was sick. So I started doing it myself, 1,500 words a day, every day. Bam, 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 bam. And it got easy because I'm writing about poker strategy. And so, but we had a long-term plan of him writing the autobiography, but unfortunately, he died.
Brilliant. You touched on basketball there. Did you ever get a chance to play at a high level, or were you a big fan? Would you have loved a career in basketball rather than poker?
I mean, basketball would be great. I've been getting a little time with Draymond Green lately. He and I went on a little trip together for 4 or 5 days, and seeing how hard he works out even on vacation is pretty crazy. Basketball would have been amazing, but I think if you want, you have to be great at basketball if you want to make the big money, right? Yeah. A lot of the guys aren't great. Unfortunately, if you're the 50th best or maybe 100th best basketball player in the world, you don't do as well. Now that's changing, but I love basketball, and I was never world class. I mean, I'm 6'6" almost, and I could dunk, but barely. I probably dunked 5 times in life, so I didn't have the skills to play basketball.
We're glad you stuck to poker. In 2003, 2004, the poker boom was like, it just exploded. Did you see it coming? What did you think of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I remember someone found me in 2004, Michael Kaplan, a writer from New York, and he said, Phil, you told me in the 1990s that they were going to have in stadiums, and everybody laughed at you. And he said, now look, we're having the final in the Penn and Teller Theater. And not just finals, but also I thought there'd be so many. He said, you predicted there'd be so many players that'd fill a football stadium. And he said, you were so right about that. And so, yeah, I saw that coming, but then I didn't see it coming as fast. So I saw it coming in 1995. I thought it would happen earlier at a much slower pace. But no one saw it in 2003 and 2004 and 2005 going on ESPN and exploding that and becoming a global phenomena. I didn't see that much. So, but yeah, I saw poker getting big.
Yeah, and now obviously you're part of the ESPN team that covers the main events, the final tables, the commentating. Do you still get a buzz when you're commentating rather than playing?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, this year was one of my fun little stories. I'm on stage, and whenever it's about once every 2 hours, they cut to me.
Yeah.
And this year it was with Maria Ho, and of course, you know, Kara, who's amazing, and Maria, who's amazing. And so it's the two of them and me. And but I wouldn't commit to doing any of the comment. I wouldn't commit to any of that while there were tournaments still going on. And finally, I'm like, all right. So I played the $5,000 buy-in turbo event, and
Which one are you voting? This one? Yes. This? Okay, so we've got 100,000, 200,000 there, 200,000. This one, we've got 100,000.
Why, what are your two trophies for? Like?
A4 start, 500k. And you got a 4 start there for 100k. Okay guys, we have 40 minutes clock now and half and again it will reduce to 30 minutes when we are heads up.
So 40-minute clock now. Yep. As we are 5-handed. Well done to everybody. The prize tick is running along the bottom. Oh, we disappeared. So we're back. Welcome back, one and all, in the chat. Could this be the session? If not, will it be the one after that?
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, guys, we got Cammy Williamson in 1, Gary Armstrong in 3, Eunice Barakat in 5, Mocha Kearney in 6, and in the 7-8 trap is Mark Roberts or Phil.
How much do you got, guys? Yeah, like 1.8.
2.6.
What do you got?
1.9.
Same. That's such a like good meal. That's so fantastic. I say to this, I say to this, only hang out for days.
But now it's 5:49.
When I wake up, I probably just have to be
Here's 10 for Cammy.
There's a royal for Mark, Spand, Danny Ryder, Mr. P-Man, all watching. What's gone on with that camera tower?
Oh my days, we're on there.
Wow.
Which one's that?
I have no idea. I will get PK on the case.
Absolutely. And unfortunately that's going to be a 30-minute delay. That's...
Go get him, Towers.
I'll go get him. That's that needs to stop and change and alter.
I'm just going to have to deal with it. We are. Just seems it's both wide shots.
Taking chairs out. Taking a chair out and just
Oops.
That's my eyes.
That does that me. The overview is there. We're on it. Already worked it out, but obviously we're on a 30-minute delay. Or it could be 5 to 9 then. So Cam's 5 to 9, as you can see. I'm being told that while the break was on, they were taking the chairs out of the eliminated players, and it looks like somebody has touched. I don't know how. It's about 9 foot up in the air. So apologies for camera 5 to 9. Obviously, that's a 30-minute delay for us regarding that. Every other camera is good.
What the fuck's happened here?
What's the secret?
Yeah, we know. No need to be a little bit. We know, Sean. Don't worry about it. You just ban people.
I know. It's unbelievable, isn't it? If a player knocks the camera in the break, we're not going to find out until we're back on stream. We get the pictures posted through half hour later. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. If someone knocks a camera and doesn't tell anyone, it's just we're going to have to deal with it for 30 minutes until the pictures are back.
Actually called the free bet, didn't you, for a free bet? I didn't think you'd next week, you'd have got me. If you had, you'd have got me.
So camera 5 to 9. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Seen the numbers today for the sides?
No. Good.
99 in the seniors, which we thought was absolutely fantastic. And then everybody in Edinburgh decided to turn up for the bounty, and we've got 145.
Wow. Busy day.
Amazing.
Good for have a bit of atmosphere while it's FT's
yeah,
going as well.
Absolutely.
Sometimes we get to the Sunday and there's not many people left in the room, but
yeah,
we've got a rail going, nice bit of atmosphere. Coming. Faced with this 200k bet from Gary. Cammy plays that one really well. Check calls the turn, inducing, and nice play from Cammy. Really like the check on the turn. Like every bet flop we can check flop, every bet flop. Really like the check on the turn, and then induce the bluff from our opponent. And Cammy, nearly chip leader, up to 2.3.
Yeah, Monkey Magic, the password is GUKPT Eddie, EDI. GUKPT Eddie, EDI.
Pick the mod, AdCom camera. Yes, we know, we're working on it.
Yeah. So yeah, that has been knocked during the break. We don't know how, but unfortunately that is the view in camera 1 to 5 to 9. We will sort it. PK is on the case, he already knows. A little bit bizarre, but we'll carry it by regardless.
So Gary, shoving him blind on blind, and Eunice not going to be able to call the 8-6 off.
So yeah. Come with the go, James Graham. You got a lot of support in the chat. There's Cammy, Cameron Williamson.
I wasn't checking that. I could have it smaller, maybe. No, I could have got.
So if some of you are tuning back in, we will keep mentioning it, but the camera, someone's knocked it during the break, and then we've only found out, obviously it's been knocked as soon as we get back, so not much we can do at the moment, but we are working on it, and in I think 20-25 minutes time it will be back to normal. It's just seats 5 to 9, so when action's on either Gary or Cammy, the picture will be clear, but when it's on one of the other three, it will not.
Cammy or Eunice to win, both good guys. They've all played very well. They have all played extremely well. And it's been a good fun. You see all the numbers. Dave Doherty bubbling the final table. Rad Iliev 3.8 for 11th. Laurinus Jakutis 12th. Craig Smith and Scott Finlayson the first out today. Flex Luther. It's like watching it's like watching a 10-year-old rerun of Street Crime UK where they blur the people's faces out. Oh, love it. Love it. Yeah, we can only apologise, guys. You know, anything that goes wrong, we don't like it just as much as you. It does get fixed. PK's already sorted it. Obviously, we're on a 30-minute delay. I'm not sure if we can cancel the cam for 30 minutes. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're going heads up between Cammy and Mark here because Mark should be defending the King 9 of Diamonds facing this race. Facing the race. No, not really. Don't know Eunice at all. Doesn't coach, just wins. Unfamiliar with Eunice.
No, this is usually the leg of the entire festival, entire season, where it's 80% locals.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas the rest of the tour are all players from everywhere around the country. Edinburgh seems to be the one where hardly anybody from Birmingham South seems to travel up. We've had a few. Mickey Spillane and Laura came up 7-hour travels from Somerset.
How come he's checked twice here?
But yeah, it is one of these legs where there's a lot more locals and they play well. coming up in the next 2 or 3 months. There you can see the blue ones are the ones that the team Cardroom Direct will be in attendance and live streaming, and obviously the red one at the bottom is Goliath, so that'll be on as well, and the rest are the local comps. So next weekend you'll have the Vic in London, Coventry, Leeds and Liverpool, and then middle of June we'll then have Bury New Road in Manchester, Hill Street in Birmingham, Reading and Glasgow, and then towards the end of June, Coventry again, Luton, back in Edinburgh for the 25-25 and the Blackpool Deep Stack. Wouldn't surprise me if some of the players who play the Deep Stack, the 25-25 here, head to Blackpool if they bust out. That's what usually happens.
Tens for Cammy on the button. Huge hand to wake up with 5-handed on the button. Pocket tens raises to 100k. And Eunice with the ace-5 here. Eunice only round with 7 big blinds, facing the button open with an ace. Could potentially see this go in. I can't see what's happening at the table, but I don't think Eunice is going to flat or fold this spot. I think he's just going to shove with an ace here, going to be ahead of Cammy's buttoning range, and there we go. There's a shove and a quick call from Cammy, and he's in great shape here to bust Eunice Barakat here, and we could be 4-handed, just coming back after the dinner break.
Eunice needs help. Does Cammy take out Eunice? Well, that's as dry as you want.
Yeah, no,
ace-5.
No, well, running will. That's about it.
Do we get a really good turn? No, we don't. We're down to an ace.
And only an ace.
An ace from space. Oh, we're down to 4. We are down to 4. Well played, Eunice.
Eunice Barakat out in 5th place for £11,520. Everyone now locked up £17,670. It's a 10k ladder now between 4th and 3rd, and we have a new chip leader, Cammy, at the top of the shop, first time on this FT.
The best thing about coming up to Edinburgh, when the side event's on, from table 2 to table 12, do you want a pint? Yeah. Shall I get them? Yeah, alright, I'll get the next ones. Okay, what do you want? Tenants, Star Problem, Guinness. It's like oh, brilliant. Great place to come, and loved it this week obviously with the golf around Aberdour, thanks to Johnny Scott, and then North Berwick, thanks to Tom Gill. Absolute pleasure to play golf, and hope won't be up for the Edinburgh Deep Stack because I'll be in Vegas, but if there's one after Goliath, I'm going to be bringing the sticks up, so get ready boys, and you're more than welcome down to the old links. in St Anne's whenever you want to bring your bats, that is for sure. So we know the cam is a bit blurry, it will get sorted because PK was onto a case straight away.
Yeah, the good thing is about losing Eunice as well, now it's half and half, because we had 3/5 of the action with the camera blurry. Now it's only going to be a half, because it's only Mo and Mark in seats 5 to 9. But it should be fixed in about 20 minutes tops now, guys. Just wait for the delay to catch up.
Don't let the door eat on the way out, Eunice. We used to have a player in Blackpool that used to play, and every time we knocked somebody out, he'd say, "Thanks for coming."
That's TJ's line, ain't it? When Terry busts someone and someone goes, "Tell him Terry sent you." When they go to the cash test, that's old TJ's line. Tell him Terry sent you.
Here we are down to 4, 40-minute clock as well. How do you get your own emoji on Twitch? Do you have to pay millions for it?
I don't know.
Just so people can see you smiling. The cat's in the building. Copy and paste from Gary McGaffney. So we're on 4, as you can see. Apocalypse says you can earn a certain amount of emote spaces by streaming, gaining followers, etc, etc. There you go. Thanks for that. Hiya James. The floor staff were moving the chairs out of the table and somebody inadvertently has knocked the camera. We know about it, it has changed, but obviously we're on a 30-minute delay, so in about 15 minutes it will be back to normal.
The 9-7 of clubs with a chip lead. Definitely could open this one. Cammy, four-handed situation now. Want to start opening wider. Especially with the chip lead as well. When we've got both Mark and Gary covered. Under the gun effect of cut-off in a four-handed situation.
Yeah.
And folded round to Mark in the big blind.
No talks of any deal at all. The password for the free roll is GUKPT Edinburgh. Well, sorry, GUKPT Eddy, E-D-I. GUKPT Eddy.
So Cammy here, flopping middle pair. And firing for 75k. Quick call from Mark. Queen of clubs on the turn.
Just try watching the tournament, Brad.
He's upset the mother the other night, so I'm not talking to him.
All right.
Can't
Okay.
be dealing with it, Dad.
Just watch it.
Can't be dealing with Brad. Not even going to acknowledge it. Cammy double barreling here. In terms of range, I actually don't mind this at all here from Cammy. Got the 7 in our hand, blocking some 2 pair combinations, and this Ace Queen 7 free board just going to be good for our range. Really nice double barrel that. Potentially folding out some stronger 7x hands with equity against us. Need to be 18 plus to watch our streams anyway, I'm sure you do, Tower, ain't you?
Yeah. Just got one of your streamers to give me one of his emote slots. Nice one, Cat. The password is GUKPT Eddie, EDI. Thanks, Nightbot. Yes.
Yeah, I had a little bit on my plate.
Did you?
Yeah, a little bit on my plate.
Are you
Tiny
sure?
little bit. Yeah, tiny little bit. It's like stuffing, ain't it? It doesn't taste like it, but it's like the same sort of
texture. Yeah.
Goes nice with mayonnaise. It was nice with a bit of mayonnaise on it. Haggis.
Yeah. Haggis and bacon goes really well together. So the camera will sort it out in 10. PK on the case, as we know. What does Atletico Madrid versus Seville 1-0 mean to anybody?
I don't know. I've not been following La Liga. Real Madrid have already won it, ain't they?
Yeah, that's 40 points clear, aren't they? Yeah, did you have mayo with it?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
On a breakfast?
I have mayo on my breakfast anyway. I have mayo on everything, Tower. Mayo goes with everything for me. So King 9 of spades on the button.
Ah, there you go. Third versus fourth, and Betis very close in fifth. That'll be for the Champions League then next season. Thanks for that.
Queen 8-4 2-club board. Checks through. 5 of spades on the turn.
Check. Yeah, Mel, we just got told the client wasn't available for Edinburgh. We don't know why, but it will be back definitely for Luton. So that's what we got told. Well, it wasn't an option this weekend, unfortunately. And quite a few players like a little punt while watching the live stream.
Honestly, Jay, it's best sauce in the book. Best sauce in the book. Yeah, onion barges and mayo, that's not a bad shout. Not dipping your naan in it's nice as well.
Stevie W says, mayo on a breakfast. You, sir, are a wrong one.
That's what PK said to me. It was funny, the first day for breakfast we were in Edinburgh, and I walked over and I sat down with a breakfast, all mayo covered in it. He looked at me, he literally said that, he goes, you're a wrong one. That's it, like. Now, but with anything, Indian, Chinese, pizza, literally goes with everything. In my palate, at least.
Not too sure it goes with an Indian.
Well, it goes with the sides, like onion barges and naan, and not the actual main.
No, Sam.
Yes, Sam. Sam's on board. Mayo does go with everything.
Oh dear. Oh no, Craig Grant's leaving.
Ace Jack of Diamonds. Cav makes it 100. 2.5x raise and take.
Yeah, we're not sure about. And to be fair, I prefer salad cream. GUKPT, next leg. There it is, Luton. We will be there. Right down at the bottom, it says there's a bounty. We're being told by Mr. Jim McShane it's going to be a mystery bounty. Oh yeah.
Looking forward to it.
There's also going to be a mystery bounty at Goliath. Check out all the schedule from top to bottom. It is a massive 10 days in Luton. We'll be there from Wednesday the 1st of June, live streaming the cash, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday doing the main event. Can't wait for Luton. It's always very good. It's a great drop. It's twice we go to Edinburgh, to Luton. Just looking down, Mo's got the Cowboys.
Only place Mo should go is in the bin. And Mo's just all in here for his 11 big blinds on the button. Fold through, no action.
Do we know when the mystery bounty is at Goliath? No, we don't. Jim literally told us as he was leaving the building. So we'll get some information from Jim McShane heading towards Luton, and then probably in Luton we'll let you know when the mystery bounty is at Goliath. Let's go Gary boy, says Andy Watts. Yeah, the World Series one will be insane. I don't know when the bounties come in for the World Series mystery bounty. I don't know what the actual structure is for that. I don't know if it's on their schedule sheet already, but there is one prize in Las Vegas. It's $1,000 in, and the top prize for a bounty is $1 million. What's the chance of a deal? Depends who's in it. If it's Cammy and Gary, do they know each other well enough to deal? If it's Cammy and Ricky Kebabs, does he want to deal? We don't know as yet, obviously. But if there's any information regarding deals, we'll obviously let you know, because players will, the players and the floor staff will tell us. So we're down to 4. Eunice the last man out. It was ace 5 against and 10s, was it? No, I won't be playing because it's a little bit too late for us. The bounty at 8 PM, because obviously we're concentrating now on the final 4. Then we'll if we get to heads up, and then we'll do the interviews. So it's a little bit late. The 6 o'clock was fine, and I'm going to ask the online staff see if we can get it back to 6 o'clock, because it was perfect then. So I know now it's 8 o'clock. It's a little bit too late for us. So I won't be getting involved. It's a little bit late. If it reverts back to 6, then yeah, we'll stick some bounties on his heads.
The King 6-7 2 half board.
Cheers, Chris. Chris Cheney says, like to say well done, lads, for another excellent stream and for the coverage of the GUKPT here again. Keep it going. Thank you very much, Chris.
Cheers, Chris.
Nice to hear. Technician says you only know the last 10 minutes in the free roll. Well, to be fair, that's true. I think I won one once. I think I won one once.
Oh, I think the cameras are coming back. We just went split screen.
I don't know what they're doing behind that camera, but it's looks like he's running away from the police. Jason Shellham says, Jay, when I bring the donuts to Luton, I'll bring you the mayonnaise as well. You don't, do you?
No, not with the donut. No, not with like sweet stuff. Not with like sweet stuff. Woo.
I'm sure I've won a free roll in the past. I'm pretty sure I have. I probably tried to lose all my chips and got lucky a lot. That's what probably happened. I won a flip before. One of them flip and goes. Remember them when they did the one hand flips online?
Yeah.
The one hand flips online for the seats, or the penny flips, the penny rolls as they were called. I won one of them.
King through for Cammy, just races it up blind on blind, gets the big blind out of the way.
$3.1 mil to 3 mil. It's looking like Cammy and Gary at this moment in time. The other two are going to need to get a nice double up to get right back in it.
Gary's all in with the kings, and Mo is in with the king queen.
Mo is going to need a lot of help. He's 550, he's 12 bigs. They're in the middle. Yeah. King queen, saw the paint, thought that'll do. Run straight into Gary Armstrong.
There'll be some hard work to win this one.
Yeah.
7% equity pre to the flop.
8-8-3. That is not good.
So running queens or running eights for a chop and 2 on the turn is going to seal it.
That'll do. We're down to 3. Well done, Mo. Mo Kilkenny has just finished in 4th place.
Maybe if you never spewed your chips, sorry. How do you just have kings out? Like, the boys literally just been folding it on every time we ship.
I'm just saying he's getting one running.
Camera's good. It's a bit wonky, but it's back.
I mean, I'm hamstrung by getting so
Thank you.
There you go. Thanks to PK for working on it. The game should speed up, says Chris. Even if it's just the hand selections. We're on 3. Oh, who's done that? It's a good job he's done his hair this morning. Andy will be watching at home going left a bit, up a bit, twist it round a bit.
Go on the kebabs.
Go on the kebabs. He's nearly got the chilli sauce.
Just walk with keys, blind be blind.
Just been ripped at every single point. Just rips it again. Played well, good. Played solid yesterday. You played very good. Pretty tight, but you played very well.
So Gary Williamson, Cameron Williamson on the right, Gary Armstrong on the left, and Ricky Kebabs, Mark Roberts in seat number 8. Three-handed to the title. Cammy Williamson. Oh, playing golden shot. So Mark raises to 80,000 with the Jack Queen. We see your flop. Queen Eye flop will be interesting. Jack King 4. Mark way out in the lead.
Well, I trained today, didn't expect to get to 3, so
Quite far in for 80k hit. An action on Gary. That Queen of Clubs doing a little bit of work in terms of backdoors. So you could even mix this one in as a check raise some of the time here. Tower free-handed, how wide Mark should be opening on the button, and he's going to c-bet this board more often than not, whatever his hand. So with this little Queen of Clubs in there, potential, but Gary thinks better of it, just letting it go.
1.8 to 1.7 to 542,000. They're the difference in chips during this level. The actual stacks, 3 mil for Cammy. Gary has got 3.6 and Mark 29 bigs at 1.2. You think he's short stacked, but he ain't.
There's a lot of big blinds to help.
Hog King, yes. We need a count, we say. All in with the sixes. Camry says, can I have a count, please? So we can't see Cammy's holdings.
Oh, it looks like he's counting out chips tower, so must have a decision here. And if he calls and he has the best hand and he holds, or has the worst hand and gets there, we could be heads up just like that after being 5-handed coming back after the break.
What's he got? Ace 10, ace jack?
Well, there's a big shot from Mark. Oh, he's called. So 6s for Mark. And Cammy.
We will see that when he goes to the overhead camp. We could be heads up. Ace 9.
Well, clean for Mark.
Yeah.
So far. There are some plausible backdoors, but feigning ace and 9 at the moment.
10 of jack of clubs avail.
Oh, just the ace on the turn.
The offsuit ace on the turn.
So 2 outs to survive, needs a black 6. And it's another ace, and we are going to lose Mark Roberts in third. £27,660. His first ever main event. That is some run in his first ever tournament, and he'll be happy with that payday, I'm sure. And that means, guys, we're heads up.
We're heads up. I don't know what the plan is. Is there a break? 10-minute break, which means I'm off for a cup of tea. 10-minute break. We'll leave the picture on. We're not going to put a break picture on. There's no point, because we'll just leave it there. And when I get my cup of tea, I'll come back for a chat, and we'll have a chat about what's happening regarding Luton, Goliath, the events that are on for the rest of the year. So to give us 5 minutes, I'm going to snip that way, get myself a cup of tea, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes for the heads up battle. I'll be back in about 5. So
Be a 10-minute break, guys, alright? Yeah. You've done that well, Dave. We're just leaving the professionals there.
Shout them in.
10-minute break.
Excuse me. Can I get 2 pints of water and ice, please? Thank you.
Back. Back. Quick question. Do they send your winnings to the bank or do you get cash? Entirely up to you. You can have a bag of swag. You can have bank transfer. You can take a little bit of this and a little bit of that. You can have a cheque. There's plenty of ways to get your money. Most people have a little bit spare so they can have a drink and a bit of a celebration, and then the rest is a bank transfer. Others, if they have to get off, they'll just have a bank transfer and get on the way. And we've seen others take a pot of gold and just want the lot.
Pot of gold.
So yes. So Luton is coming up. There it is. There's Luton. All events. It's a fantastic 10-day festival. Finishes on the Sunday, the 5th of June. That's the next GUKPT that we're doing as a team. We'll all be in Luton for the GUKPT. The events that we won't be at are the yellow ones and the grey ones and the green ones and the yellow ones. Basically, we do the blue ones. So Coventry, Leeds, Liverpool and the Vic, we won't be there. Bernie Road, Hill Street, Reading South and Glasgow we will. But all going on. Plenty going on. Luton and then everything else. And then obviously Goliath. Plenty going on at Goliath. There's all kinds of streaming events and ladies events and big events. There's a Joker's Wild in the middle. So we're just about ready, pal. Yeah. We're just waiting for the team. So, as we get ready for the final.
I think we've still got 5 minutes or so before they come back.
Yeah. We think they'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. There's Davey, our action tracker, sits in the back with the headphones on, talking to the dealer. The dealer lets him know what the bets are. He puts them into and we can see the graphics.
What's that bigger stack?
So who have we got left? Jay? Can you read out the list? Read out the table list. Who have we got left?
It's Cammy Williamson and Gary Armstrong. They are the final two.
See, one of the best Smith and Jones clips ever was the football clip where he puts his hand in. He says the draw's coming here, but switches it round, and he pulls that and he goes, Leeds United, Arsenal, and that concludes your draw for the final of the FA Cup. Oh, brilliant. The good old days. So we're setting up, getting ready. Gary Armstrong is set. The water's ready. Zacabello says good game, Ricky Kebabs. He had a lot of followers, didn't he, Ricky? Mark Roberts. Met him this week for the first time. He's been in the chat for months and months and months.
Great for his first main event as well, Tara.
First main event. First main event.
So just waiting for him to come back, guys. We're just waiting on Cammy. Gary is sat there ready to go. Cammy is back. Hey folks, everyone staying with Tower Night all day, and we are at this point now. 2 players remain. And the 390 entries, 1, 2, 4 came back to day 2, and then we had 14 players remaining today.
Oh, I know that, did ICM? Oh, of course. Aye, just that, aye, we take 10% off and then do ICM. Right.
So, it looks like that they are getting a chip count here, and potential deal could be taking place here, guys. They've been called back from their break, and I believe they are discussing a potential deal here.
Full ICM as it stands would be 56.5, 54.2. That's if you just put it right now without taking anything out.
So Mike's out with the app on his phone. Just going to get the ICM numbers for the guys. So, I believe we are being told. Got the numbers there, Tower? So, I believe that they do want to chop this one. So, Mike is giving them the numbers, and if they both agree, the figures for the ICM is Cammy 53,000 and Gary 51,270. You need to leave 10% of top prize to play for. So they're going to play for 6.5k if the deal is agreed between the two players. So it'll be Cammy taking 53,000 and Gary taking 51,270.
Okay, 53, the rest, and then 6.5 to play for. Okay, 25,000, 50,000, no Anthony, and there is now.
I think you're right, Tower. They are numbers, and the deal has been agreed. We've got a deal. What is it? So 53 for Cammy and 51,270 for Gary, leaving £6,500 to play for these
Beautiful. Great cash for everybody involved. Well done, one and all.
So here we go, first hander heads up, 7-8 suited on the button for Cammy, slight chip lead for him.
Must feel good having 50k locked up, Josh. Yeah, they've worked very well, haven't they, these two? And I think if a lot of people, if we would have had a book, then these two would have been right in the mix. Gary Armstrong plays very well. Cashed in the Irish Open this year.
Did he?
He did, yeah. Finished min cash 232nd. Bit of a min cash.
7-3 suited on the button here. See a lot of limping on the button heads up.
Yeah, went down to Newcastle with the 25-25. Finished second in that as well, did you, Gary?
Cheers, Mick the Mod. Thanks for all your help as well. If you're not back before it finishes, big thank you for all your help this weekend moderating the chat.
Cheers, Mick. Sure, we'll see you and have words with the backroom staff to see what's coming. But thanks very much, Mick the Mod. 150 runners in the bounty and 99 runners in the seniors.
It's a good day. It's a very good day here for the Sunday. Very busy, great turnout.
Wait while we run the mystery bounty on the Sunday. Oh.
We are heads up, guys. So for those that just tuning in back after the break, a deal has been made.
Yeah.
They're playing for 6.5k.
Yeah. Cheers, technician. Great comms as always, guys. Thanks. Catch you next time. Safe journey home. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, technician.
A lot of play once we've done a bit of a deal. Some people will catch up on YouTube tomorrow or Twitch. Over here, you can rewatch it at your leisure. Heads up battle. Ria Marshall said, Calvin's chuff for you, Cammy. That's that an in message. Is that a family message, you reckon?
Yeah, probably.
I reckon it is. Are you playing the island next week, Jay?
No, I've got Golf Society next week.
No, what price are you? 50s?
33s, I believe.
What should you be? 500s?
Yeah, at least tower. I haven't hit a ball yet, that's the problem. I'm just gonna, and I'm captain for my team as well, and I'm not hit a ball yet.
Who's third favourite?
I think Mickey Black's third favourite.
Is he?
I think Mickey Black's third favourite.
Is he tens?
No, he's shorter than that. Shorter than that. Shorter than that.
I might have a fiver on third favourite.
There's only there's 16 of us total, 2 teams of 8.
Okay.
Let's have a look at the book.
Password is GUKPT Eddie. GUKPT EDI.
Yeah, Mickey Black third favourite, 5 to 1.
Playing on 14. Playing on 14. Right, I'm gonna have a fiver on Mitch.
You want a fiver on Mitch?
Yeah.
Mitch won the last society.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you want a fiver on Mitch? All right,
Fiver on Mitch.
Fiver on Mitch.
Go on, Mitch. Goal Society. Well, he could have played Aberdeen as practice. Great 2 weeks for there's Rob Franks. Newcastle. He said he finished second in Newcastle on the database. Is that what happened?
Played on and they won the trophy.
Oh right, took second money. Took second place money and won the trophy. That's not a bad 2 weeks. Heads up in this and now, and he was heads up in Newcastle. Did the lads split the pot? Yes, they did. Yes, they have. Jay told us. Was it 52-51 or something like that?
Yeah. So the exact figures were £53,000 for Cammy and Gary with 51,270, and they've left 6.5k to play for, and we are still really deep here, heads up, so let's see how this one runs out. No matter what the outcome, well done lads, brilliant game. Cheers Gordon, Rob.
Absolutely.
And Rob Franks, how are we doing?
They have played well. They will know each other's game inside out, these two.
Gary making it 150 here, full 3x, and we got ace 10 here for Cammy. We bet into 500k. We're 80 odd bigs deep here, so although these are 2 premium holdings, heads up, I doubt it's going to get in, but looks like Gary is going to 4-bet here. To be honest, now that they've locked up 50k each, we could potentially see this get in. Tower, they're happy with the 50k, they've both got a decent hand, heads up. And regardless of big blinds, they might just want to put it in, and there's the all-in, and there's the snap.
Exactly correct. Cammy sees the bad news. Ace Queen against Ace 10.
So Gary could get a big double here.
So Cammy's behind, Gary's at risk. Here we go. Gary Armstrong on the right is all in. If the 10 hits, we have a champion. 8-9.
And that would work. Or just a 10. Well, that takes away one of our outs.
Yep.
Now just left with 2 remaining 10s to fade for Gary to double, and it's a black deuce, so Gary will double up here early on in heads up, and that's going to leave Cammy short, but he's still got over 20 bigs, less 915, 18 bigs still for Cammy. And now overwhelming chip lead, 7-1 chip lead now for Gary.
No, it's just a done thing, isn't it? Why do they always stand up before the all-in showdown starts? How do you find the free roll, little JJ? It's on the Grosvenor client. Should be in the main lobby. Starts at 8 PM. So in 15 minutes time. And the password is GUKPT EDI. GUKPT Eddie.
So just all in from Gary with an ace, quick fold from Cammy.
Sit in the chair for as long as possible.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Gary opening the King 4 and calling off the shove from Cammy. And Cammy has the best of it, so could double it up here.
I could be on my way. King 4.
Beat the 9s and it's Queen 10, 6 flop.
We know the 9s are all in.
Oh, counterfeit outs. Queen now working.
Oh no.
No one likes to see it. Queen or King. And it's a Jack of Diamonds, the one paint card that works for Cammy. And Cammy doubles up straight after, doubling Gary up. So 1.7 milli, plays 6.1 now. Gets Cammy right back in it. Now he does have a lot of big blinds to work with in this heads-up situation.
First double up for Cammy. Oh, the water's refreshing. Cammy, first double up. That's no hand to be playing.
Yeah, Gary just open rips. These two just want to get home tower. Like open ripping 30 plus bigs is there's a lot of big blinds to be fair, but I think in their head they've locked up that 50k. They want to get to the bar. It's settled now.
Yeah,
biggest score of both of their careers. King 5 of hearts for Cammy. Suited King heads up, strong hand. Makes it 125. And Gary going to come along with the old suit of 9 deuce.
Yes, Sam, there was a deal. They more or less chopped it, and they're playing on for £6,000.
53k to Cammy, 51k and change to Gary. Seven diamonds on the turn. And a good double barrel spot here for Cammy. And works to perfection, gets the best hand to fold. Understanding that should be a lot better board for us as the raise up. And we've got GUKPT turning up flush the times that we are called.
Love how Gary's head's up for the title and the guy in the hat's telling him a bad beat story from the side. Here, listen to this.
Only playing for 60 bag, but I've just busted the bounty. Got it in Kings versus Aces. King on the flop, ace on the turn.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing you in Luton, Sam, at some point over the weekend. It's a fantastic festival of poker.
So King 5-8 2-spade board. Lovely flop here for Gary, flopping top and bottom. 3 of hearts on the turn. And Cammy going to fire here. And his gut shot, and Gary going to call. Love the call here from Gary. Keeps some bluffs in. We can just easily call any river bet. Probably the worst card in the deck for us here. There's Gary. And Cammy with just 7 high. Going to fire, and we're not folding top pair. Heads up. Basically, it's going to be a bluff or an 8 once Cammy elects for this size, so I can't see how he'll ever fold here. And there's the call from Gary. I love how quickly these two are playing as well, Tower. It's nice. Like, I think if we had Mo versus Eunice heads up, we could be playing a hand every 10 minutes.
Yes.
I love the speed of play. These two are just getting on.
Casual boxing on YouTube. Hey, how are you?
Casual boxing? How can boxing ever be casual?
No idea. There was an 8-fold in boxing yesterday, overnight.
That must have paid big.
That paid 1 to 2. An 8-fold. An 8-fold, absolutely brilliant. An 8-fold paid 1 to 2. Like, amazing. I know sometimes there's no big fights, but oh my days.
A double gutted here with the 7-4, 6 of diamonds on the turn. Cammy going to take a freebie and gets there on the end with the 5 of clubs. Loves to see that. Bet and a quick call. After he showed down a couple of bluffs already, Cammy and 5-bet rip the ace-10. I think Gary's just going to be calling most hands on rivers which are a pair or better. Hard to make a pair.
So heads up in Edinburgh. Great evening as always. Fantastic festival. Big numbers. 390. Flop of 5, 4, 7. Both flopping a 5.
Yeah, up and down to go with Gary's as well. So we'll see some chips put in here. Ace of clubs on the turn. And Gary going to fire again for 100k. And Cammy going to call with his second pair on the flop. Third pair now.
3 of clubs on the river.
300k, the bet from Gary.
Yeah, completely hits the river. Number 6.
Yeah, we lose to too much here, as Cammy, even like the air balls on the turn that picked up backdoor clubs now get there, the 6x get there. He could comfortably value bet 2 pair here, so we just lose to a lot of hands here with a 10-5, and then makes a good layout.
Heads up Edinburgh. Cammy Williamson on the left hand side, and on the right Gary Armstrong.
So raise from Cammy, and Gary defending the 3 deuce suited.
Flopping and hitting a deuce, 2 Jack 7.
And so check that call. Expect to see here more often than not. There's the bet and the call. 5 of clubs on the turn, so picking up flush draw now to go with his bottom pair. And 7 on the end. Fires for quarter pot here, little block bet, love this, gets called off by ace high. And Cammy back down to where he was after losing the ace 10 v ace queen. Can we get a 25-50 cash game stream going? If we get the runners and Dave and Tower still want to work, I can get a wing pop on. King 7 for Gary here.
Luton is the next event. Yes, it is. 10 days' time. Luton starts on the Wednesday. A week on Wednesday it starts. We'll be down the following Wednesday for the live stream cash game and then the main event.
You could have folded that very easily. I know.
You've got to leave myself with 10 bags if I call this and I'm not.
Hero call from Cammy there. Leaves him with 8 big blinds, just called with the 7. And now with 8 bigs, 430k. Nearly a 20-1 chip lead.
Was that it then? Hold those for that. Told you that, didn't I should have raised 4 from the bed.
When is the event in Liverpool? Quickly show you. Liverpool 19th till the 22nd of May.
So complete on the button from Gary and check. Oh, it's actually Cammy on the button. So this is actually incorrect here. It's Cammy on the button, and Gary is in the big blind, not the other way around.
And they move the button around twice.
They're playing for 6.5k Zacabello, 53k to Cammy, 51k and change to Gary, and they're playing for an extra 6.5k. They took 10% off of top prize.
Do you think they'll ever come back to Wales for a big play? I really wish they would. I really do.
King do suited for Gary on the button, could potentially shove this one. How short Cammy is, 8 bigs or so. There's the all in, and Cammy says call with the Queen 9, and Gary is out in front here with the King high, but Cammy still with more than 40% equity.
They're all in the middle.
I tried to summon the 10 last time, so I'm just not going to say it in this time.
Is this it? Let's check it out. King, wowzers. We've hit the 9.
Yeah, so in
we
front.
are in front.
So fading clubs and kings. Oh, and that is it on the turn. We have a champion. Gary Armstrong is the winner here in Edinburgh. Takes home the extra 6.5k to add to his 51 after the deal. Tower's got to go and do his thing. Cammy, well played Cammy. He's played very well this FT. I've very enjoyed watching him, and to be fair, either of these could have won it. They're fairly even when we did get heads up. But that's it, guys. 390 entries, biggest ever one here in Edinburgh, and we're going to go straight over to Tower with the interviews and the trophy presentation.
Cammy Williamson, great performance. Well done, sir. A lot of fans watching. How do you think you played over the last 3 days?
I mean, up until the final table, I had a wee bit of awkward one on the feature table yesterday where I made a bad fold, but apart from that, I think I played pretty well for the 3 days. I mean, heads up, it's just heads up game's not there at the minute. I mean, I'm sure we'll get there, but still think ace 10 heads up getting it in for a 4-bet's pretty standard.
Biggest event we've ever seen up here. Second out of 390. I'm sure there's a pat on the back somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of happiness in here. Yeah. I mean, I did want to win the trophy. Lost my mum last year in November. Just wanted to win it for her more than anything else. But I mean, can't grumble at second. I'm sure she's up there looking down.
Absolutely. There's going to be more chances, I'm sure, because you play a fantastic game. You've entertained us over the last 3 days.
I appreciate that, Tom.
Nice one, Cammy.
Thank you.
Nice one, top man. Cammy Williamson second. Gary Armstrong.
Yeah.
Champion.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Oh, amazing. Don't think it's sug in yet.
It was a great final. Bit of a grind sometimes.
Tough table, aye. A lot of them put us in a lot of tough spots. Yeah.
And we had some interesting hands obviously on the way. You'll have been chatting in the breaks.
That's it, aye, looking at the hands not in the fucking YouTube.
Yeah.
No.
Just been saying to Cammy, biggest event we've ever had, 390 runners. You've got every single chip on the table, that's what you need.
I'm happy with that, aye. You played well. A tough opponent.
I think so did you.
Aye, well, thanks very much.
You've entertained a lot of people, you really have.
Good stuff.
We're going to get Mike with the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for the winner, Mr. Gary Armstrong? That trophy means a lot for this man, I know that. Every single chip, we're going to get a few photos from with the guys, but it means a lot in your local card room. Absolutely brilliant, well done.
Yeah, cheers to that.
Fantastic. We're going to finish off because we're going to get straight over to Jay. Jay, take it away. That trophy means...
That's it, guys. Big thanks to Tower for doing the interviews. Don't know where he is though. I don't know where he is. He's probably got lost at the bar or something, but he should be coming back soon to join me at some point. I don't know if he's forgot that he has to come back and close up with me, but he's just, I don't know where he is. But anyway, I could close up myself if he doesn't come back. Big thank you to all the chat boxes that has been joining us throughout. I thought you left me. I thought you at the bar still.
I tell you what, it's a long walk from there. Goes on forever. It goes on, it does. It goes on forever. Oh, you get chatting away. Oh,
that's it.
How good were they?
Yeah, good, really good.
Top lads. Really, really top lads. And I know we Cammy out. It's just a quick word with Cammy off air as well, and he mentioned about his mum, and he's a little bit emotional, and he wanted that trophy, but there's going to be plenty more times, and that's exactly what I said. I said, look you down on you, keep your chin up, and we will be seeing you on a final table again. There'll be more times. Absolutely amazing. Really, really enjoyed Edinburgh yet again. 390 runners in the main. There's 150 in the bounty. There's 100 old people playing. What's all that about? They've come from everywhere. It has been amazing. Thanks to everybody in the chat, and I mean everybody, because it has been, without you guys, we'd be talking nonsense to ourselves. And whoever knew, there's a word called 43 quadrillion. I'm amazing.
Quintillion.
Same thing.
Quintillion.
But same thing. We've had a good time. We gave away quite a few tokens. We'll do it all again in Luton in 2 weeks' time. We'll be there from the 1st of June, which is the Wednesday. We're doing the cash game, and then we'll be doing the main event as well. So the guys, we're off for a quick rest. Well done, Cammy. Well done, Gary. And well done all the finalists. It's been an absolute classic. We've loved Edinburgh from start to finish. I'd just like to finish off just by saying thanks to Johnny Scott for the day round Aberdeen, and I hope you enjoyed the video. And thanks to Tom Gill for the day round Berwick, which was just as good as well. Thanks for looking after us, and we will see you on the next one in Luton.
Thanks, guys. See you then.
I don't like to get in good shit. No,